premium membership at Chess.com will help you improve your game with full access to a powerful set of learning tools. Unlimited tactics let you practice like a master, with more than 50,000 puzzles to challenge you at every level. Our library of interactive chess lessons, created by master coaches, will enhance every aspect of your game. And after each game you play, the computer analysis feature will give you feedback on every move you played, turning every game into a chance to learn. And that's not all. Premium benefits also include unlimited tournaments, video lessons, the Opening Explorer, and much, much more. Upgrade now to take your game to the next level.
Welcome back, everybody, to more Pro Chess League action here. Week 5 continues to roll on. Alongside me is the one and only Grandmaster Robert Hess, International Master Danny Rensch here to bring you some more Pro Chess League action. Robert, it's the Central Division. I don't think you and I have covered this division yet together. Are you?
Is that a question or a thought? I couldn't tell if you were asking or trying to figure it out.
These days, I got that dad memory, so you help me remember.
As long as you don't have that dad bod, but you're still shuffling, so all is good.
Okay, well, let's remind everybody of the format as we get set to dive in, because we like to pretend that it's not just the same 20 people showing up to watch us and hang out, and that we need to remind them of what they're watching. The Pro Chess League is the world's most global affair for chess, period. 4 continents, 24 teams from what we'd like to say are 24 of the biggest chess countries on the planet. It's a rapid time control. Teams face off in head-to-head battles with 10 points going to the winning team and 1 point going for each game. The final 4 teams will ultimately compete in a live final. The location and date are TBD, but we will have some news on that today, actually, so stick around. Teaser and spoiler alert. You're going to be pretty excited about it. But the other thing people are excited about, Robert, that we want to remind them of before we jump in is Guess the Move. Be honest with yourself. How often do you play Guess the Move when you're alone?
I can't play Guess the Move because of my staff privileges on Chess.com, which prevent me from doing so. But I've been trying for weeks now to win that $50 prize.
And you just can't seem to change the settings. I love it. No, that was a test, and you barely passed. That's right. But if you are tuning in now to the Pro Chess League, you are a part of the show. You can head over to Chess.com, play Guess the Move for a chance to win cash, as well as premium membership prizes. We're having a lot of fun with it. We hope that you are too. And if you haven't played Guess the Move yet, give it a try today. All right, Robert, let's bring up the pairings and talk about what these teams are going to have to try to do against each other. We'll talk a little bit more about that top one, Germany versus France, a little bit later. That's our PCL primetime matchup. But what about the other matchups here? Italy versus Sweden, Netherlands versus Spain, and Poland versus Norway. Who you got there?
Well, I look at that graphic and I see Poland with a point over there. That's interesting to see, right? Because the games have not even gotten underway. But when you have these matchups that we have here, you see that France and Germany, that's, of course, the highlight of the day because you have 2 of the best teams in the division, 2 teams with kind of very proud managers, especially the France Roosters. We know that they're crowing at all hours saying, oh, we're the best team. We should be in a better division so that we have tougher competition. But they'll have their hands full with Georg Meyer and the Germany Bears today.
Yeah, and let's bring up the PCL primetime matchup there just to point that out, that's what we got kind of circled here for everyone to pay attention to. At some point, France is going to throw down against Germany. A lot to talk about there. Georg Meyer, as you said, I've got my trusty Georg Meyer fathead next to me. But France has been one of the most dominant, most outspoken teams, too, about their dominance. And these 2 guys, when they face off, will have all of our attention. Eteni Bacro versus Georg Meyer. It's going to be exciting. And that matchup there is, I don't know, I mean, is it ultimately deciding who the real favorite is in the Central Division, Robert? Not just those 2 players, but those 2 teams?
Yeah, I think they have to be considered the favorites. I do think that the Sweden Wasabis are also extremely good, but they haven't found the consistency. They haven't had their top 3 players in most of their lineups. And I'm also interested in that matchup today between the Sweden Wasabis and the Italy Gladiators, because the Wasabis are trotting out Ferdinand Hellers, a very strong grandmaster who many people might not know because he doesn't play actively anymore.
Right.
But it's kind of a throwback. It's one of the better Swedish players of all time. And so I'm excited to see if Grandmaster Hellers can help the Wasabis continue their spicy start.
Well, I'm excited to see these games begin, which they shall do momentarily. Remind everybody that as these games are getting started, you can head over to Chess.com and use the command follow, #PCL. You can also use any other commands active within the chat, wherever you may be choosing to tune in from. We see you on Twitch, YouTube. There's some people on Facebook, I think, that watch these days, so shout out to all of you if you happen to be tuning in. Say something in chat. Robert and I, we got you Chess TV chatters on lock, and here we go. It's Pro Chess League Central Division Week 5. The games will be starting here momentarily.
I'm pumped, Danny. After yesterday's division, where it's many lopsided battles, but also the India versus China matchup, that was a really hotly contested affair. And we've seen, interestingly enough, teams go down quite a few points and then end up coming back, which is a good sign for the competitiveness of the league. Just because the French Roosters last week were done 4-0 against Netherlands, and they still tied the match. So it's going to be a really tight battles throughout this division, I think.
We start action off here inadvertently. That was the first game that popped up for me with Hans Niemann, international master, who's been one of the best players for the Gnomes all year, taking on Matthijs Bartel. This is a Gnomes versus Poland Hussars matchup. Kind of it's not a board one matchup at all. Well, board one, I guess, for Poland, I believe. Is Hans Niemann board 4 for the Gnomes?
He must be, right? Because he is an international master in the 2460s. Very strong player, of course, but everyone else in their lineup is a grandmaster.
I had to catch myself because he hasn't played like a board 4, which is why I asked. Hans Niemann has played fantastic chess this year for the Gnomes, and we'll see if he can keep that up. Of course, the leader of the Gnomes in many ways for the first few seasons of the Pro Chess League has been Jan Ludwig Hammer. He takes the black pieces here in the first game. No longer the manager for the Gnomes. That's Jonathan Tisdale, Tiz as we call him around the office. But Hammer looking to get his Pro Chess League season right and help the Gnomes keep their playoff hopes alive.
Yeah, and Hammer here with the black pieces against a strong grandmaster. And Danny, I want to point out that this matchup is actually quite critical for the standings because Poland sits in 4th place, which is actually shockingly disappointing for such a strong team. They haven't been able to get their Duda, Wojtaszek lineups in just yet. But the Norway Gnomes didn't have a great start to the season, but they're bouncing back. And if they beat Poland, they'll overtake them in the standings.
Yeah, no, you're right. That's huge, and it's why they're kind of bringing their A team today. There we see Hammer himself on camera, not using that microphone, fully focused. Jan Ludwig is obviously got a huge fan base online, well-known chess commentator, chess streamer, does great things for the chess community, not just in Norway but all over the world, and we'll keep an eye on him throughout the day for sure. We've got this interesting kind of Caro Con going on here on the left, a Caro structure with a G6 fianchetto. Your thoughts on the current position on the board?
Well, I think it's quite typical. These H3, C3 ideas from White are actually quite annoying. I've talked to Fabiano Caruana about this opening. And so for players with the black pieces thinking, hey, I'm going to play a Caro Con, maybe get things a little bit spicy, it's a pretty strategic position. White has this E file with the rook on E1. He could bring a knight to E5 at some moment. The bishop on F5, it looks like it's on a good diagonal, but if you ever play E7 to E6, watch out. That bishop might get trapped by a sudden G2 to G4 move.
No, it's a great point. And sometimes when the bishop is developed to F5 in a fianchetto structure, you just always have to watch out for those types of traps because the bishop lacks those kind of natural retreating squares, and that's a basic kind of fundamental point, but not something that's irrelevant even at the highest levels because we see those kind of blunders happen, especially in rapid. There we can see the live position. Let's remind everybody of how we got here real quick on the analysis board. It was a Caro Con, as we said, with this exchange and then C3 variation. G6 played usefully here to maybe prevent potential pressure that comes in the king side naturally in these structures. I like this move bishop E2 as far as White recognizing he doesn't want to make a trade for his most valuable minor piece and leave this kind of awkward piece on F5. Robert, what are your thoughts about what you would tell beginners about wasting a tempo to move a piece twice to avoid that?
I would say I tried this again with black against Kirill Alexienko, and I paid the full price. So the retreat it's a sort of a waste of a tempo, as you're saying, but it's a position where the tempi don't exactly matter so much. And say, wait, isn't every single tempo important? Yes, but in this position, there are no clear breaks for black, nothing to take advantage of just yet. And so you're okay doing this because the bishop on F5 does become a little iffy in certain positions.
Right. Then we catch up here. As you said, rook e1. Black has to watch out for the threats potentially of the bishop being trapped, but in the live position now, Black is trying to make full use of the light squares and now has actually retreated the bishop, which makes sense given that you've completed your development. You're no longer disconnecting your rook. So, okay, this game is just getting started, but I don't know. My first instincts, I actually kind of like Black's position, and Hammer played bishop c8 very quickly there because now he's very excited about using f5 for the pawn and maybe even playing f4. Speaking of trapped bishops, White might have to worry about that.
Yeah, f5 is definitely his next move, and this knight h4 move helped him with this plan. The knight h4 did nothing except a one-move attack on the bishop. Perhaps White thought, hey, I'm going to go take your knight on e4, but after d takes e4 as a response, the knight on h4 is actually trapped over there, which means moves like bishop f6 will come next. So it's already an iffy position, in my opinion, for White.
Well, and here we see Hammer immediately responding again with bishop e3 f5. When top players start playing this quickly, they're usually confident, right? Those guys don't take time when they're just for kicks and giggles. So I like Black's position with the dominant knight established, the potential threat of f4. So we'll circle back here at some point and see how Hammer's doing. But
Danny,
okay.
You just said players don't use time for kicks and giggles. Go to the game with Moisenko, that's Arvika against Severomoski.
Yep.
Because you look at that position. We're move 2. For Black's made 2 moves, or so we're move 3,
I don't know
I
if
should say.
Moisenko is struggling with some connectivity issues. Maybe he didn't take his pill this morning. I don't know. I mean, this is not. I stand by what I said. Players don't take time just for kicks and giggles. But in this position, Moisenko clearly under the gun here. Maybe someone needs to send him a message and say, yo, buddy, you still kicking?
Yeah, this is not good at all for the Italy Gladiators.
No,
because Moisenko has been a great addition to their team. And actually,
we probably won't stay here long because
let's move out. From
I don't
here
want to watch the train wreck of him losing on time. By the way, I'll quickly flash that we already have one result. Pedro Martinez and David Klein have agreed very early to a draw in what is a Berlin gone even more peaceful than you would normally think. I'm a little shocked by that, but the repetition of moves occurs here on move 11, and
it's a
we
known
have peace
line
throughout the land. So
it's a known theoretical line where if White wants to make a draw without really playing a game, that's what you do. And I guess that is Spain's strategy of some sorts, to just make a draw with White and try to hold Black.
I guess to the credit of the match strategy, if you consider the the ratings, Pedro Martinez is a FIDE master. You can see it right there, rating 2407. Perhaps he feels he's the underdog. And to start, you have a lower-rated board against one of the higher-rated boards for the Mosquitoes, and perhaps that's his point. So, Robert, I got a whole lot of games up. I'm going to let you take the wheel and choose where we bring our focus now.
Okay, I'm thinking the game between Johann Sebastian Christensen, JS Preps, and he's playing Camille Dragoon. And the reason why I wanted to go there is kings are castled on the opposite sides of the board, and there's a queen on h4, which protects the pawn on h7. But whose king is safer? When I first look at this position, I really love White's position. I think that White has to be better developed. The piece of more better control of the position. Your pawn center is massive. Black has no pawns in the center. So to me, a move like rook d to g1 and then start the initiative on the king side feels right.
That's good. Yeah, okay, he plays rook h1, which isn't bad either, because is this h-pawn really hanging? I don't think so, right? Taking it would be a pawn you wish you could give back. But Black immediately responds with rook b8, so JSC, as you said, playing the black pieces versus Camille Dragoon. These guys are very equally rated. 2 points separate them in terms of the FIDE classical ratings that they had coming in. So this is a potential. I think sometimes, Robert, these games are bigger than the board 4 versus board 1. Now, of course, okay, every game is big when everybody plays everybody, but these are the coin flip games, right? These are the games that could go either way, and when you win those, the 50-50 battles, right? As I try to tell my kids, as I coach basketball, you got to win the 50-50 battles, right? Show that you have more effort, right? By the way, my team losing a lot of 50-50 battles right now. I'm really going to let them have it today at practice.
Well, Danny, you're absolutely correct in that this is a first-round matchup, and these are the games where you should say, hey, if we have 2 matchups, we should get 1 point out of the 2. All of a sudden, you lose these. If you win on board 1 versus board 4, that's expected territory. You're not gaining too much in, when you think about the broader picture of the match. And here in this particular game, Johann Sebastian Christensen played rook b8. So why is he not following that with pawn to b5?
Well,
there it is.
And there he
pawn
does.
to b5 played.
Let's analyze this while we have it, and we'll remind everybody of how we got here in the opening, because you and I spotted this one based on the fanciness we see in the live position. And look at that. Dragoon has already played rook g3, so we've got him on camera. He's focused. But let's show you how we got here on the analysis board. It was a queen's gambit accepted, d takes c4 after e3, e5. Now tell everybody what the goal is of this, because this is a sharp way for black, kind of breaking the principle you see, right? You're taking and giving white potentially a big center, but when you have this aggressive idea of striking right back with e5, you can often get away with it, right?
Right, because you give up the pawn if white wants to take on e5, but then after the queen trades, black plays knight to c6. It's very rapid development. And so if you're trying to protect that pawn on e5, black will similarly try to protect the pawn on c4, and only one side can castle, and that should be good news for black. I mean, instead of b5, you can play bishop, e6 or bishop g4, whatever. The point is that black is getting that quick development and should be happy.
So instead, white doesn't take it and develops. Now we get e4, knight d2, and this move queen g5. This is becoming a very, very sharp line right out of the gate here. Knight to g3 is the only move to guard both the knight and the rook. So we retreat, and after knight f6, bishop back to f1. I'm not sure if this is still theory, but if it is, maybe we should reconsider. This just feels so wild for both white and black, but I think that we can already see we're heading the direction that had you attracted to come to this position. White's going to maintain this very big center, which is kind of the whole reason you play c4 in a queen's gambit, is to try to undermine black's control so you get two big pawns when it matters most. And as we kind of get closer to the live position, white's big center is why you still feel like probably white has an edge here, even though both sides are launching an attack.
Definitely not in the live game. I mean,
whoa, I didn't even see the final position with a4. So what happened here when we left it? And back here, the position was still much more unclear, but we can see that evaluation bar has completely creeped up to favoring black. What was white's better approach? It looks like rook g3 might have been a mistake here.
Yeah, and perhaps I overestimated white's position just by the aesthetics of it. Huge center, everything I was mentioning before. But also, white just sort of dilly-dallied. When you played rook g3, rook g1,
right?
Black just went g6 and said, you're not going to attack me of a brick wall of a pawn structure in front of my king. I'm safe. So perhaps kicking that bishop out of a3 with a bishop c1 or queen b3 earlier would have been another option to think about. Or putting your king all the way to the corner with king a1 and then bring the d rook to b1 is another option. But this is not going well for white.
I think you're right. I think both king a1 and rook b1, as well as bishop to c1, are top recommendations from the engine and the analysis board here. And so that would have been a little bit more disciplined for white. Instead, he played rook g3, as you said. But black's attack seems to be only opening up, whereas white's attack hits the wall after the move g6. And as we can see in the live position, Johann Sebastian Christensen is in control here, now taking some time, try to make sure he converts on his attack in the right way.
Yeah, and so knight c5 played. I imagine you can just scoop that knight off the board with bishop takes c5, and then go ahead and take with a rook on b3. And I don't see a future for white here because black's attack is just rolling through, and white doesn't have an attack. Bishop takes g6 is an idea that's looming in the position, so you can't just ignore that forever. But even if you are able to capture on g6, I probably can scoop off the material and then run my king away. So something to keep an eye on, but something not to be overly fearful of.
I wonder if Dragoon would have an idea on bishop takes c5, of bishop takes g6 right away, kind of, I don't know, allowing the craziness. But if black ends up having to take back, as you said, you go all in on this idea of sacrificing everything on g6 for checkmate.
And then you just go king h8 at the end and say
king goes to h8, and then where's the beef? You always ruin my dreams. Okay.
I'm sorry.
Well, honestly, right now it looks like Dragoon has let this one get away from him, and maybe after this mistake, he needs to fix the fan on the ceiling that looks like it might be about to fall off. Is that an optical illusion, or is that house not level?
I think it's just the way he has his webcam going, but you might be right.
Blame it on the webcam. Just don't blame it on the night. All right. Well, I actually really like black's chances to convert this one. Maybe we should check in on some other games.
Sure, let's keep on going.
Yeah.
How about the game between? Ooh, this one looks good. Grandalicious. Oh, Bishop takes G6 just played in this one, but we both agree that's probably not going to work out. But Grandalicious also has an interesting position where attacking chances for the player with the white pieces in this one. Or is it just going to peter out?
Grandmaster Alessio Belsecchi has been playing for Italy, I feel like almost every week. Niels Grandelius playing for Sweden. I think they have big hopes on him. Obviously, Bassem Amin is the guy you think of. He's their top seed, Robert. But I think for Sweden to have success in the Central, Niels has to find his groove here in the Pro Chess League.
Yeah, and he's had a good start to the season. He's performing quite well.
Yep.
But it's a tough league here with the black pieces. He seems to be crushing because white has a queen on h6, a rook on g3. You have just two pieces attacking one pawn on g7. The queen on e7 does all that and more, protects it. There's d4 and an e3 pawn for black. Once those pawns start mobilizing, white's just going to be crushed.
Yeah, so the only thing preventing black from just playing d3 here, everybody, is that rook takes e3. The queen has to guard g7 or there's mate. So Nils trying to just eliminate that problem by trading the queens, and then I think this game is probably just over, actually. I mean, the more we look at it, those two pawns are going to be way too much.
Yeah.
So how do you convert here? Queen g4.
Can I just go? Oh, d3 hangs this e3 pawn. But okay, I think I could probably get away with d3. This is a little bit of a tactical line.
What's
and
that?
It takes a bit of so d3. You're going to take on e3. I will throw in a rook f1 check and then take on e3. I mean, this is hard to just visualize, so we should probably throw in an analysis board here.
Let's do it. d3 takes.
Yep.
Takes. And after rook f1 check, king h2.
Queen c7 check.
Using the full board diagonal.
Yeah, something like this looks like it should be quite nice.
Pretty much no matter what white does, d2 and d1 comes next, everybody. So if you block with the queen, then you trade, and d2 is a problem. And if you block with the rook, you're not actually threatening anything anymore because the queen still guards g7 from the c7 square, and here comes a new queen to the board. So, yeah, that actually looks really strong.
But I like what Niels is doing better because maybe, in some of those lines, the pawn was actually a bit vulnerable and the king was vulnerable to checks. He just says, let me keep my king very safe, my queen on f7. I'll bring my pieces forward. So this looks like it's going to be a decisive game in Niels Grandelius' favor.
Yep, and then we see Alessio Belsecchi on camera, singing along, trying to lighten his mood. I hear you're supposed to smile before you resign. We'll see if we can catch a big happy grin on camera because I think he's about to go down.
Well, if do we want to stay here? Because I see a different position that caught my eye, which is actually quite funny. Okay. You said about to go down, and Gaju Chess, Arjun Aragasi is up 2 pawns, but Gajewski has his king on g2 in this game as black. So that king went down for real.
How did the king get there, right? That's exciting.
It went on a journey.
I'm not sure that it means that black is doing well because the king on g2 lacks helpers, right? You'd love to have some real pressure on f2 or something, but you're down, by my math, 2 pawns, and where's the counterplay? Although
I'm wondering if white can actually do anything. Let's
I was going to say, I guess the problem is that white is also frozen to the first rank.
And this is the problem with the opposite colored bishops. Yeah. You can't dislodge this bishop from f3. You can't push any of your pawns because you push e4, I take it. You push h5, I take it. You push g4, I take it. So what can white actually do here besides
this is a fascinating position. And again, this is one of those ones that shows, your knowledge of the opposite bishops, chess principles can really pay off. If you look at the eval bar there, everybody, despite white having a 2-pawn advantage, it's pretty much dead equal, as Robert said. When I first came here, I was like, well, the king is advanced, but so what? White's up 2 pawns. And the more you look at it, you realize that the pressure that black has on the light squares, particularly the threat of the d1 square, means that the 2-pawn advantage really doesn't amount to anything here for white. Now, that said, time pressure is approaching. Anything can happen here. Possible blunders. No, there isn't. Never mind. I don't know.
Well, can black try some kind of rook a3, rook a2, and rook e2 check?
I knew you would think black has winning chances here. Classic.
I'm surprised that you didn't. You always are the one who king g1.
King g1. He's just sitting tight. I love this. Let me show why Robert's idea doesn't work because I don't get a chance to do that often. if rook a3, white always has rook a1. That's the problem.
So you're just preventing me. Stop me in my tracks.
And if you go to b3, the problem is you're not threatening anything because my bishop guards b2.
Yep.
So as much as we'd love a fantasy world where black is the one playing for a win, and Robert's not totally crazy because look at it. If you can get this move, the point, everybody, is that imagine a rook on e2 right now and black just wins. It's borderline checkmate, and if the king has to go to some discovery, what the heck? We'll show it on the board because, you know, it sounds like fun. The rook gets here, and if the rook gets to e2 check, you start picking up all kinds of pawns with check, and indeed black may be the one with winning chances. In fact,
I think at this point black would have a hard time losing.
At some point with rook f1. Oh, no, then it would be e4. But okay, you get the point. Don't allow the black rook to the second rank where the light squares can be dominated.
What a way to draw this game, though. King g1, king g2. And it's not white repeating the king g1, king g2. It's black's king. That's all the way in here. So Gajewski, despite being down some pawns, he's going to get this one.
Okay, well,
sorry,
look at that move.
Hold this one, I should say, not get it.
I'm worried that Irigaisi's gonna lose this. The young man Arjun Irigaisi, free agent acquisition for Grandmaster Jonathan Tisdale and the Norway Gnomes. This is okay. Is there not a possibility now of rook a3 and rook a2, Robert? Your idea?
He could have gone for it.
He could have gone for it. I wonder what would have happened there because white gets greedy, but if rook a3 takes and rook a2, this is super dangerous for white.
That's suddenly not that easy to deal with, right?
Yeah.
But he's just going to sit on the position forever. That's his goal here. He's going to just play rook b3, rook a3, and just probably make a draw. Is my
like he already
best guess.
made up his mind. We can see he's looking rather stoic on camera, just sort of calm. And Marcus Aurelius got nothing on this guy. He's full zen.
Well, yeah, he's really locked in here. And he's one of Vichy Anand's seconds.
Yep.
So Gajewski is a very, very strong player in his own right and a leading trainer.
What is the connection between Polish grandmasters and being seconds of Viswanathan Anand? For those who don't know, Radoslav Wojtaszek, the top seed for Poland when Jan Krzysztof Duda isn't playing, Gajewski. It feels like there's a connection there. Do you know what the connection is?
Nope. But I know that they're just continuing to be good quality seconds for Viswanathan Anand.
Yeah, no, but it really is true. We're not making up a storyline there, and I'm still wondering what this Poland Hussars team is capable of. They have not fielded the lineup that many people marked as maybe something that could win the entire Pro Chess League. A Jan Krzysztof Duda, Radoslav Wojtaszek, Gajewski on board 3. I mean, and name another top Polish grandmaster for board 4. There's several. I mean, they have a lineup that could go all the way if they manage to pull those 4 players together in the playoffs.
Yep, and very strong team, that's for sure. But this is a big matchup against Norway. As Norway, as I mentioned, can overtake them, leapfrog them in the standings. In which case, Poland will find themselves out of the playoff hunt.
Okay. All right. Well, we've got Gajewski on camera here. I don't know that it's going to give us an exciting finish because it looks like. I don't know. I'm expecting. I mean, is there some sort of chance white has now that the pawn has been sacrificed? Is there a king run on the agenda? Maybe.
The white king is going to try. It's going to go to like b6, and then black has to figure out how to defend this b7 pawn because you can't defend it from the c6 square. But ultimately, this should be a draw.
Yeah.
Even if you lose your e4 pawn, many of these positions still are drawish territory.
Well,
but
my
I like
worry is the b7 pawn. Okay, now he's trying to find a way to make sure that doesn't happen, but.
Yeah, I think
this
really
is a better
way
bishop. I think you wanted that bishop on c6, didn't you, to guard everything?
Well, the bishop can go to a6 if it needs to, just to protect it, and then you just move your king to g4 back to f5. So I think Gajewski has this figured out.
Yeah,
he's going to hold this one.
Okay, I was imagining a blockade of the bishop on c6, but the worry was if you do that, a king on b6 has a threat of a6, undermining the defense of the bishop. So you have to be really careful for tricks, which is why Gajewski puts the bishop on a6. So if you just imagine, everybody, that this bishop is on c6, there's a trick with a6, and the b7 pawn takes it, would lose the bishop, and if you don't take it, we get a new queen. So it's kind of a useful opposite code bishop ending trick to be aware of that Gajewski avoids.
Yep, and so Gajewski just continuing to hold on here. He's Now his opponent's king has promoted to the other side. So this has been a game where both kings have reached their opponent's territory, and the king on g7. Maybe there was some hopes playing g4 check to distract the king. That's why the bishop came to this diagonal, stopping any pawn movement, and it's just going to be a draw. Opposite colored bishops for you.
Unfortunately for them, it's not capture the flag or whatever game would involve running the king to the other side of the board. This ain't checkers, right?
Nope.
Okay. Well, I think coming back to the other options available here, there are a few more games on the agenda still going. You pointed out Grandmaster Hellers playing for Sweden, Ferdinand Hellers, one of the most famous grandmasters from Sweden, but not an active chess player anymore. But the Pro Chess League brings him out of the woodwork, right?
I'm happy to see him playing, and he's quite a strong player. He hasn't played too much in recent years, and right now with the white pieces, he's down a pawn against the very talented Italian junior Luca Moroni, but he is going to hold this one. You have the king very well placed for white. The black pawns can't move just yet. The rook can, of course, go down to b1 and try to check the king from behind, but even after you do that, making progress is not going to be an easy task because white has the king cut off right now. Black's king cut off, so you give a check. I just move my king out the way, and we'll see this happen. Rook h1 check, king back to g4. Okay, starts with rook to g1 and f5. So allows rook g5. That was a blunder.
And he
I was about to say
head.
f5.
He goes, what was I thinking?
Oh, he's well dressed.
There's a grandmaster who knows how to dress. Let's give him that, right? This is not your modern day, am I allowed to say the term millennial given that I am one?
You can say whatever you like.
Okay, boomer.
When have you stopped from saying something you shouldn't say? Let's just start there.
Fair. No, but seriously, Ferdinand Hellers is a legend in the Sweden chess community, but not the average, I guess, online chess player look when you're talking about he comes dressed to the nines here, right, with a suit and tie to play in a Pro Chess League match.
Well, he's also playing, I think, live from the Sweden Wasabis event.
Yep.
They have a live audience every single time they go at this. Last time it was Wasem Amin and Alexei Shirov. And look, h4 check. You don't take that pawn. It was technically a free pawn, but if you capture that pawn, it would have transitioned to a lost king and pawn endgame. This is still in theoretically drawn territory. Yep. It's not fun to defend often, but it looks like Ferdinand Hellers is holding steady so far.
He understands how to do it with the good old school rook ending technique. Let's stay right here. It's the only game going. Actually, no, there is one more, but this is where we're going to focus to bring the first round here for the Central Division Week 5 to a close. We'll give you an update on all the other games that finished. But remember, you can go to Chess.com's live server, use the command follow, #PCL to choose any other games you want. But so tell us if we can. Let's try to analyze this if we can and tell everybody why this is a draw. How is white defending this from a technical point of view?
Okay, well, I don't have the right words to explain it fully.
He's showing us kind of how to do it, right?
Exactly, and he has actually not captured this pawn on h4, despite that being a pawn hanging for several different moves now, because he's just waiting. If you take it, you often end up in a lost king and pawn endgame. And the problem for black is how do you play f5, okay, step one, but how do you play f4? As soon as you play f4, then I take your pawn on h4 and run my king back to defend. So
let me show real quick why the king and pawn ending would be lost. Let's show that, because a lot of people, I think, for us, it's kind of obvious, but just to show it again, if you take this pawn and the trade happens, your king is immediately in a bad spot. Black immediately enters, and this is just a very, very easy walk up the board for the king and pawn together. And so it's one of those things where it's not the amount of pawns your opponent has that matters. You want to have the right and best drawing chances. We see in the live board nothing has really changed from the analysis board. The reason I highlighted that the rook would swing to this side of the board, because the key way to draw this is to keep the rook as far away from the king as possible. We call it rook on long side, the long side of the pawn, so that there's never really squares that he's running out of. And you keep the king on the short side of the pawn if we're focused on the f pawn. So if you were just flip, oh my gosh.
What? It lost on time?
He lost on time.
Oh no. Oh, that's the inexperience of playing online and just forgetting about your clock, and you're showing the right defense too.
He was playing the right defense. I mean, the final position is a draw. So I feel bad that I was analyzing instead of covering the dramatic time scramble, but the truth is that nothing had really changed. This position is a dead draw on the board. He only lost because of the clock.
That's heartbreaking for the Sweden Wasabis. I mean, he was playing perfectly in that end game. Once he went down 2 pawns, he blundered that second pawn, but Italy jumps out 2.5, 1.5 lead thanks to that victory.
Wow. Okay. Well, as you said, that's the scoreboard to bring it to a close here in round 1. 2.5, 1.5 for both Italy and Poland. Spain takes a 2.5, 1.5 lead, and of course our PCL primetime matchup has not happened yet. Now, when we come back, we have some very big news. Robert, I'm going to let you break it so we keep everybody on the edge of their seat. We announced last week that the Pro Chess League live finals would be in Europe. We're now ready to announce the country. We're rolling this out. Rolling this out bit by bit here. We're going to announce the country and have you on the edge of your seat because next week all the details will be out. Tickets will be on sale. So when we return, it's time to announce our country location, preview more of what's coming up in the Central Division. The Pro Chess League moves on in just a couple minutes. we are back yet again with the Pro Chess League here on Chess.com. Robert Hess and Danny Rensch with the call for the Central Division. And speaking of the Central Division and the announcement we made last week that our next Pro Chess League live finale, we've held it in San Francisco 2 years in a row, Robert, would be moving to Europe. Very convenient for a lot of these Central Division teams. And I understand you're ready to break the news of which country it'll be held in.
I'm absolutely ready. So drum roll, please. And here it is, Norway. That's where the finals will be held from May 21st to 24th. We will be live from Norway. So everybody pack your bags, get excited. We're coming to Europe, and now you know exactly which country we're going to be in.
And Robert, when you say pack your bags, you're talking to yourself. You're coming, all right? I know we haven't talked about the details yet, but I want you there for 2 full weeks because in 2 weeks, I think you'll have enough time to experience all that Norway has to offer. And that's our daily question. Aside from watching high-level chess, which is what people are going to be doing at the finals, what other fun activities would you do in Norway with those 2 weeks we're gonna have you there, Robert?
Can I ask you a daily question in response to this daily question? So you said I'm going to be watching high-level chess.
What?
I'm going to be watching high-level chess. You didn't say I'm going to be commentating high-level chess. So now, does that mean I'm free? Just like I'm going to be there. I'm going to hang out. Don't have to talk about chess.
No, you're going to be locked in the hotel room whenever you're not working. So this question is actually for everybody but you. But we've got a lot of fans who tune in from Norway. Maybe you can make some suggestions for those in chat on social media. But if you were looking for a vacation, May 21st through 24th, the weather is brilliant in Norway. It's going to be amazing. We have a lot more details to come, and I do apologize slightly for not giving you the full kind of Monty right away, everybody. But hopefully the wait will be worth it. By next week, you will have the location, the details, everything that you'll need to know to book your flight and have maybe the chess vacation of a lifetime in Norway. But, I think for the Spain Raptors to turn their season around, Jose Herrera needs to have one of the best games of his lifetime next against David Klein. Your thoughts?
Well, for sure. I don't know if Spain can't really turn their season around at this point. They're not going to be making the playoffs. I'm not sure if it's mathematically impossible, but it's very improbable. However, in this matchup against the Netherlands, they do need Jose Herrera to score well against David Klein, as they could use this victory as for the team morale, if nothing else.
Yep. And that's a good point because, as you said, their chances in the Central Division standings are not that high. Let's remind everybody of where they stand, right? Because even if they don't make the playoffs, like you said, get a moral victory, team morale. Let's get it on the up and up for Spain. But that's how the Central stands coming into this week, everybody, and that's partly why the France versus Germany matchup, clearly our PCL primetime affair. That's where our full focus is going to be at the end of our 4 or 5 hour show here. So if you're just tuning in, you have not missed the heavyweight battle of France versus Germany. But a lot of other matchups there, keeping us focused on the edge of our seat as the next set of games here in the Central Division about to get underway. Here we go.
Yep. And we have very close matches thus far. 2.5,
Yep.
1.5, every single match. That might be the first time this season. I don't remember any other weeks where every single match has been this close.
Yeah, that's just a single one game difference. One win is deciding things. Yet again, we're starting things off with Poland versus Norway. We see Bartel taking on Iragaisi, Hammer taking on Camille Dragoon. We see Johann Sebastian Christensen taking on Sarsnoda. And then we got Hans Kuhl Niemann taking on Gajewski. So,
and I was informed during the break, Danny, that Hans Niemann actually played a very good game in the opening round and lost. He just totally botched it. And so that's why Norway is down instead of up 2.5, 1.5.
Okay, well, there you go. That was a critical game that didn't go their way. Hans Niemann has been fantastic for the Gnomes, a huge acquisition for them. But, okay, that adds some context. Again, remind everybody, as we're looking at it, Robin and I are looking at 12 different games right now. You can follow yourself directly over on Chess.com. If you're on Chess TV right now, meaning you're at Chess.com watching on Chess TV, there is literally a button that you can click that will just bring you to the live server and open up all of those games for you. So go ahead and do that if you're into it. Now, I don't know where to go. We said that our key game here, at least in regards to kind of some big names that Chess.com members are used to following, David Klein versus Jose Herrera, is a battle between Mosquitoes and Raptors, which is ironic, right? Because didn't the Mosquitoes actually ultimately win the evolutionary war over the dinosaurs?
Yep. And I was going to bring that up earlier, but I was just waiting for you to say it because I was hoping you'd throw in a Jurassic Park reference as well.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know how believable was the tree sap theory? Michael Crichton. I mean, where are you going with the whole Jurassic?
I thought you were going to hit me with a Sam Neill eats your heart out. That's what I was hoping for.
No, I kind of, I was not a huge Jurassic Park fan as a kid. Not just because I was scared of the T-Rex, but also because of, I don't know, my brain was just not buying it. Not buying it.
Well, you didn't like Newman, I guess. He was
didn't like Newman,
hiding in the stall. But in this game here, Black is waiting for D4. And Danny, we see a Sicilian, but White typically breaks forward with D4, and here White has refrained from doing so. Is it about time? Is he finally going to play D2 to D4 on the 8th move of the game? And what is Black doing? Is it just play Knight F6, Castle Kingside, and play B5, Bishop B7 at some point? I guess you were so surprised that I asked you a chess question. Like, wait, did Robert want my opinion?
Robert wants my... Okay, so first of all, you don't have to play for D4 in this structure, all right? When you've got the fianchetto, it is technically a Sicilian, but also you could go for a structure that's more of a king's Indian attack, right? Playing for D3 would create this pawn chain that you move the knight out of the way. You have F4, F5. These sort of things are a traditional kind of king's Indian attack for White. D4 is the most natural thing to do in the Sicilian here, and it would get us an open Sicilian structure. But I don't know what David Klein's up to. I think he's the kind of player who might be, I don't know, he played A4 to stop B5. I think we might see a D3 and him try to switch gears to a king's Indian attack.
Okay, well, I don't even know if he knows what he's up to. When you play these kind of positions, oftentimes you're just playing with your hand rather than your brain, just thinking, oh, let's just make some moves and see what happens. And for Jose Herrera, I think the setup is solid this far. He's doing well with clock management, and that's a good sign for the Raptors.
Well, David Klein is kind of in control of what type of game this becomes, though, right? So even though Herrera is doing well on the clock, I think that the reason why he's thinking now is because how you develop your pieces and the plan you choose here may depend on whether you think White is going to go for an open Sicilian or whether you think we're going to get a king's Indian attack type of structure. If I had to guess, maybe now that I look at the rook on E1 and, so if knight F6 is played, it kind of makes more sense to play D4 and open up the center here and, play basically what's like a G3 Najdorf, where White is playing a more positional approach rather than, things where you castle long and go for checkmate, my style. A4 prevents B5. The bishop on the long diagonal makes it a little bit difficult for Black to develop the queen side. This is a very, what would we call it? A very, very safe approach. I mean, it's a sound approach. It's not the sharpest open Sicilian you can get. And maybe that makes the most sense now that your rook's on E1.
I think exactly. The rook on E1, what is it doing there unless you're trying to play D4 and have the rook on the good square? And B6 has been played, trying to say, okay, you can't get an E5 in just yet, which means I can put my bishop, fianchetto my bishop in the long diagonal, challenge this bishop on G2, and then later play knight F6 and castle kingside. So I like this decision by Jose Herrera. He's just saying, all right, it's fine for me. A queen takes D4, hits the G7 pawn, and trying to get E5 in. I'm curious about that, actually. Queen D4. Okay. Let's say you go knight F6 to develop. I go E5.
Yeah,
these endgames are often hard to fully evaluate. And why do I say endgame is if, we often trade on, let's say, knight takes E5, knight takes E5, D takes E5, queen takes E5, we trade queens on E5. And is this that much better for White, or is Black going to be okay?
Yeah, I think Klein is going to pause and think here. That's what he's doing. Because I think this is a big decision. I think these endgames, as you said, are deceptive, right? Because you think the queens are traded, how dangerous could it be? But suddenly moves like, I don't even know. Okay, bishop f4 is maybe risky because of bishop d6, but I want to point out maybe not, because bishop d6, there's even weird lines where you take e6 and win the bishop.
Yep, and unfortunately it's a moot point because he took on d4 with the knight, but it's an interesting discussion that should be had. You should always consider things like that.
Yeah, sometimes those endgames where one side has the initiative can be very, very dangerous, where, again, it just kind of lulls you to sleep. You assume you're safe with the queens off the board, but you got to be careful. Now, because the bishop is on b7, challenging g2, we're probably not going to see fireworks with e5 in the immediate sense, but you can still see ideas with knight d5 and knight f5 on the agenda, not just to go crazy, Mikhail Tal sacrificing, but there is always those ideas on the table when the king is still on e8 and the rook is on e1, just to highlight some weirdness, right? Okay, queen g4 is played, and now e6 is also under pressure along with g7. And sometimes you get ideas where, I guess I'll just show it, right? Something crazy like this happens. Even if you develop the knight and I move the queen, you can't castle without ever losing this bishop. And white is only going to continue to bring more pressure. So I think that black is probably totally fine here, but these are tactics you have to watch out for in any of these Sicilians when there's a rook on e1 spying the king on e8.
Yeah, and the good news for black right now is queen takes g7 is not actually a threat. So let's say I make a move like rook c8, just a random move. Then you go queen takes g7, and I go bishop f6, and actually win your knight on d4. So just because it looks like a pawn is under attack doesn't mean it is. It's tactically defended for the time being.
Right.
A move like pawn h5 is also possible for black, saying, hey, go take on g7, now I'm trapping your queen. Good news for me. But then h5 has the downside, and there he plays it. So he's played h5. But it has the downside, meaning you're probably not going to castle kingside after you push your pawn to h5.
Yeah.
So inducing that move might have been what David Klein wanted, actually.
And we see the queen immediately coming back to e2 because it spies a6 and points out, as Robert said, if you played h5 and that means you can't castle anymore, castling long, I have other weaknesses to target over here as well. So Klein's quick moves and confidence here make me think that...
it makes you inclined to believe that his position is good?
It makes me inclined to believe that evolutionary history will repeat and the Mosquitoes will get the last bite.
Buzz? I don't know. Laugh? I mean, you're just making a weird Dr. Evil thing that I only just caught out of the corner of my eye. Made me a little uncomfortable, honestly.
All right, well, Klein quickly plays h3, which is also a useful move in this structure, by the way, because if black ever plays h4, you can now respond with g4 with the potential of a very, very big center on the queen side. So, all right, anyway, there's a lot to go here, but the position's still roughly equal. I think from a practical perspective, we like Klein's chances here. A little bit harder, I think, to play a position with black when your king will never have long-term safety. Just from like the perspective that eventually we all get under time pressure. Eventually tactics happen to all of us, and just the chances of blundering, even if the engines say it's roughly equal, go up when you don't have your king safe. So we'll come back to this, Robert. I'm spying a whole lot.
Okay.
Probably several other games that are already very far along and potentially very exciting. So this is our key game this round, but shout out if you see another one you like.
Hans Niemann's game for sure looks interesting. And by interesting, I mean extremely one-sided in Hans Niemann's favor. You just have a free attack on the king's side. Look at this. All his pawns are joining the party.
Yeah.
I honestly can't think of a worse position that white can get. I mean, what is happening in this game?
I can think of a worse position white can get.
You know, when the queen was on h1 in our chess bros versus
Oh my God,
Chess.com.
why do you keep talking about that?
Because it still hurts.
And
you told me that I should talk about my feelings, okay?
Oh my gosh. How do we consistently play better chess, though, than the chess bros and find a way to lose that match? Like, it's just ridiculous.
We're super talented. That's how.
I don't even know.
Okay, look at this. Look at this position, Danny. The bishop on g2 is a glorified pawn. The bishop on c1 is worse than a pawn. This is
a fantastic game right now. And also look at the clock. The thing about Hans Niemann that is so impressive, and again, he did just lose, apparently, a very good game that he played in game one. But I mean, he seems like the favorite when he goes up against any grandmaster in this format. The time control favors him. It's fast, right? He's obviously very well prepared. You know, should be a grandmaster at this point. He's playing at grandmaster strength on a regular basis. So, anyway, no, this is just a great position for black.
Yeah, and well, the question is, how do we turn great-looking positions into winning advantages?
Yep.
For starters, a quick material count shows the black's up a pawn, right? There's no B pawn for white, which I didn't even think about to start. And he just bring his knight he went to E7, which can bring the rook into C2 or the bishop into C2. That knight can go to G6 to H4. White's position is truly terrible, and we talked about Gajewski being a very strong player. But
bad.
Hans Niemann is making him look like a beginner.
Oh my
Knight
gosh,
A1!
when you have to play the move Knight A1.
Oh, gosh.
Ugliness, ugliness.
Rook C4 is a move, just hit the D4 pawn if you want it, and then bring the other rook to C8. He goes King H8, so eventually he can play Rook G8.
Making a nice prophylactic move, get the king off of any potential tactics. At this point, Black is kind of playing with house money, can afford moves like King H8.
This is hurting my brain and my eyes, if I'm being honest with you. Hey, there's, do you want to stay here, Danny? Is this one where we want to be? Or
well, I think that Hans is in control. We actually do have a result. If we head back, the good doctor Bassem Amin has helped Sweden in their quest to stay amongst the Central Division leaders there. Wins a very, very quick game here against Valsecchi. I'm not even sure how it happened, so I'm going to quickly show it. It was only 28 moves. Here we have a King Zine attack. This is actually the kind of structure I thought we might get with Klein versus Herrera, but instead we had an open Sicilian. But okay, this is the danger of what can happen to Black when you've got a pawn chain that supports a very, very fast kingside attack. Look at this move G4, forces the exchange sack, and then everybody comes to attack over here on the king side.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't even know what Valsecchi should have done differently out of the opening, maybe besides rook f5, but then he gets his queen in a big trouble. Oh my gosh, he plays the move knight to d4 and traps his own queen at the last second here. Look at this move, knight d4, bishop b4.
Well, that's a queen trap for you. Not good news at all for Valsecchi, but Danny, not good news at all for Hans Niemann. As soon as we go away, he starts making bad moves, and he lost his f4 pawn. E3 pawn is also for the taking. White can now play rook c1 and do things like that. What just happened?
Literally goes from Black as crushing, and it feels like White is just moments away from resigning. I mean, a position where Black is in complete control, up a pawn, offers a queen trade.
You take your foot off the pedal, keep going a move here, and then queen c4, forgetting about queen d6.
Wow.
Trying to scoop off the f4 pawn.
Yeah, Black is probably still okay here if he can find a way to protect it for, or even take a6, which he didn't do. I don't know why he didn't. I mean, I'm looking at a6, e2. There's still a lot of things hanging, but instead he plays rook c6 and just gives the f4 pawn for free.
Yep.
I mean, that's really the biggest blunder, because when the queen takes f4, White is suddenly threatening queen h6 check as well. So Black guards it with bishop h7, but now Gaevsky is turning the tables.
His move bishop h3 was also very weird by Gaevsky. He just gave him the e2 pawn.
Yep.
For no real reason. And now Hans Niemann took it and put his queen up. What is happening in this game? These are two extremely strong players who have decided to get things to be quite funky here, and I think they're misplaying this move after move here.
Yeah, both sides. I agree. Gaevsky doesn't look rattled. We rarely see him nervous on camera. But now he's taking a moment because he still has to figure out, can I take e3 or not, right? The issue here, everybody, is if you take with the queen, we're going to trade, and I think bishop takes d4, although, as I say it, e7 is also hanging. So maybe I'm just wrong. So he's thinking here, why if he can do that, why not just take with the queen on e3, actually? Oh, he takes with the rook. But I think that might have been a mistake. I mean, if we look at the live board, taking with the rook allowed the evaluation bar to slide a little further in Black's direction. What's the best move here? Feels like Black must have some way to take advantage of the queen being on the f-file, having to guard the rook on e3.
So probably knight g6, actually.
Knight g6 actually looks really strong.
I just attack your queen, and then I play, if queen h6, I can play bishop g7, and how's your queen going to protect that rook?
That's a key idea. In fact, you can play bishop g7 even if they play like rook takes g6 to try to remove the knight, hit the rook. You still have a move like bishop g7, intermezzo, hitting the queen. And
but your rook on f8 is actually hanging, so maybe I forgot about the bishop on a3.
No, I don't think it is, because if the bishop takes it, you have rook c1.
Oh, gosh.
The bishop on a3 has to guard the c1 square.
Wow, this is a ridiculous position. So he ended up going bishop g7 instead.
Right away.
And now white can play queen g3, which hits the g7 square and forces a queen trade. And
that might actually be a big problem for Neiman. Maybe he missed his win.
yeah, this game has been all sorts of crazy. Wow, all these lines have been hectic. But Neiman went from just controlling the whole board. Look at white's pieces actually have space now. Earlier, they had nowhere to go, nothing to do. And now we've entered an endgame where even material, but this knight on a1 is still terrible. I mean, that knight needs to get back in the game somehow. Yeah, I don't know.
He has a critical decision to make, though. Do you emphasize bringing your piece that's out of play back in, or try to calculate some sort of tactic here? I feel like Black is probably debating whether he can play bishop takes d4 now, skewering the rooks.
The only two moves I consider are bishop takes d4 and knight f5. Those are the two move candidates here.
Right. If knight f5, that's a strong move, because if the bishop takes f8, you get to pick off e3. And if white trades here, you get to take with the rook and save your tower. I actually think knight f5 looks very strong.
And bishop takes d4, the point will be rook takes e7. And then you can take the rook on g1, of course, but after bishop takes g1, then white can maybe just take back. The c1 square is under white's control.
Yeah, that's a key point. c1 is guarded, so there's no way for black to win material with rook c1. So I think you're right. I think knight f5 is... Oh, and as we say, it's got to be the move. Hans Niemann plays it, but Gajewski playing very quickly here. We see he needs to, because he's down to a minute 25 on the clock compared to nearly 4 minutes for Niemann.
And look at that knight on a1, Danny.
This is such a strange position. I love it. The knight on a1 is completely trapped and out of play.
Can black just play b5, b4, b3, b2, something like that?
Let's push him, baby. I
Go
love
full
it.
Yaz.
In fact, this bishop on h7 controls every one of the critical squares. I think this is a key point. Niemann, as we can see in the live board, is thinking for a second. No, he settles on rook a3, and there we see, with it, he might be losing his advantage. White's evaluation bar fighting back for territory here. I think you were right, Robert. I think b5, just being straightforward, was just the money idea. Just push the pawn.
Looked pretty strong to me, and instead he goes for this. But all right, the knight on a1.
But now it can come to c2, and he does it. The knight's out. We have freedom.
That's bad news for Hans Niemann. He took a6, but now there goes knight b4. Bishop takes f5 is possible here, probably a rook e7 check idea. The d5 pawn probably can't be protected, so I can put my rook on e5 after taking on f5. Seems like white's totally back in this game.
Yeah, 100%. And despite being down a pawn currently in the live position, you're going to have, okay, there's knight c6, there's rook e7, there's rook e5. That's a fork of the d5 pawn and the bishop. Looks like white is going to win back material, but the risk is if you go for an endgame where it's just bishop versus knight, perhaps black's a pawn will be a huge advantage. And again, I think the biggest worry if you're a fan of Poland is Gajewski's time here.
Yeah, he's very low on the clock.
Say that again?
Oh, I see he's very low on the clock, and then you stopped, and I got confused. Did I do something wrong? Did I say something bad? Sorry, Danny. But here we see that he's going to win this d5 pawn, and once he gets that pawn, it feels like he shouldn't be in any trouble whatsoever. Yeah.
Well, now this is one of those worries where you start thinking that the rook and knight can work a mating net. Okay, he plays knight c6. I wondered if knight takes d5 and something with rook e7, even on rook takes d4 check was possible. But instead, he decides he wants to keep the d4 pawn with knight to c6.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't know if that was right, though. It looks like he may have to give up d4 anyway.
And
rook e6, okay.
So he's trying to go king g5. He's trying to like mate his opponent.
Yeah, dude, I like it.
Knight e5 is a threat in many variations, so you have to watch out for knight e5 and then rook pinning. Mm-hmm.
Look at him weave a web here with less than 30 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, it's actually starting to look uncomfortable for the black king.
Yeah, look at he's nodding to himself. He's like, "You got this. You got this, Gajewski. You got this."
Does he call himself by his last name?
He calls himself by his last name. You got this, Gajewski. You got this.
So rook c7, I think, is the only move for black. You need to make sure that rook d7 doesn't come winning that bishop. And after rook c7, rook takes b6, black can go rook a7 and get your rook behind the pawn. And I don't think that Oh my gosh, rook d7.
Rook
What was
d7
it?
is just money.
Because I think Hans is assuming he played rook a4 here, but I'm pretty sure that black is going to get mated.
Yeah,
Rook
black's
takes
going to
f7
get
check.
mated before you get a new queen. Let's see if he can do it, though. He's only got 20 seconds. Maybe
He's
he'll show some
knight
emotion
d7.
if he does it.
Knight
Now you can
d7,
move
it's
the rook.
mate.
Rook e8's
It's
mate.
mate. Knight d7 to f6.
Knight d7 to f6, and you can't stop it.
Oh, you have to go rook a8 to stop rook f8 checkmate, and then knight f6 check, rook h7 checkmate. He just walked into a
back.
mate.
Leans back after that one. He just stole a victory from the young American.
And
What a
Hans
game.
Niemann, 2 games in a row, having great positions, and he's going to lose both of them because he just didn't see his opponent's plan, and he had plenty of time on the clock, moved too quickly, and Gajewski steals that victory.
Yeah, the comfort that Hans has in this rapid time control kind of backfiring there. He's playing too quickly in the critical moments and blowing advantages. Shout out to Gajewski for pulling that one off, though. All right, we've got several games still going. Big surprise, our boy Hellers is one of the last games there. So he's taken on Alexander Moisenko. They've got a knight versus bishop ending. Our key game, though, of the round might be the most exciting one left. Look at this position with David Klein versus Jose Herrera.
And 3 seconds left for Herrera. He just got that move off. Rook takes h5, which means that white's going to take the queen. And look at this. Black's up a piece. Jose Herrera.
Though, yeah, Herrera is in great shape, actually.
The dinosaurs live.
The dinosaurs, right? This is like Jurassic Park 5, right?
Hey, Danny, important point here, though.
Oh, he's winning the bishop on a6.
Oh, he blundered.
He blundered it. Herrera walked his king into the fork.
I was about to make an important point about how this is if you go h4 at some moment and you force that g pawn onto the h file, the dark square bishop.
Corner. I know where you're going. I know how your brain works.
That was bad. That was really bad. We just talked about the dinosaurs would live on, and I guess a draw still means you live on, but you don't live on in glory. You kind of have to hang your head.
You don't. Mosquitoes bite again. You know that only female mosquitoes bite?
I did know that, actually.
You know where you learned that?
Not you.
From my 3-year-old daughter who's watching Wild Kratts all the time. She gives facts like that at the dinner table. And it takes her like 5 minutes because she's trying to remember the information. It's hilarious.
Oh
man. What a game, though. It's likely going to end in a draw. David Klein benefits from the blunder by Jose Herrera. We're not going to go anywhere, though, because now I'm wondering if... Okay, king g3 would have been a funny turn of events. You're threatening rook h2 mate, but you almost get your king mated.
By the way, Tayyip, who is always doing guess the move, said that Klein actually missed an easy checkmate earlier.
Really?
In this game. Yep.
We'll back up and take a look at it. Shout out to Tayyip99. We'll let all those of you that are actively guessing see your username on camera pretty soon after our next break. We see you, Tayyip99. You're rocking it with a big score.
Same with Spectre. By the way, Spectre, every single Pro Chess League match is up there at the top of the guess move leaderboard.
Well,
Probably,
I'm used to seeing Dragon B70. He must be sleeping in today.
And Spectre, I think, won yesterday, won the $50. So
yeah.
Trying to steal all Chess.com's money. And by steal, I mean win. Earning. Not steal.
Earning. We got almost 5,000 of you earning a shout out here across all of our platforms. Thanks for tuning in to Chess TV. We got active chats across the board. We appreciate your support and your viewership. Unfortunately, this one not going to give us a surprise or a fascinating, fun ending. It's likely just about to be a draw. But I try to say that to see if I can commentators jinx somebody into blundering.
Haven't there been enough blunders in this game? White missed a checkmate in 3 moves. Black blundered a bishop.
What move number did White miss a checkmate in 3 moves?
Move 36.
Okay, we'll back up when this game is done and show you. I think that move is simply a draw offer. I'll be shocked if we don't just have the result.
Jose Herrera offered a draw. I don't think David Klein saw that the draw was offered.
Is he playing for a win? He's talking to somebody. Let's hope he's not just talking to himself, because that looks like quite the animated personalities in his head if that's the case.
There it is.
The draw agreed, but thanks to Tayyip99, one of our top guessers, he shouts out that there was a checkmate missed here on move 36. The move rook to g1 was played instead of a forced mate of just rook to d7.
Yep.
Whoa, That's not even like a tough find there, actually.
No, that's.
I mean, I'm not trying to, that's like literally just rook d7 and the king moves anywhere and we have queen f7 mate.
Yep.
I mean, yes, it's technically a mate in 3 because black can throw in the bishop, but that's just for kicks and giggles. I mean, the mate is happening no matter what with queen f7.
And he had 34 seconds left at this point, and he didn't find it. So something went really wrong for both of these players, because if you just go forward 5 moves or whatever, after the queen trade and the bishop blunder, will show why that was a really bad decision by Jose Herrera here, is keep going.
Yeah, well, after rook takes the
keep
king,
going with the game.
The rook g5, sorry, takes.
And rook d7 check. Bringing the king to the 6th rank just gave away a bishop. If you go back to the 8th rank, you don't get checked. You don't lose your bishop. You're all happy. And you're up a piece.
Back to black. Isn't that a great album? Back to black, black to back albums, black to back blunders here, and we have our key game of the round. Delivers in the form of drama, not necessarily in the form of top chess moves. But we'll be right back. Shout out to all of you, guess the movers, and start round 3 here in week 5 of the Central Division in just a few minutes.
A premium membership at Chess.com will help you improve your game with full access to a powerful set of learning tools. Unlimited tactics let you practice like a master, with more than 50,000 puzzles to challenge you at every level. Our library of interactive chess lessons, created by master coaches, will enhance every aspect of your game. And after each game you play, the computer analysis feature will give you feedback on every move you played, turning every game into a chance to learn. And that's not all. Premium benefits also include unlimited tournaments, video lessons, the Opening Explorer, and much, much more. Upgrade now to take your game to the next level.
Unfortunately, Robert, if you were playing Guess the Move on this board and appropriately guessed the forced checkmate in 3 that exists, you actually didn't get a point for that move because that's not what they played.
You know, it happens when grandmasters miss checkmates by force, but you know, I'm sure that the users who scored the best, Spectre 9-3, again at the top of that leaderboard, Tayeb 9-9 as well, they probably were assuming there'd be a checkmate and they got that one wrong.
Well, Spectre 9-3, Tayeb 9-9, and PS Doorbell are 3 of our most consistent players in the Guess the Move competition that's running all the time. And so let's remind everybody of how they can get involved and what's at stake if you do choose to make yourself a part of the Pro Chess League action. You just head over to chess.com/live and use the command, pull up the games, and start playing. All you have to do is try to play the move on the board before the players do, and we will award $50 to the top guesser, randomly selected through one of the games in each division, and we call it our money game. So you got to play in a number of different games to increase your chances. Of course, the top non-premium members have chances to win premium membership prizes. So very good chance you might win something if you're consistent. The money game is revealed toward the end of our show, so stick around, see if you won some cash if you're a premium member or a premium membership. Let's bring up our scoreboard currently and remind everybody of where we stand. 3 very, very close matches, actually, Robert. I mean, we've done our best to cover the action that catches our attention. We try to find the most exciting games, but I think we're really going to struggle as all 3 of these matchups come to a finish here, choosing where to follow, because, I mean, every one of these matches right now is a coin flip.
Yeah, and if you look at the scoreboard right over there, you see that Norway has 0 points on their 4th board, but Hans Niemann has been taking it to both of the grandmasters that he's faced.
Yep.
He unfortunately has let both of his advantages slip away, and that is why Norway suffers a deficit to Poland. And for the Sweden Wasabis, we saw Ferdinand Hellers trying to defend that endgame in the first game. He lost that on time. The second game, he lost down a pawn to Alexander Moisenko, so that's where the deficit comes from for the Wasabis. And for the Spain Raptors, impressive by Daniel Forsen up top on board 1. He is leading the charge for the Raptors, and they're up 2 points heading into the second half of the match.
Yeah, I mean, it's huge for a team that is really in the cellar for the Central Division, that being Spain. They look like they're poised to right the evolutionary wrong where the Mosquitoes outlived the dinosaurs. Not today, they say. Not today. All right. Well, the games are about to begin here. Thanks for being with us. If you're one of the nearly 5,000 of you that we have, shout out to Facebook, Mixer, YouTube, and Twitch. See how I reversed the order? Of course, Periscope, too. For those of you who like to watch on Twitter, you're one of the very few. The few, the proud, the Periscope viewers.
Is that how that commercial goes these days?
Yeah. The few, the proud, those watching on Periscope. But head over to Chess TV and use the emotes. We've got fun little images for every team. You can shout out your favorite flavor. I'm gonna use one right now. A little PCL hype.
Is there a coffee ice cream flavor? You said my favorite flavor. So
favorite flavor flav. All right. You know, we haven't given the good doctor any attention, despite the fact that he's having a good bounce back week. He had a tough week previously for the Wasabis, but taking on the talented Luca Moroni, rising star from Italy, who competed in our Junior Speed Chess Championship this year, right?
Yep.
Luca also has given interest, wants to be streaming and working with us. So maybe we'll see Luca having his own commentary soon. But right now, he's trying to help Italy stay with Sweden, and he's going to have to take down their board 1 to do it.
And it's hardly a surprise that Basim Amin plays this. We saw him beat Vasecki from a position like this, right? Yep. With it eventually D4, having this pawn chain. He seems to love that, right? These kind of King's Indian attacks with the pawn on E5. That's his bread and butter.
And let's analyze it to talk exactly about what you're talking about here. This potential pawn chain that can occur when d4 happens is very, very difficult for black to undermine because you have this base pawn so far back, so well protected. So you end up trying to go for the central pawn, but in a position like this where you lack normal French moves, maybe queen to b6, other ways to bring pressure, it's going to make that pawn chain very solid, which if that's the case, white then has that closed position, helping you start to focus your efforts over here on the king side. So we see all the black's moves here by Moroni right now, trying to orchestrate counterplay. Rook to b8, knight a7, all these moves are about playing b5 to open up opportunities for the black pieces on the queen side before white just shuts down the studio, goes full P. Diddy over here, and starts rapping like Dylon on h6.
Well, I'm going to be honest with you, Danny, that rook b8 just a couple moves ago was a bad move.
Why?
Because if he wanted to play b5, he could have done that before putting his rook on
look
b8
at
and knight
Dr.
a7.
Wasabis, not for the cough, but for the moves. You're right, Robert. He just shut the front door on b5.
Yep, and there's no backdoor because you just can't get out of this one. As the queen side now is closed down, white is saying, hey, I can make progress in the king side. I can play h4, etc. from the current live position, but I see you want to show that why rook b8 was not a good move.
Yeah, b5. b5 was a move that black should have played when he had the opportunity, as Robert said. Open up lines. Again, if takes, takes. Now, not only do you have the b file that as you see the live position there, black is never going to get now that white has established c4. So not only would black have the b file, but there's other opportunities. There's a4, knight a5, knight b3. You even have maybe outside ideas of playing c4 if you can do it at the right time where white doesn't just close things up. So the b5 would have been much better, as Robert said. Instead, rook b8 was played, and then he regrets it because when c4 is on the board, it's dynamite. I'm sorry I had to. I know that was bad. I know it was awkward, but I did it.
You just sounded like Ben Feingold, which, you know, for better or worse, right?
And man, it's always worse to sound like Ben Feingold. Always worse.
Well, Dr. Wasabis, is feeling better, it seems like. His position looks great. He's the one with all the play. He's calling the shots here. And if you look at the board, what do I mean by that? He can plant his knight on g5 right now, which puts more pressure on the square d5. And then you can also think about playing bishop to h3 and going after the e6 pawn at some moment if you feel like it. The knight on a7, it's doing nothing active. It's purely a defensive piece, stopping the white knight from coming to b5 and then into d6. So that knight a7 stinks. The knight on d7 doesn't really have any true capabilities in the position. I love Wasabis'
I love how you just said that. The knight on... What did you say? The knight on a7 stinks. The knight on d7 does too? I don't know. That was good. Oh, man.
And Wasabis laughing about
see
those
a
knights.
Big smile. Let's remind everybody of who this guy is while we have a second. The game's just getting underway, but he's one of our favorites. Honestly, one of the what do we say about him? I think one of the cooler people, one of the more well-rounded, just nicer gentlemen in the game of chess, and obviously very accomplished, the strongest player in the entire continent of Africa. Last time we checked, and the free agent acquisition by the Sweden Wasabis helping them to be one of the better teams in the Central Division this year.
Yep.
Is he still the highest rated player on the entire continent of Africa?
He is, definitely. And he also is formerly over 2,700. His rating has taken a bit of a dip in recent months, but incredibly talented player and also a medical doctor. Right? We call him Dr. Wasabis. He is actually a doctor, not just a nickname.
Yeah. No, he's it's a real thing. He has a licensing degree. He has a degree as a
oh my gosh, what was F5?
That's desperate.
No way.
Is what it is.
But that has to be terrible.
Your reaction explained how the eval bar was sliding up the board there. Just horrible for black. White is in complete control. But again, if we justify it, I mean, it makes sense. If you look at this position, yes, I know we don't like F5, but white has completely locked down all forms of counterplay, and it's only a matter of time. I mean, bishop h6 can come. You can also try to wiggle your way into the f6 square. Things like bishop g5, queen f4, and then bishop f6, right? I mean, just to show that if something like this happens and you get bishop g5 and then queen f4 and black doesn't do anything, here come all the pieces. We get surgical up in these dark squares and black is just frozen. So, I mean, I know we don't like f5, but I'll actually disagree and say that as bad as it is, I think from a practical perspective, Moroni is feeling that he had to do something desperate to change the nature of the position Yeah, he should lose. In fact, knight takes e6 actually just looks like maybe it's a tactic here with d5. You can also just play your idea, bishop h3, Robert. But the point is, Moroni had to do something. He was getting squeezed by the doctor.
Although getting squeezed and trying to survive is probably better than losing right away. And maybe he's not going to lose the next 2 moves. But if you told me he's losing the next 2 moves, I wouldn't be shocked at all. Bishop h3 feels very, very strong here.
Yeah.
There's so many options that white can explore. And that's, a problem of too much choice. But Dr. Bassem, I think he's going to be able to handle it with a bishop h3, hitting the e6 pawn one more time. If you go knight f8 as a response, you're just putting all your pieces backward. Then
But,
white
yeah,
can
but
play
you've
bishop
also given up
e5.
the e5 square, so bishop e5 looks good. So,
It's just
knight f8 guards e6, but gives up e5. If you play e5 yourself, among other
pawn
things,
takes
maybe
d5.
you can. What do you do?
C takes d5.
Okay, you take d5 and then take d7. That looks good enough.
The silence is clearly indicating that you're like, this doesn't look very good.
Yeah.
It's just a terrible position. And so f5, yes, it was desperate. He was trying to get some air in the position, but it's all going well for white.
Well, we'll maybe circle back here and check in on it in a little bit. But let's take this car downtown, shall we? So many other nice places to visit in Norway. Because if you missed it, we're headed to Norway for the live Pro Chess League finals in May 21st to 24th. So, speaking of things to do, there's the Good Night Pub downtown. I've been there. So, our daily question today. Can we remind everybody of that real quick? Let's remind everybody of the daily question. You can get involved on social media. What would you do during your extra free time in Norway? We're headed there May 21st and 24th. More details coming. It's going to be exciting. We expect to see you there for the live finale. What are some fun activities you'll do in Norway? I'll be at the Good Night Pub, hanging out, maybe with some extracurricular chess activities. But let us know on social media, especially if you're from Norway and have a recommendation for everybody. So, all right, by the way, on the board, knight f8 and bishop e5 did happen. I love it when we play Guess the Move and correctly predict how Bassem Amin's going to win.
Speaking of Norway and exciting, look at the game between Camille Dragoon and Hans Niemann.
I feel like we've been looking at I saw it too, and I didn't want to go back to another Hans Niemann game. We've already done 2 of them, but this one feels like he's on a bit of tilt. Dragoon's position is just, why is Queen H7 not just winning on the spot here? It is.
Yep.
After the king goes to E7, how do we finish the job?
King E7, good question.
I mean, I guess I spoke a little too soon because...
No, King E7 is actually, you should probably play Knight H7. It looks strange, but you're just trying to get Queen G5 check, and the king is not really running away.
That looks good enough. My first instinct, if the king is running away, was to do something like take on c5 and just put a rook on b1 and just kind of sit tight and say, you know what? I've got control over every vantage point here, and your king will never find safety. But I think your move, knight h7, is more forcing.
That also looks really good, actually.
Well, I don't know what Hans Niemann's thinking about. The only move is king e7, because if you play queen to g6, knight h7 is just lights out.
Yeah, you win an exchange, and you're already up a pawn, so it's going to be a winning advantage.
Yeah, we just trade and take here, and white is just up material. But maybe he recognizes that he's lost anyway, so might as well trade queens. Who knows? Yeah, in fact, he does it. I guess I spoke too soon in assuming king e7 would be played, but I think the endgame we just predicted will occur. And,
so you didn't guess the move, is what you're saying, right?
Yeah, white's just easily winning here.
Yeah, you didn't guess the move, Danny. It's okay. You're not going to get the 50 bucks. You're not eligible.
Because it was a bad move. Bad move that he played anyway.
Well, this game is just about over. It feels like Camille Dragoon up an exchange, clean exchange and a pawn. And for Hans Niemann, a tough day just gets tougher. Yep. He's had 2 very promising positions, botched those. Now he's just in a dead loss position, and I think Dragoon will take the point.
Agreed. I'm buying some other options here for us. So many games going on. Remember, everybody, you can head over to Chess.com's live server, not just to play Guess the Move, but to watch any of the other games you want. The Pro Chess League action is in full swing. And don't forget, coming up is that heavyweight matchup, Germany versus France, the 1 and 2 seeds respectively in the Central Division. They will be throwing down in our PCL primetime focus later on today. So, speaking of focus, let's actually give a huge shout out to the Sweden Wasabis watch party. We were talking about Basem Amin's great game that he has going as white here, and that's continuing. Might as well throw that up. But if you see yourselves on camera there in Sweden, give us a wave. I'm not sure if they have our show up, but they're obviously watching all the top players. That's just awesome. I mean, it's like a mini live esports kind of finale that we hold every year to bring the Pro Chess League to a close, and they're holding their own live viewing party every week.
Every single week they have players playing from that facility, so they probably aren't watching, because I've seen in the past weeks, Shirov was there, Basem Amin was playing there, and so these fans, they're dedicated, and they also are receiving the benefit of having these players on site, which is really nice.
Well, we've got Basem Amin's game, but while we have all the viewers here, let's show the other games going on. They're not only checking out the good doctor's conversion, they're looking at Nils Grandelius's tough position here versus Alexander Moisenko. I don't mean necessarily that he's worse, but this is a critical moment here for Grandelius, because you'd like to take the pawn, but if you do so in the end, there's rook a1 check. So this is going to be a big game in this matchup, because you really want Grandelius to score against Moisenko.
And as Grandelius, you really want to play bishop f3, but bishop h3 check is an annoying response. So you probably are going to start instead with pawn to h4, just to give yourself an opportunity to then get your bishop out, cover the h3 square, bring your king to g2. All your arrows are exactly what I was thinking.
Arrows are completing your words.
Uh-huh.
I wonder if we should ever do this without any words. The fans would probably like that.
Well, he went bishop f3,
no words, just the motions.
Sorry,
that got weird. Anyway, I do really like that move. H4 immediately prepares to kind of solve your biggest problem, which is the king on the first rank. So that's a candidate move. Okay, he actually goes bishop f3. Anyway, it's sort of a draw offer, I guess. He's repeated moves now. Grandelius is he in control of whether this game continues? He might be, right? If he does, he plays bishop f3, so he's essentially offered to draw everybody. Will it happen? In fact, it does happen. So that's a little disappointing. We'll choose a different game here between the Wasabis and the Gladiators, but maybe a good result actually, ultimately. Or we're gonna head over to GM Heller's game versus Lorenzo Lodici.
What is going on in this one?
This
Black King
wild.
Is not castled, but it's one move away from castling in either direction. That's the cool thing about this position. You don't know where that Black King is going to end up. And I want to castle queenside, but then I see rook takes e6 as a possibility, as that's not going to be too fun for my king. But maybe I can just give you that pawn and say, you're only restoring material equality. So have that pawn. My king is getting shelter all the way on the b8 square in the near future.
So your favorite line is something like castle's long, you allow rook takes e6, and the point, everybody, Robert's tactic is this move bishop f5.
Right.
So the queen has to move, and then you're going to find safety. But something tells me this is actually pretty dangerous to go for.
Well, don't put the queen on d7. Put it on f8. And just, chill there for the time being.
Doesn't feel much better. In fact, now I got real fun ideas. I'm going to take on c6 and bait and bake.
You love sacrificing other people's pieces.
Hey, Mama said I was born to do it. Mama said, go sacrifice other people's pieces. By the way, this is actually not bad for white.
Agree to disagree, out of respect for you.
You could also play queen a5 right away.
Yep, and I'll do the same thing with king to b8.
Take d3, I check here. Okay, well, it doesn't matter because Hellers has played g6. He's not interested in allowing this idea, but he may lose the e6 pawn anyway. Lorenzo Lodici. Wow.
e5.
This is a full
He's a greedy
commitment.
guy. He wants to keep his extra pawn.
He's playing greedy. He takes after the Yasser Seirawan school of chess.
And I really thought he was going to castle queenside. That's in fact, that was a good moment to castle queenside. Didn't he? Just instead of e5, if castle queenside rook e6, don't you have rook takes d3?
And there's not even a rook e3 check because of queen d7?
Oh,
No.
but there actually there is because
No,
rook takes
rookie
d3
3. Okay,
there.
rookie 3 works.
Oh, I blundered. It happens every now and then.
Hey, you're forgiven.
Thank you. You saw it very quickly.
No one remembers it. They only remember my bad moves. Don't worry. No, castle's queenside wouldn't have worked. He does go for e5 though, but my perspective is you're holding on to the pawn at the cost of what kind of initiative that's about to occur. Knight d5 looks like a possibility.
Yeah, I definitely would have castled queenside. I don't like this. I just don't like having my king in the center with few options of how to escape. And as you just point out, the d5 square is white's
Yeah, there's even lines like this. Like, this is what I'm... Knight d5 here and, like, rook d1.
Looks very
I'm
dangerous.
just pointing out, like, trying to bring as many pieces as I can to the center. If you take, maybe I have bishop hg6 ideas in some positions. But then, you know, maybe you can take here. Okay, so, again, Mama said to sack other people's pieces, but...
Medici is being a little bit more steady in his approach. But okay, black is up a pawn, even though they're not good pawns. One's isolated on e5, they're double isolated on the c file. But if he plays a move like knight d6 eventually, try to trade some stuff off, I don't think black will be that much worse. Right? So
yeah. I think that it's not a bad conversion there by Medici because down a pawn, but in many respects up a pawn, right? Because of all these horribly isolated and doubled weaknesses. I mean, you can see the engines agree on the live board that after queen to c3, white is a little bit better, if anything, and the DG is going to try to convert positionally here. Knight c5 actually makes a tough question. If you move the queen, I can now start attacking the light squares.
Yeah, this is... You can't move your knight from f7. The e5 pawn's under attack.
In fact, on that note, can you even play a move like f4 here? If queen takes, knight e6 is a fork.
Yep.
And the pawn
f4
is
looks reasonable. It looks like he just scoops up a pawn in response. I was going to play more positionally and go after the c pawns, but f4 seems to work tactically if you're into that.
Rook e3 played by Medici, though.
Yeah, he's just clamping down. He's saying your knight can't move from f7. The e5 pawn will hang. Okay, rook f3 is a tempting move here as well. Just rook a to e1.
Oh, I like rook f3. Rook f3 looks good. Rook a to e1 makes sense.
A simple move like h3 just to make sure your king has some space. Rank.
Medici in a great spot here, and Ferdinand Hellers is getting a big welcome to the Pro Chess League. Again, a legend in the Swedish chess community. Not someone who plays actively, not only over the board, but really actively online that often. So this is, in some ways, a practical... we've seen a couple games that didn't go his way because of practical reasons. If you're just joining us, Ferdinand lost the first game on time. Although this game, he is up on the clock, though. So give him that credit against Medici.
Yeah, and for Sweden really needs this one, though. They cannot afford to lose it because I just saw at the corner of my eye, Manuel Berg lost his game against Alessio Valsecchi, which means that despite Basim Amin winning the game, the Italy Gladiators, are getting closer and closer to a match victory.
Yeah. Up 6.5, 4.5. As you can see, the scoreboard updated live. But our Medici cam here. There's another game that's about to finish and is really thrilling. So let's actually back this thing up and head over. Oh, darn it! Right as I said it, he just lost. He was down on the clock, and Queen H3 was played. Arjun Erigaisi proves to be right now maybe the most important free agent acquisition for Norway, and I'm saying that respectively to Hans Niemann, who's had a good year, but today really struggling. Arjun Erigaisi is doing very well for the Gnomes, and he just defeats Pavel Sarnota.
Yeah, and the end position there looks just absolutely crushing.
Yep.
There's a rook hanging on d2. He just gave a check to the king, and there might be a mate somewhere, but at the very least, black has more material to start with.
Back to our Medici versus Hellers game, we've seen a little bit of action. The knight came to f6 and takes h7. So Hellers in big trouble with only a minute on the clock. This is looks like a rook lift is ensuing, and black's about to get checkmated.
Although the good news for black is you can't lift your rook without covering your back rank. Yep. So you take on f7 and put your king on h6 and hope that you somehow survive. Ooh, king h8, not the move I would have played.
We'll stay right here and see if Ladici can figure this one out. I like that move, queen f3. It guards d1.
Yep. So queen d7, you have to, I think. Just
Oh, queen f5, but that means c7 is hanging. Okay, this is just pure time pressure now. Ladici got to figure this out.
Okay, king back to g8. The e5 pawn is poison because of back rank checkmates.
Yep.
So if king g8, if queen takes e5, you think, sorry, if rook takes e5, not queen takes
well,
e5.
either one.
Exactly. I was going to say, rook takes e5, you think you're going to drop your rook back, but you would just take the rook on e5. So here, rook d2. Black is getting some
key, but queen takes a7 guards it.
But rook takes b2. We're starting to trade off pawns where if we get into a rook endgame, there'll still be chances for black to hold, right? If we can imagine a position where the queens are off the board and the c and the a pawns are traded, black is entering a territory where...
I think h3 was key, though, because rook b1 was potentially on the agenda, so now you can actually trade and say, yeah, in fact, here it comes. But now white can be safe, and I think the queen and pawn ending poses more winning chances for Ladici than the rook and pawn ending would have.
Absolutely. You want to keep this queen ending for sure.
Yep.
And here you can even consider pushing your a pawn because your queen on a7 protected the pawn on f2. And
yeah,
now
I'm
a4
surprised
for
he
sure.
didn't. But this works too. The queen can come to a3 and quickly help the a pawn push from behind.
I like that move queen d6 though, because even though black position is bad, you're starting to threaten things. Like an e4 check. It may seem scarier than it actually is.
We see Ferdinand Hellers here under time pressure. Again, if you're just joining us, he already lost a game on the clock earlier today. So while he looks good in that suit, he needs to make sure his clock stays good. Oh, now he's shaking his head, not happy with where this is going. White is about to squeeze this one forward. You can just guard with the king and then start pushing the a-pawn.
Could even have taken on c5 with the queen, because queen on c5 protected f2.
Queen c5 would have guarded f2. Ladici misses that.
Oh, I don't like f3 because that opens up many checks for the black queen. The queen wants to go to d2 with check. Here comes queen d2. Oh, what?
Well, the only advantage is the queen on c4 guarded f1, so there maybe there was no follow-up. Oh, but this has to...
Wait, he just gave away the pawn.
Yeah, this is a bad idea. I mean, even with the two-pawn advantage, this is going to be a much harder endgame for Ladici to win. Okay, no, he's got queen f2, but Ferdinand is back in this thing.
Yeah, this is not easy at all because anytime you push these kingside pawns, your king gets weaker. Queen takes h4.
He just blunders the pawn. Ferdinand. Look at him. He kind of does the boomer shuffle. Okay.
Queen f6. Bring your queen. Okay, king g7 is also good, but you want to make sure you don't blunder into some kind of queen h2, pinning your queen to the king. So bring your queen back.
A lost king and pawn ending. Good call. Now you can play queen f8 if you're Ladici.
And the black king just can go back. King g7, king h7, squares like that. And the white king is so exposed. This is unfortunate.
You called it with f3. That was a bad move. But even the move before that, he missed queen takes c5 holding the pawn. So we won't talk about that now. But Ferdinand is looking to get on the board for the first time today for the Sweden Wasabis.
And he's doing better about his time management because he's actually gained time on the clock with the 2-second increment. Whereas in that first game, he ended up losing on time. Clearly not used to this time control in the online format.
The queen on f3 is very well placed for Ladici, as I say that as he moves it, because she guarded h1. So I thought you would try to run to h4 with the queen on f3. Now you might have to settle on retreating, because playing g5 is very risky. It closes off all your advancing avenues. I think the white queen should go back to f3. Now go to h3 on the check.
Check, go to h3.
Okay, or g3. Your queen guards the backdoor check, so you might be able to get away with... then queen e1 and queen e7 would be mate if you go to g5, lol. That's how I mated myself one time.
I believe that, sadly. 3
times the charm here. Ferdinand Hellers is benefiting from the fact that the position has repeated itself. He letting out a bit of a sigh of relief, a bit of a chuckle there. Grab some coffee. And there you go. He holds it. But again, this was one that Ladici gave up, everybody. If you're just joining us, shout out to Hellers for holding it. But probably the most obvious solution, Robert, was back in this position where instead of just playing the move queen takes c5 to guard the pawn, you would keep the a-pawn, not allow queen takes f2. Queen takes c5 on move 47 would have been game over. Ladici holds on to the extra pawn, and the king is perfectly safe. Instead, he settles on guarding the pawn, not only with the king first, but then also by advancing his own pawns. And that's a good lesson for everybody, right? You really want to avoid this exact scenario where your king can no longer be shielded by the Peshki here. That's how you give your opponent drawing chances. So,
There's still a game going on?
What?
There's still a game going on.
What? Oh, we have a game going on. I'm sorry. I thought round 3 was closed. Let's head over there. Daniel Forson. So, oh, and he's mating him on the board.
Why is this game being played out when white's up a rook?
Okay, let's see if Daniel Forson is gonna make it. It was checkmate. Is he okay?
I'm very confused. That was I don't get what just happened. Forson won the game. So
wait.
Yeah,
Forson won the game. The board is flipped.
Well, the board's not flipped. That's white checkmate.
I know. I was looking at the opposite way. Never mind. I was looking at the username Klein and looking at how white mated black and just the way that looks optically on the board.
Does that mean it's time for a break?
Can we get a, I shouldn't show this because they're not sponsoring our shows. You don't get any free advertising, FitAid. But if you want, you can call us. Sponsor the Pro Chess League. I love your beverage. I drink it every day after a workout. We'll be right back. of the games we didn't get to focus a lot on, Robert, was Jan Ludwig Hammer's first win of the day. And we had a pretty active leaderboard over there. We still see Tayeb 99. That guy's everywhere. But otherwise, a lot of other newcomers. Again, when you see guys like I am OSUJI and Tayeb 99, I'm going to guess they're a little bit better than 1,200 rated to be putting up those kind of percentages.
Yeah, they're in it to win it, clearly, and Tab 99 in particular. Just probably not playing too much, getting underrated at the initial Chess.com rating, but doing a very good job at guessing the move.
Well, he's among the leaders every week and maybe fighting for that cash prize. Let's remind everybody you can do it. You can make that money, homie. You can win it. You can do it. And if not money, you can win a premium membership. Speaking of winning big games, let's talk about the key games coming up, because the Gnomes versus Hussars matchup is tied 6-6. Probably going to get a lot of attention as Bartel takes on Hammer here. I'm looking forward to this one, Robert.
Yeah, it's going to be a great matchup between two extremely talented players. Ludwig Hammer really doesn't need that much of an introduction to an online audience. He's been a streamer. He's been over 2,700 in the past. He's been on Team Magnus. And Mateusz Bartel, very strong Polish grandmasters, won some prominent international events. He is looking to take down Hammer and help Poland into the playoffs.
He's also a very good table tennis player. Okay, I don't know whether Moisenko or Bassem Amin play table tennis, but we're going to have another game to focus on between the Gladiators and the Wasabis. It's also a decently close score, meaning I think still the door is still open for the Wasabis, down 7-5. So both of those key games will be huge as the Gnomes and the Hussars and the Gladiators and Wasabis face off.
Yeah, the Italy Gladiators up 2, the Poland-Norway matchup tied, and of course the Spain Raptors running away with that one. Thanks to Daniel Forsen, we saw him checkmate with Rook and King versus Rook. You don't see that too often in Grandmaster play, but I think our energy will be spent on the closer matchups, and I'm really excited to see this one finish.
Yeah, I can't wait to see what happens between Bartel and Hammer. We know it's going to be some high-level chess. That's a board one on board one action over there, as is Moisenko versus Amin. So tune in here. This is round 4 in the Central Division, and coming up after this next set of games is our PCL primetime matchup. The Germany Bears trying to reclaim the top spot in the Central Division over France. France versus Germany is going to be the big focus for us for the last couple hours of the day. Of course, it'll all come down to a board one battle between Ateni Bakro and Georg Meyer. Could be some awesome stuff. So, all right, the games are underway. Round 4 has begun. Bartel versus Hammer. Here we go. Berlin. No surprise, actually.
Super exciting game here in the Berlin. It's symmetrical for Bartel. He's probably going to try to work little advantages that come via having the first move of the game. And the symmetry helps Black say, okay, where's White going to create a breakthrough? It's not easy when there's no pawn challenges to be had. And so what typically happens is Black either routes his knight through e8 to open up the bishop on c8, or plays bishop f6, brings the knight to f5, and then tries to play the d pawn forward and get that bishop out.
He goes for the knight e8 plan, as you mentioned, and still a flexible move order, because it doesn't mean that a move like bishop f6 is off the table, but most likely we'll see the knight try to come to f6, move the d pawn, complete development, and then fight for equality. You highlighted that the structure is completely symmetrical, right? We've got this 4-on-3, 4-on-3, but what are the dangers in a structure like this, right? I often highlight that whenever there's only one open file, whoever gets control over it can control the destiny of the board, and so it doesn't mean that it's just a dead even draw, but both sides will have to be fighting pretty hard for the only real open area of the board here.
And White is first to that, of course, with the rook on e5.
Yep.
And bishop c5, a move to gain space. When you play d6, d7, d6, your bishop on e7 would be locked in by its own pawn. Now, if you play d7 to d6, the bishop on c5, it's on a more active square, and spies on this pawn f2 as well.
Yeah, I was going to say, there's actually an immediate tactic on the board. If you just develop a knight, you have to watch out for things like bishop takes f2 check, and then queen to f6, which is a fork, hitting the king and the rook, and ultimately winning material for Black. So this is kind of a common little tactic. I expect that Bartel will deal with it. There's a number of different ways. You can back up the rook. You can also try to play things like bishop f4, although you have to be a little careful about queen f6 anyway in those kinds of positions. So usually the rook retreats here now that he's sort of done his job of grabbing the open file. This last move, d5, not the only option for white, but what's white's main goal here to really gain such a big space advantage? You're advancing the pawn in favor over developing pieces here. What's the long-term play of having this pawn established on d5?
Yeah, it just takes away squares from black's pieces, and it's not easy to pile up pressure on that pawn. The queen on d1 protects it. At any moment, you can play c2 to c4 to reinforce it.
Yep.
And so the spatial grab is more important than any potential downside. That said, I really like how Hammer has approached this game. Bishop c5 was a very smart move. Bishop e3 by Barteles is saying exactly what you were hinting at before, Danny, that white is already first to the e file.
Yep.
So we can trade some pieces, and white can claim that slight edge based on the fact that you already have a rook on that file. But black has no weaknesses, no pawns to really target. So
Yep.
it's going to be hard to have an aesthetically pleasing position turn into a legitimate advantage rather than just a symbolic one.
Yeah, I like it. And bishop e3, as we said, stops the tactic that was on the board with bishop takes f2 check and then a fork. So black plays d6. Now I was going to say this could just be a big trade, because if takes c5, if black had taken e5, we would have just seen 4 pieces off the board with the bishop trade on f8. So instead, black takes c5. He wants more than just a whole bunch of trades, because this is one of those funny positions, Robert, where the double pawns are actually not the worst thing for black. It opens up the d6 square for the knight, which is a very, very useful square. Knights are kind of the only pieces that thrive in these types of scenarios where you're blockading. And also opening the d file means that maybe this d pawn can be more of a target, less of a strength if you're not careful.
That's for sure. So Hammer saying, I understand this position looks strange with the double c pawns, but everything is fine. But for white, can you play a move like, say, queen to d2, rook a to e? Draw agreed, as I was talking.
Wow.
Like
I love how you and I were working so hard to hype up this game and give them the hey, there's more to this Berlin than just equality, everybody. You hold your judgments, and then guess what they just did? Right? Hey, you want to go for a cold one instead of doing this for the almost 7,000 fans tuning in? Let's just go hit the good night pub.
I hate the draw.
I hate the draw. Me too. By the way, there are nearly 7,000 of you with us across multiple platforms. If you're just tuning in from Twitch, welcome, welcome, welcome. This is the Pro Chess League, the biggest, baddest, most global chess event in the world. And we have teams from the Central Division in Europe battling right now for playoff positioning. So thanks for being with us, and don't go anywhere. So, all right, let's move on to a more exciting game between the Gnomes and the Hussars. We've got Hans Niemann yet again in a wild one against Pavel Sarnota. We also have Johann Sebastian Christensen taking on Gajewski. Something tells me that one's going to be a fun one. And then we've got Iragaisi, the young free agent from India, playing the white pieces against Kamil Dragoon. This one looks a little more lame. So I say we go with Gajewski and Christensen. Joust?
Let's do it.
Joust? You said we shall. Did I say that? Joust?
I said we shall.
We shall. Here we go. We shall.
You're just talking to yourself now.
94 is played. Let's talk about why 94 is actually a useful move. You're blocking the bishop and queen's sort of relationship over here on h7. Put the knight on e4. What?
It's a very thematic move, right?
Yeah.
You know, you put the knight on e4 to blockade that bishop. It looks like pawn f3 is a move that, well, your knight has to move, and you can't take my knight on d2 because there's a mate on h7. So that would force the knight to g5, and then I'm wondering, in all this discombobulation, who is this favoring?
Well, the knight could also go back to f6 in some positions.
True.
Right? I'm not saying you're wrong. Maybe knight g5 is better. I was thinking knight g5 actually feels scarier to me. Because
actually, knight f6 I think
h4.
loses on the spot, Danny.
What?
I think knight f6 loses on the spot.
Okay, how's that?
Knight takes d7.
Queen takes?
And
then just takes c5 and then takes f6. Duh. I was testing you. You passed. The point, everybody, is that after the pawn moves, you eliminate the defender of the h7 pawn and then deliver the goods. So Johann Sebastian Christensen is trying to eliminate dandruff right there. Wearing a hat, let the natural oils in your head and kind of help your scalp. Know that?
Yep. I
Didn't
didn't really listen to what you said, but yep.
Yep, okay. Queen takes d7. Here comes f3. Same tactic could occur, everybody. If f3, knight f6, white does win on the spot by taking c5 and then eliminating the knight. So that means if f3 is played, Robert's idea of knight g5 is still probably the only good move for black. Okay, so the reason I was worried about this is something like queen h5 and then h4. But maybe black can just play h6 and...
Yep.
And if h4, I could even just go to h7. Can I do that? Maybe.
Yeah, you have to go there. There's no other square to go to.
Yeah. Okay, interesting.
And it looks odd, but perhaps white is getting away with it.
Gaevsky takes c5 first, opening up the bishop on b2.
Yep.
I want to go.
How do you take back?
I want to go Lasker double bishop sacrifice, but you're probably not going to let me.
Well, there's no real way to accomplish that anyway, because the knight on e4 can't move, so you don't even need to sacrifice both your bishops. White's just going to castle queenside and go for an attack.
Yeah, I love it. Get the king out of the center, and then try to open things up for these two bishops spying the king side. Time also suggestive that Gaevsky feels confident. He's up 2 minutes on the clock.
Yep.
Christensen here trying to think his way out.
And not an easy position because you can only take with the bishop or the pawn on c5.
Yep.
And after bishop takes c5, once you castle queenside for white, and does do that, now there's problems down the d file where I am threatening to take you on e4. Even if you play pawn f5 to reinforce that knight on e4, I'm going to take your knight on e4 and then take again because there's some pins.
I'm showing it on the board for all the fans. The pawn is pinned. Taking would lose the queen. So yeah, no, it's a great point. Castling long, again, everybody, there is no fork on f2 because there's mate on h7. So the whole attack that is started, honestly, if we want to back up and just show everybody, this particular system, a Kali system, is very much like a London, except when the pawn comes to e3, you don't even waste time developing. And that feels weird saying that, right? Developing, never really wasting time. But the point is, if you get a super solid structure that's all about supporting an eventual remaneuvering of your pieces to get an attack on the king side with the over control of the dark squares, you can sacrifice the development of this bishop. And that's what white is doing in the Kali. Here comes the knight to e5. Here comes the queen out. So the whole idea of this line is really on display in this game by Gaevsky. Ultra aggressive by white to get this type of position where we're just begging for lines to open up for checkmate things to happen. So in the game, castles long now has been played. Queen to e7 responds very quickly by Johann Sebastian.
Yep, and getting out of that potential pin. And f3, there's always going to be some kind of stuff with bishop takes e3. So
what he did.
What's happening? Oh, he's just trying to go queen over the g file and go h4 and try to mate on g7. Oh, this is getting complex. Really, really complicated position here.
Sebastian a little surprised there, we could see. Didn't necessarily expect f3, apparently. But
right. He didn't expect it because the e3 pawn now is weak.
Yeah, the e3, it makes sense, actually, right? If the queen moves, e3 is falling. But what happens if we move the queen, let's say, to h5? You take e3, I mean, still, something like h4 is very strong.
Right.
The knight is overwhelmed. You're threatening to... And by the way, can I show it? Let me show fun line. If you play g6, maybe I can even take g5. Can I? No, I can't mate you. I wanted to mate you on h8 over here. But I guess
you can play queen h6 and just win the game that way.
Yeah. Okay. So a lot of dangerous things for black to deal with on the king side. So after knight g5, Gaevsky's saying he's not too worried about this e3 pawn.
And he's trying to figure out, does this queen belong on g4, g3, h5, or h4? All of the queen's moves that don't lose the queen are viable options because they all either spy the h7 pawn or try to remove the knight from g5 and get to the g7 pawn. So I think that Gaevsky, and he plays queen h5 ultimately, and it feels like a totally good move for him.
Yep.
And I like the chances that he has in this position.
Yeah, and the reason I kept recommending queen h5 in those lines is just because I didn't want to block h4. I mean, this is the most natural thing to kick the knight and keep the party going.
Well, Danny, I'm just looking around here to see, because this is such a critical round.
Yep.
They're tied now 6.5, 6.5. The party's not going to continue going for too much longer, I don't think, in the game between Arjun Aragasi and Camille Dragoon.
We're headed
Because
for a draw.
you're going to look at this position. Although White can still win an endgame like this if you can start pushing the pawns forward and creating inroads for your king. But I just don't see how your king gets in. The queen side is totally locked down.
Yep.
Black is never going to move that pawn on d6. I'm never going to capture it.
And the reason you would never move it, everybody, is because taking or doing anything different would open up an avenue for the white king to go pick up the b5 pawn. So a big part of holding these endgames, Robert, is sometimes knowing what pawns not to move, right? Just sitting tight. And if we sit tight, we should have peace. But let's hope for a blunder.
Well, I mean, a very important question is, if at some moment White plays pawn f4 to f5, how does Black react? Because let's go e takes d6 first, just to put this on the board.
Takes.
E takes d6, f5. And what do you do here as Black?
Yeah.
Because if you take me on f5, my king at least looks like it's getting in. Feels scary. But you can probably play king e7 and try to hold this way.
Maybe that's actually the key line. But I'll highlight one of Robert's points here is that despite it being an equal structure, there is the potential threat of progress, because if you do nothing, the idea is at some point we might take and then play h5. And even though it was 2-on-2, it's not exactly symmetrical, with this being what we call a pretender, meaning a pawn that's not passed yet, but almost a passed pawn. And this would be a winning endgame for White for sure, because in the end, this pawn will distract the king away from what matters over here. So that's the idea of f5. Okay, unfortunately, no, they just face the offer to draw.
Okay.
We are working so hard to make this exciting here, and shame on these chess players for settling on draws. Robert, hold me back. Hold me back.
I can't. We're not in the same place. I'm sorry.
All right.
I'm going to unleash yourself.
Let's go. Okay, so we haven't checked on the other game of the match, meaning here between Norway and Poland. Hans Niemann has been a very, very good acquisition for the Gnomes, if you haven't followed the Pro Chess League as closely as you now will. Not having a good day today, and honestly not in a great position here as White either.
Wait, what?
I mean, he's up the exchange, but I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong.
Well,
Maybe
no, Black went wrong before. Black had an amazing position, and I think just blundered at a certain moment because everything was going his way, and then it stopped doing so. He's down in exchange now, and the problem for Black is it looks awkward for that white king, but when he just went knight b2, he wants to go knight to d3 next and say, your knight's your best piece, and I'm getting rid of it.
Yeah, if that's not stoppable, then the compensation is going out the door.
Right, because otherwise bishop g4 would be a really nice move for Black with a pinned pawn on f3, but White then goes and plays knight d3, shutting everything off.
Knight d3 not only threatens to trade, but also unpins the pawn, so the bishop is hanging. The move I'd like to consider would be f6. Okay, he just played f5, but I was wondering if you could play f6, and if the trade happens, something like g5, and hoping to find some way to keep the grip on the dark squares, but perhaps that wasn't realistic. Instead, he plays rook a5, trying to go after the c5 pawn, which makes sense.
But can't White just continue with a move like knight to d3 anyway? I guess if you start trading more pawns, then Black can hold an endgame even down in exchange.
Right.
But it's clear that White's the only one pressing in such a position.
Well, that's the worry, and that's why, as we see our note on camera, he makes this trade, likely playing from a chess club in Poland, I would assume, unless he's got that kind of decor just in his living room. Stranger things have been done by chess players than to set up something like that in the living room.
True. And a big problem for White's winning chances, honestly, is that this pawn on h4 is cemented on a dark square.
Yep.
Because imagine just trying to visualize the rook, the Black rook is traded, and now trade the bishop. So let's just go. Ooh.
Okay, he doesn't. I thought he was going to, but
so can you go to the analysis board and just
let's
take
show
on
it.
c2?
So let's say the bishops are traded, like Robert was saying, and the rooks are traded.
Let's say you go rook c1. How are you going to win after this? Let's say I go bishop d4 and rook takes c6.
Yeah. The point you were trying to make, I think, was that the king is never in a position to do what you would want to do, which is help the rook somehow, because these pawns are permanent weaknesses to this bishop eventually coming around to win.
Yeah, so actually I'm not entirely, maybe f4 and then just push the e-pawn. It's probably winning for white ultimately, but it's something that I'm noticing of this pawn being on a dark square and unable to move is something that white doesn't love.
I'm not sure you're wrong, though. I mean, I don't know. I mean, that I know the material count makes us look at white having an edge, and we can see the engine's evaluation there right next to the live board that white is obviously favored a little bit, but it's one of those positions where the computers will be biased toward the points of the rook, but objectively, if you just say, what's the winning plan? I mean, put the bishop on f4.
Yeah,
Whether the
actually,
rooks are
rook
traded
a2.
or not. If they're not traded, maybe I help my bishop attack, but either way, white's long-term problems on the dark squares make it very difficult to find a winning plan of ever bringing the king around to help without losing your own kingside pawns.
And this is true with the rooks on the board. It's very important to black because now rook takes c6 is my rook a2 actually threatening a checkmate.
Yep.
And if that's the case, white's certainly not making progress.
I'll just show the mate because, hey, how often do we get to do that? Wait, every time we host a chess show. Anyway, that's the checkmate.
So I think white is a bit immobilized, and that's going to be a big problem. By the way, we have to go to the Gaevsky game because the queen is gone for Gaevsky.
Let's do it.
Queen is off the board.
Queen. He's gonna be sick.
I don't know if he's winning though.
It doesn't matter. He sacked the queen.
The queen is gone, but the thrill is not.
I knew this game would keep us happy. This is we highlighted earlier the Kali system, the attack you try to develop. You don't always have to sack your queen, but if you ever want to go full Gaevsky, this is your opportunity. By the way, white has at least a draw, Robert, with just rook h7 and rook back.
Well, that's what I was saying. I think it is going to be a draw because I don't see anything more.
Don't tell me it's a third draw.
I think it will be.
You shush your mouth when you're talking to me.
I just don't see anything to cut off the g8 square from the black king because the g1 square is covered by the bishop on e3.
Yeah.
And I don't think you can just wait for black to make a couple more moves.
It's a key point Robert's making, everybody, because if you... Oh, my gosh.
Yes, Danny. Say how you're feeling. It's
important
important
to make it so exciting. We don't even need the analysis board because the game's over. I'll just show it. You can't play rook g1, as Robert was saying, where rook h7 would be mate, because then the bishop takes it.
And then you just have to make the same draw anyway.
But where did the queen sack happen? That's where
you're gonna like where it happened. Right here. One more move back.
I see.
He took a pawn on f5.
He took
not
a
even
pawn
a piece.
for the queen. First of all, can we just give at least a little bit of a golf clap for that?
Deserves a huge clap for that.
He gave up a queen for the pawn. Unfortunately, it was nothing but a draw thing, baby. Two loped out rooks going crazy.
Yep. So that one's over, which leaves the only game left in the match is Hans Niemann with the white pieces against Pavel Sarnota. And that game is also looking better for Hans Niemann, of course. He's up a pawn, but 4-on-3, same side of the board, theoretically should be a draw. Practically not always easy to defend this type of endgame. You agree, Danny?
Yeah, no, I agree. Although the H-pawn is weak enough that I think it should be a draw. I don't think white can mobilize the extra pawn, beating this E-pawn with the king fast enough before the H4 pawn becomes a target.
Yeah, although you have to worry about letting the king in with a king E5 and a rook A7 check maneuver as well. So right now it looks like Sarnota just trying to calculate how can he manage his position make his position just stabilize it. And he played rook H1, anticipating that this king E5, eventually king F6 maneuver will not work. And we can show that because, well, exactly what's going to happen in the game. Rook takes H4.
Rook A7, king moves, and king F6 is met by rook F4.
And that would even turn the game in black's favor. So one move too slow for Hans Niemann and his king infiltration.
He'll play F4 here first, though. Try to keep the winning chances alive. And it's not a bad idea because with F4, you now not only threaten things like F5, but also if F4 and the rook moves, now there are chances with things like rook A7 check and then king F6. So I'm actually, I'm surprised he hasn't played F4 yet. I think F4 is as far as
G4.
he does, okay, he gives check first, but he'll play F4 next. And as far as as far as rook and 3 pawns versus rook and 3 pawns endings go, I mean, there's some winning chances here for white.
And there might be some for black after rook G4 now. You have to be careful that you're not. I mean, maybe rook G4 allows F6 check, and you're getting my F7 pawn. But at some moment, there might be some kind of rook G4.
No, but I think that's key. I think the threat you just said of no matter what you do, rook G4 or something else, the threat is F6 check, and then you check and come around to F7.
I think king G7 was a huge blunder, Danny.
Really?
Yeah. I was trying to go rook G4 instead of king to G7 after F4. Because
rook G4 should have been played first to stop.
Yep.
But if F5, you still can't take because of king F6.
Yeah, but after king F6, after F5, I'll take on F5 first.
Okay, and the point is if pawn takes, you just switch over here and draw to the long side and start checking.
Yep.
Okay. This is a very common trick, though, everyone, where you give up the pawn and there's a fork, right? You hit the rook and mate the king on the back rank. So this type of idea is instructional regardless of the fact that we're not actually going to see it. But I think Robert's right. I think king to G7 was a huge blunder, and black needed to be a little more direct in stopping white's advance.
And now actually white's just winning.
In this live position, white is doing great. Pavel is about to take this one back to the chessboard behind him and analyze it for hours, losing sleep.
And that means the Norway Gnomes are going to defeat the Poland Hussars and overtake them in the standings.
Yeah. No, this matchup here is not just our focus because it's tied 7.5, 7.5, as you can see, everybody, but probably no matchup other than the PCL primetime of the week, which will be the Bears versus the Roosters. As you can see, they haven't started. No matchup is bigger than this one right here for the standings. And Hans Niemann, is it poetic? He had a great year and a horrible day, Robert, but he's about to deliver the decisive victory for the Gnomes.
I think his day is about to become great. Despite the 1 out of 4 performance that I'll ultimately have, he's a team player. His team will win thanks to his victory in this final game here, and a big one at that. And Hans Niemann, Norway Gnomes should be celebrating as they look to try to stay in that playoff picture.
Yeah, and we see Pavel is letting the clock dwindle because he's run out of ideas. Going to try to settle for the 2 pawns versus rook ending, but this is an easy win for white. Number of ways to do it. You can advance the king to get closer, and help the pawns. Maybe G7 and rook F8. Yeah. Actually, he goes for the very direct, just G7 and rook F8. There's no way to stop it.
Yep.
Now F6, followed by rook F8. Bob's your uncle.
That's it. Rook F8, and now just move your king anywhere, and black is in the Zugzwang.
Zugzwang. Okay. The slight inaccuracy. It would have been more accurate, as Robert said. Just move the king first and force him to take.
Oh, you go rook takes G7. I mean, I don't know if it's an accuracy, but either way, it's completely winning.
And Pavel looks behind him to make sure nobody just saw that loss. I do that a lot, even when I'm alone in the office.
And Sweden, by the way, is mounting a comeback too, because we just saw Norway win the match. Sweden was down 7-5. Bassem Amin Niels Grandelius won his game.
Okay.
Bassem Amin is still playing against Alexander Moisenko, and Bassem Amin's up a pawn in this endgame with the black pieces.
Yeah, this should be a winning endgame, right?
It's looking that way. The white king is very far away, so you can probably play rook F4 check, take the pawn on H4. That's what he's going for. Yeah,
now the king is cut. Is it? This is one of those tricky endings. You quickly try to calculate whether the white king is cut far enough. I think it is. Rook H1, and now king C4 doesn't work. That was a big mistake. Because king C4 would have allowed a rook trade on C1.
I think no matter what, I think it's already a position that's getting close to being beyond hope.
I'm not sure. We'll back up and look at it. I thought that maybe there was a chance to hold that, but...
Wait a second. This is one of those positions where you check from the sides. At some point, king B. All right, now it's
winning. The pawn is too far up.
Rook B1 check. Oh, wait, that was a mistake.
Yeah, rook B1 check was more accurate, followed by
rook
H2.
B2. Rook B2 now. No, we missed it. He had rook B2 instead of king B2. Just go back.
Rook B1 goes for the winning ending.
Oh my gosh! If we go back there, rook B2 instead of king B2 is a known trick that was available for white.
Okay, we'll show it after the game. We'll stay right here and see if Bassem Amin can convert. Queen b4 is actually game over. This is the Philidor idea. You bring and he finds it. You bring the queen to b4, and the point is rook b2 is checkmate on e1. So that means the rook has to separate or resign, which is what Moisenko does. So Bassem Amin, look at that, all smiles. But as we keep him on camera with the fist pumps, let's actually show that he blew the ending right here. If rook to b2 is played, the trick, everybody, is that the black rook is stuck. If it moves anywhere, you win the pawn. And the reason rook b2 is the only way that does it is because you have to stop the check. You make another move with the rook, you can move the rook with check, and now we get a queen. But rook b2 means there's no checks. So if you go to b1, I'll just take it. And any move with the rook will allow the pawn to be captured. So it's actually a theoretical draw. And wow, Bassem Amin gets away with one there.
Yeah, and the way it draws, like black will just move the king, hoping to get closer to the pawn. The white king can just keep going up the board, like king b4.
Yep.
And as you get closer to your pawn, I'll start giving you checks.
As soon as in fact, you can wait. And as soon as the king touches, you check him away, and then just go right back. And this is the problem. So again, we're in the same position, everybody. If the rook ever moves, you lose the pawn. If the king ever touches, you say, no touchy, no touchy. You can look, but don't touch. And we have a draw. Wow. That's huge, actually, given that the Wasabis needed that win in order to tie the match, and they will take a tie 8-8 in Week 5 versus Italy.
Yep, it's not just Ferdinand Hellers with the tie today. The whole team from Sweden, they have drawn their match against the Italy Gladiators, which is really big for the Sweden Wasabis, especially considering that Poland lost their match and Poland was ahead of them in the standings. So they're still right in the thick of things, trying to qualify for the playoffs.
Yep. Well, there you have it. All three of our first Central Division matchups in the books. Norway with a huge victory. We'll come back with our standings here in a minute, show you why that was so big. Spain gets a victory that, at this point, really just for moral support, for them to feel better. Not ultimately going to help them in the Central Division. But and then the one biggest matchup is still up ahead, so don't go anywhere. Germany versus France, and a Central Division overall look when we return. Now is time for the PCL primetime matchup to begin. As you can see there in the scoreboard, the only Central Division match still undecided is the one we're about to see. Germany versus France. Frankly, the two most dominant teams in the division, so great that this is the week they're playing, and you and I have the call, Robert. I can't wait to see what happens.
Yeah, I'm super excited because the matchups, despite Maxime Vacher-Lagrave not being in it, Etienne Bacrot is an amazing player for the France Roosters. They have local players throughout their lineup. On the other hand, the Germany Bears would look to roar against the Roosters because you have Georg Meyer, a mainstay of the Pro Chess League, as well as players like Arik Braun trying to lead this Germany Bears to a victory over their close competitors in the division.
Well, as the games are starting here, let's actually bring up the Central Division standings if we can, because we seem to have a moment, remind everybody of where these two teams sit, why this is such a big deal. Germany and France are, as we said, the two most dominant teams in the Central. And I'd like to say it's not even close, but it kind of isn't even close, right? Because they're both sitting at 74 coming in, and all the other teams have already played. So those scores, I'm pretty sure, are actually up to date, whereas Germany and France still have more points to put up on the board, depending on who wins today.
Yep. So teams from France and Germany doing very well in this league have funny and very dedicated managers, and their lineups have proven strong week after week.
Yep. Of course, Kevin Bourdie is the manager and pretty well-known face of the France Roosters, and really a lot of general just French chess content. Kevin, known as Blitzstream, does a great job, and he's usually providing commentary. I'm pretty sure that the France Roosters show also being commentated in French at twitch.tv/Blitzstream if you want to check that out. So here we have Yannick Gazzoli taking on Georg Meyer. Weird to say this is a board 1 versus board 4 matchup because Yannick Gazzoli is such a strong player. Nuki, well known as one of the best blitz players on Chess.com, Robert. But we can see the pairings. Gazzoli board 4 for the Roosters, Meyer board 1. We take a look at the exact opposite of the other side. Etienne Bacrot taking on Leon Mons. This is the board 4 versus board 1 matchup the other way. Baby Legs, my favorite username, Maxime Lagarde. Sorry for Eric Braun, taking on Ricketts, Maxime Lagarde here. This is the board 3 versus board 2, respectively. And then, of course, the last one we haven't looked at, Muggsy versus Tom 2310. That's Jacek Tomzak versus Romain Edouard.
And I'm guessing this is the game you most want to look at because the pawn has just been thrown from h7 all the way down to h4.
I'm biased toward dubious pawn pushes or something?
I didn't say it. You said it. It wasn't me. You have a guilty conscience.
Guilty conscience. Well, when Harry gets pushing, he becomes a real wizard. No, that's actually not even a good pun because I don't even like this move. but maybe it's okay for black. You can take and force the split, right? Because white can't take back without the rook falling. So you take, that's what I mean. You force the split of the pawns here because f takes g3 would have isolated the e-pawns, which is why Edouard doesn't do it. Actually, black's position doesn't look bad at all. Can I play bishop a6 and grab the light squares?
Black's position is great, but it's because white went for what he did by taking on c6. That was not necessary and probably is a regrettable decision because look at this. You have all the light squares under your control. Bishop f3 is a pretty annoying threat. But what is funny about bishop f3 is that white can castle after it.
That's a great point. That is a great point. I have to show that. So let's say you do something random. a3 is not a bad move. You stop a check. If bishop f3 is played, white can castle, removing the rook from harm, and the king actually guards h2. It doesn't mean that it's any good for white, but it is kind of cool. So f4 played. Yeah, you highlighted that bishop takes c6 didn't make a lot of sense. We'll back up real quick and show that moment where white chose to play bishop takes c6 because the engine agreed with you, Robert. The evaluation bar began to slide black's direction, which makes sense when white's parting with the most valuable piece on the board in many ways positionally. You're giving up your defender of the light squares. White had other options. Castles was a simple one. e5 was a simple one. Pick the knight and hold the center. But bishop takes c6 is frowned upon in most parts of even Germany. And yeah, I think that black is in a pretty good position now.
Yeah, the control over the light squares that can never be for white. You don't have a light square bishop. And for black, moves that come to my mind right now, I'll just throw out 3 move candidates. F6, knight to d5, just to try to take more control of the d file. And even like pawn to g5, trying to break everything open. I have bishops. I want to open up the position.
Jacek Tomczak always looks like he's trying to do a Hikaru Nakamura number 11 impersonation, just kind of questioning the furrowed brow.
He does seem to keep his his feelings close to the chest here. He doesn't seem like he's reacting too much, but I love his position with the black side against Romain Edouard, a very strong player who was Veselin Topolov's second, even wrote a book about his years in Topolov. But right now, with the white pieces, not a position that Topolov would love.
Knight to c4, bringing in the bishop into c5 next. Oh, but here comes your g5 move. A good one. If the pawn ever takes, obviously e5 is falling, among probably other problems for white. And the point is for Tomczak that if white does something random, you may even be able to take it and play bishop c5 and just keep the initiative rolling here with so many very, very active pieces for black. So I'm liking where Tomczak's at right now. Romain Edouard quickly plays the move knight e4, which is a good move. It guards c5.
But now the rook can come to d3. So not only was bishop c5 a threat with the capture on f4, rook d3 gives black the f3 square.
Yeah.
Where not only is rook f3 check a threat, bishop f3, removing the rook from h1 so my other rook can go take on h2. Oh, gosh, this is not fun from the white side.
No, Tomczak looking good.
I'm loving his position.
He hasn't moved yet. Probably considering rook d3. What other candidate moves here for black? But the main, I guess, lesson, and it makes you wonder, what was the thought process behind bishop takes c6 by Romain Edouard, a very strong grandmaster himself and a pretty consistent performer for the French Pro Chess League teams, to play bishop takes c6. Just, I mean, I wonder if the opening already had him a little bit surprised, sort of an awkward variation of the English where black goes, full h-pawn rush. This is like an opening you see people do in Bullet, where they push h5 and h4 and just all in, and maybe something about this rattled him, because we're not just being critical based on our own bias. I mean, this was clearly just a bad decision to part ways with the bishop here. So, wondering what your thoughts are as far as what his thinking was there.
He probably just underestimated black's play. He thought that I'm going to take the pawn e5. I know that black has compensation because of the 2 bishops and some vulnerable light squares, but he didn't see this one through. He didn't evaluate. It's hard to evaluate concretely when the position is kind of vague, but it became very apparent quite fast that, hey, all your light squares are going to continuously be an issue, and you're not going to have a fun time dealing with them.
Okay, yeah. I mean, fair, right? And speaking of not having a fun time dealing with it, now Edouard has to deal with the rook on d3. Tomczak in great shape right now. Let's take a step back and see what else this PCL primetime matchup is bringing to us. Again, if you're just tuning in, the scoreboard below tells you what happened in the other battles. Spain defeated the Netherlands. Sweden and Italy tied their match 8-8. And Norway, with a huge victory over over Poland, actually leapfrogs them in the Central Division standings. We'll talk a little bit more about that again later. But this position here looking pretty good for Germany. Let's head over to the board 1 matchup for Germany. That's Georg Meyer, as he's known, because he's been... I never understand how he's in so many places at once, because he's always in my office. And I asked him to put it away, to put the silencer away. Not the gun, the silencer. No, I just don't understand what he's doing here. What is he doing?
He's focusing on his game of chess, is what it looks like he's doing to me. And we see
right there. Go anywhere.
We see Georg Meyer on screen now.
How is he
super focused
at once?
He's a very talented individual, Danny. And right now with the black pieces, he said, okay, my pawn on b6 is a backward pawn that white would like to keep an eye on, but the a3 pawn is already under attack. And if you ever play pawn to a4, as was just played, that black bishop might just go into b4 and say, hey, I'm going to remove the guard of your a4 pawn. My knight can go to
Yep.
f6 to e4 if your knight ever gets removed from the c3 square as well. So I'm liking Georg Meyer's position with the black pieces.
Very technical approach to the game of chess, very accurate. That's why he's the stone cold hitman that hangs out in my office. Here we had a Tartakower Queen's Gambit structure, sort of transposition from a Queen's Indian, showing you the opening. Nothing super special for either side. White parts with the bishop pair early under the hopes that the bind of things on the light squares might kind of help, but then doesn't go for the plan. Sometimes you see here is actually to try to get immediately a bishop a6 and trade. Oh, actually, no, I'm sorry. Georg stopped that with a6 himself. I looked ahead and saw that bishop e2 was played and was going to say, why didn't Gazzoli continue the idea of trying to get this bishop off the board? But that's because Georg didn't allow it. He played a6 and castles, and that's an instructive point. Now he starts to open the position for the bishop pair. When you have a dark square bishop that your opponent lacks, typically you want to open up those color squares. c5, a very good move. I'm actually feeling like Georg was in a very comfortable spot from the start, and the clock backs that up. He's up 2 minutes plus on the clock and in a pretty good position here.
Yeah, he wants to silence the France manager, huh?
Say that. Wait, Gazzoli's not
you've been talking a big game.
Oh,
no, but
silence Bourdie. Yeah, Kevin Bourdie. Yeah. For those who don't follow social media, you should do so. Hashtag ProChess there in the lower left corner. That's where most of the Pro Chess League action goes down. But let's say that the French team has made a few enemies for themselves in this division. A couple weeks ago, they said that they were too strong for the Central and should have been moved to the West with teams like St. Louis and Canada, some of the real powerhouses. So I think Germany wants to say something about that. So.
Well, their positions look very good on a number of boards here. We like Georg Meyer's position with a slight advantage. We'd say I'm liking Eric Braun's position with the white pieces in his game against Maxime Lagarde because Maxime Lagarde's quote, I'll put attack in quotes, Dr. Evil style, because that doesn't look like a real attack to me. Whereas White's position with the rook on the 7th rank, this other rook on the c file can come to c6 at some moment. The knight can come into d6. Everything looks like it's going White's way in this game.
Yeah, I was highlighting those moves you were saying, and now, I mean, rook 1 to c6 just looks like a no-brainer. Knight d6 right away, as you said, probably also good. This is one of those positions where it's kind of all fluff, no substance, right? Black goes, I don't know where it happened. We can actually back up and I'll click through it, but we started out with an English, a Leningrad Dutch, classic all fluff, no substance, right? Leningrad Dutch is defined as advancing the f-pawn and then fianchettoing. You're looking for an attack, but when White understands this is the structure, these G3 systems are so solid that they almost rarely fall victim to a mating attack that Black would like with E5 and F4 and G5. So the point is, it kind of looks like a King's Indian as Black goes for this attack and tries to go for a big center and a kingside checkmate. But White is so quick to the punch. Just everything about the queen side is already wide open. White is way ahead. So G5 comes too late, and White is already bringing a ton of pressure over here. I mean, honestly, I'll make a bold prediction. I don't think this game lasts much longer. I think that Maxime Lagarde is in big trouble here.
Yeah, it looks very bad for Lagarde. And what do you even do here? Your queen has nowhere to go.
Yep.
Queen F5 is moved by knight to D6. Queen G4 was just played, but H3 comes in. And even knight D6 you can play anyway. You can even think about rook takes F6.
I was going to say, why not rook takes F6 right away and then queen takes D5 check?
Because if it doesn't lead to mate, there's no point of sacrificing pieces unnecessarily, Danny.
Sounded like a lecture. You're not my dad,
it certainly is a
Robert. Because if it doesn't lead to mate, there's no reason to sacrifice unnecessarily, Danny. Oh, look at that. I guess he disagrees with you.
Because it's not unnecessary now. It's perfect. I don't know what the difference was. I don't know what the difference is.
I called the rook takes F6 sack, okay?
Okay.
I don't need checkmate in order to give up someone else's pieces.
So knight D6 played. Knight F7 check is a pretty disturbing threat.
Yeah.
Not to mention the rook on E8's under attack. And rook F8 doesn't actually help because after knight F7 check, you can't take on F7 with your rook. Maybe you can, but I mean,
you're losing no matter what.
King G7, keep going. Queen F8 check.
You want to show a sick mate. And then bishop
Oh.
takes E4.
Yep,
Even better than Queen F7.
that's brutal.
Maxime Lagarde calculating lines like this doesn't have him super happy over there.
Yeah, he didn't really seem on guard this game because it looks like Arik Braun just took him to school here. And you know, your pawns are falling, your king's getting mated,
Yep.
and your attack with all your pawns went overextended wasn't working out.
Yeah, this just looks moments away from Braun. Again, one of the best usernames on Chess.com, Baby Legs, for those who looking to follow this guy. Maxime Lagarde is hiding the smell of his chess in this game. And,
He could just give up. He could throw in the towel.
yeah,
Not a moment too soon.
Cover up that one. Rook A5. Let's see how Braun finishes this thing off here.
So knight F7 check feels pretty strong.
King G7. Oh, King G8. Wait, where's the mate? Come on.
Where is the mate? Let's see. Knight H6 check.
Knight H6 check. King back to H8, and then maybe just Queen 7. Because if you take H6, I have Queen takes E8. And if you play Queen G6, I assume there's something.
Knight F7 check back.
Or Knight F7 check.
You just take on E8 next. Yeah, that's...
Oh, Knight F7 check just does the trick because you cut off the queen's communication with the rook. You're right.
Yep.
Good enough. Okay, he finds Knight H6. Braun's move. He finds Queen D7, and I think that's going to be it.
Yeah.
Tough start here for Maxime Lagarde. But
oh, by the way, we have a result. Oh my gosh, that final position. Oh, look at hide your eyes, Danny.
We're gonna go there
hide
in a second.
Eyes.
I just wanted to see. I wanted to see it all come over, but we have to go show the final position here. What in the world?
Hide your eyes. Your face, your reaction was priceless. You're like, what?
Brutal.
What is this?
Brutal. But Germany and remember, there was rotten it today. Look at they want to. First of all, how did this happen? This is awesome. By the way, the reason he resigned is because there's no way to stop double threats of knight b2 and knight e3 checkmate. They're both mate.
Oh, this probably is a game of the week contender, even though you missed part of it. But
we'll back up and show what happened there. But the the game of the match so far for sure is this one, just for the beautiful ending. Jacek Tomczak gets the W. By the way, as we clicked away, indeed, Erik Braun found the exact combination we discussed. The knight came to f7 to disconnect the queen's protection of the rook, and Maxime Lagarde resigned, which means we have two more games going on here in round one. Meyer versus Gazzoli, and Bacro versus Mons. I'll let you choose, Robert. You take the wheel. Which one you into?
Neither, but let's go to the game with Bacro.
I was going to say, this looks a little interesting. Mons has sacrificed the exchange. It looks to have a lot of compensation. If this knight moves to some square like g4, we're overwhelming the protection of g7 here. I actually think that Mons has a good chance for the upset. But now that would be massive for the Bears. I mean, obviously, they've already started out with 2 points. I don't think Meyer's going to lose to Gazzoli. I think he probably at least draws that game based on the last time we looked. So if Mons can get an upset here against the board one for France, I think they might be calling MBL next week and saying, hey, Maxime, we talked a lot of trash, and now we need some help.
We can't do it ourselves. We need you. And right now, you're right, Danny, that knight g4 is a big threat, which leads me to believe that either queen c5, and there he plays it, just as I say it, to trade the queens off and avoid these knight g4 ideas. And if you trade queens, remember, black is up in exchange, and white only has 1 pawn for the exchange. It looks like more because of the E and D pawns. And there's some threats for black to maybe play knight takes e4 and play f6 to follow it up with, because there's some problems down the e file. And I don't really see how white makes progress.
This is a skewer. Interesting. I don't know that white has to trade queens, though. I mean, you could even just back up to d2, for example. keep the queen on the board. Maybe you threaten queen g5. I'm still obviously obsessed with the mating net on the dark squares. Transparency.
Oh, you're always going for checkmate, even when it will never exist.
But I think queen d2 is actually not the worst move on the board.
No, queen d2 is totally fine, but there's no checkmate coming. Is my
Hey, you don't know that.
such a point. I've been wrong before. You're totally correct. But I mean, on a serious note, keeping the queens on the board for white is an admission that the end games are going to be bad because of the extra exchange for black. And so if you play queen d2, I think black would bishop b5 to keep the knight out of the c6 square, and just try to then even think about knight to d7 to trade knights at some moment.
So queen d2, you play. I'll play white. You play black. I'll beat you. Come on.
Okay.
Queen d2. What are you playing?
Bishop b5.
Okay. Here I go, baby. Queen g5.
So let me guess. You're trying to move your knight so you can go checkmate me on g7. I'll play queen to c2, and then you're probably going to resign.
Oh, that hurts. I didn't see that. The threat is queen d1 check, and then I get mated on f1. All right. Well, queen d2 was played, so I did guess that right. Perhaps I was being a little bit ambitious. Etienne Bacro. Whoa, look at that stare. Oh, my gosh. Look away. God.
And he allowed the knight
He
into
looks
c6.
like a bad guy from like a Jean-Claude Van Damme film.
I don't like that he allowed knight c6, though.
Take me to the chessboard. Jean-Claude Van Damme. Take me to the airport.
When you say bad guy, I can only think of Billie Eilish.
Take me to the chessboard.
He's at the chessboard.
I'm at the chessboard. Where is JCB? All right. Knight c6 is played. I mean, jokes aside, I actually do think that Mons has a great opportunity in this game. A lot of compensation on the board. There's threats of bishop takes f6 here. There's threats of bishop to d4, so he backs up the knight. But wait a second. Okay, I won't mate myself now with queen g5, queen c2, because I'm threatening mate first. But if I want, Robert, I can also play h4, just like play a strong move that frees my king. Maybe h5, h6 is coming. And look at the time pressure. I mean, seriously, this is about to get real wild.
And I didn't like allowing the knight to c6. I was talking about bishop b5 earlier. He allowed it, and he regretted it. You could tell by his facial expression. He's like, wait, what is happening here? And the queen is on b5, which means the bishop on g2 can't move or allows queen f1 check. But can't white think about e6, just blasting open? There it is.
Yeah, here he goes.
This is brutal. Can't take that pawn on e6, and then d7 is hanging. There also will be pins on the diagonal. Oh, he took it. I don't think that's going to work out well. Queen takes d7 is a free knight. And once that knight is captured, there's back rank mating attacks. The g7 pawn's under attack with mate. So I think he's just going to resign now.
Goes for it. It's a huge game right here. I mean, Germany, by the way, already up 2.5 half because Meyer and Gazzoli drew their game. But okay, bishop d5 check.
Yep.
That's over.
And mate next move.
Mate.
So Germany's up 3.5 to half. We have to remember that France was down 4-0 to the Netherlands a week ago and still tied that match. But Germany's not going to see history repeat itself. The French are not going to make a comeback. I think this is already a brutal situation. I know you're going to say, hold your horses, Robert, but I have to be the adamant one here.
No,
I think that Germany is going to crush France.
I'm actually going to agree with you. I think that was I think that was a horrible sign for France because I was going to say, to be fair, Germany's a better team than the Netherlands. They're a team that I don't look to be getting any worse as the matchup goes on board to board. So for France to be down 3.5 half here in our PCL primetime matchup, again, to remind you, this is a battle of division leaders. Coming into week 5 here, Germany and France were tied with 74 points apiece, but it's not going to look like that after today is all said and done. So, all right, don't go anywhere. When we come back, 3 more rounds ahead here. Germany versus France, battle for Central Division power, and we'll be back in just a couple minutes.
A premium membership at Chess.com will help you improve your game with full access to a powerful set of learning tools. Unlimited tactics let you practice like a master, with more than 50,000 puzzles to challenge you at every level. Our library of interactive chess lessons, created by master coaches, will enhance every aspect of your game. And after each game you play, the computer analysis feature will give you feedback on every move you played, turning every game into a chance to learn. And that's not all. Premium benefits also include unlimited tournaments, video lessons, the Opening Explorer, and much, much more. Upgrade now to take your game to the next level.
And we are back here with the Pro Chess League on Chess.com. Central Division Week 5 is underway. As you can see, several of the matches already decided. Spain defeats the Netherlands, Norway defeats Poland, and Sweden and Italy have a deadlock tie-tie. But our focus right now is on the PCL primetime matchup of Germany versus France, because coming in, these were the two teams leading the Central Division, and they have brought many of their best players to play today, Robert.
They certainly have. And for France, they're relying on Etienne Bacrot. They don't have Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, but they do have the very strong Bacrot, and he has many accolades to his name. He was a candidate for the World Championship 2007. Done well in World Cups past. And hey, look how many times he won the French Championship. 8 times. That was before Maxime Vachier-Lagrave came to shine. And for Germany, Georg Meyer, I love his photo there. Honestly, you just got to put the silencer in his hand. He looks like the fat head you printed out.
Yeah, no, he's always looked like he's calculating so many moves ahead. He's not even playing chess anymore. It's playing quantum chess with Keanu Reeves and Paul Rudd. Right, this guy is so many moves ahead of the rest of us. But what's funny is even though he's the top seed today for Germany and I think more well known to the Chess.com community, the best player for the Bears this season so far has actually not been Georg Meyer. It's been Korobov, who is a free agent who was acquired from Ukraine, Anton Korobov. He's currently the division leader as far as MVP races go. This guy coming into this week was 11.5 out of 12 games played. So I think that the storyline that's even crazier is the fact that Anton Korobov, putting up a near perfect Pro Chess League season, isn't even in the lineup for Germany this week, yet they're already up 3.5.
Right, because of course France could say, hey, we don't have Maxime. And then Germany say, well, we don't have Anton. And Anton's been probably the single best performer in the entire Pro Chess League this season. He started with a perfect 8 out of 8. He drew 1 game last week. And so he doesn't have a perfect score, but 11 out of 12 is quite phenomenal.
He also sports maybe the best hairdo of all the Bears, unless we want to give this guy a little bit of a chance there to have a say before it's all said and done, because Leon Mons, I don't know if you've ever seen him on camera, but he is he's sporting the fro. Is that natural or is it a perm?
I think it's natural, and I feel like he plays the guitar.
He must.
He must. Right? He simply must.
He's got some interesting artwork there on the wall. That looks like New Year's 1999. Some fireworks going. But seriously, Leon Mons, he just got a huge victory over Etienne Bacrot. So showing Leon wasn't just for the hair, it was for the shout out to his chess. If you look at the scoreboard there, when board 4 for Germany is getting a victory over board 1 from France, and they're putting together this type of start without their best player, Anton Korobov, it's time for France to put up or shut up, right? Because we know they've talked a lot of game, and it's a lot of fun. I mean, seriously, we're actually, in many ways, I'm fans of France, and I think they actually have. I think when they actually field MVL and Bacrot and Lagarde and Gazal, I mean, I think they have a chance to win the whole thing. But this week, it is it's not going well right now.
And the other week, I actually asked Kevin Bordy when we had him for an interview. I said, well, you're all local, which is great. Would you consider getting a free agent to bolster your lineup? And he was like, no, we're all local. We're proud of our French team. But look what India did, right? India already had Pintel Hari Krishna, Vidit Gujarati, 2 players over 2,700. They went out and got Shakhriyar Mamedyarov, one of the absolute best players in the world. So India is the team that went from really strong to perhaps a favorite in the entire league, with the exception of, St. Louis. So I think that France can even improve their lineup, but they're staying local for now. We have the games underway, and I see Georg Meyer taking on Romain Edouard.
Yep. No, it's an interesting debate, right? Because obviously the Pro Chess League is sort of centered and built around country versus country kind of action, right? I mean, the logos are adorable. We've got a bear there versus a rooster. But really, you know, the focus, I think, for a lot of fans is the German pride versus the French pride. And I think that this week, though, it's interesting because Germany gets to boast, I'm pretty sure, all local players, too. Without Korobov, who's their big free agent, aren't Meyer, Tomzak, Braun, and Mons all German? Pretty sure.
Tomzak is definitely not.
Ah.
That name sounds Polish to me.
Okay.
But I've been mistaken before.
Not once, but twice. I was there both times you were wrong.
He's Polish.
Okay. Besides him. Anyway, but the point is this. So, no, you're right. And France does get a lot of credit for that, for fielding only Frenchmen, right? And that's their goal, is to really have that flavor. But I think if they don't win a Pro Chess League championship, they may shift their priorities a little in future years. And it's one of the things that makes it fun, right? Obviously, teams are required to have at least 2 local players for those who don't know the rules. So you have to have at least 2 Americans if you're a U.S. team, or at least 2 Germans if you're from Germany. But after that, you are welcome to open the door and have a couple free agents, just like, you know, make a comparison to the Premier Football League, right, in Europe. So I think that can a country of all locals win? I think that China has a chance, Robert, right? We know that they bring, you know, all Chinese and just amazing players. I think France has a chance, but we'll see. So interesting storylines to discuss as the playoffs begin.
For sure. And, well, an interesting storyline in this particular game is if Georg Meyer is planning to take that knight on c6. We saw Romain Edouard do that in the first game, and he didn't live to tell the tale.
But a different position, right? Because, and we should actually clarify that, right? Taking c6 in that structure was a center that was never going to become closed for white, right? So you were literally parting with your most important protector of the king side in a position that was about to become wide open. In this case, the structure is so closed that white can get away with this sort of sacrifice, if you will, of the light squares in exchange for the weak pawns, because the position isn't going to become one where black is just quickly on the light squares checkmating white.
Right. And he has done it, right? So he's taking on c6, queen a4. This is a known line, and it's a topical line, because look at white. He doesn't take on c6. Why does he not take on c6? Putting your queen on the light squares is vulnerable to something on that long diagonal with rook b8, bishop to b7, and you don't want to open the diagonal for the bishop to begin with. It is worth a pawn to give up for black to get the control over those squares. The bishop on c8 right now doesn't have that great of a home. Sure, bishop h3 looks menacing to some, but it really is just staring at air, not doing too much. It's not like white is dying into castle kingside anyway.
Right. It actually really is interesting to see the contrast and comparison in the last 2 games, where if you're just joining us, Romain Edouard parted with a fianchetto bishop and got absolutely destroyed. If you missed it, I'll just flash the final position real quick. Ready? Look closely. That was the final position as white. LOL. Black was just dominating. So that's what happened when you parted with a light squared bishop to double black's pawns, as they, by the way, stayed doubled the whole game, but white got killed. In this game here, you parted with the light squared bishop for positional reasons, and I don't think Georg Meyer is a fan of getting crushed by checkmate attacks. That's something he rarely does.
Right. He's much more of a positional player. He'll continue this one by trying to pile up pressure on the pawn on c5 with a move like bishop to e3, developing, attacking at the pawn c5. And perhaps the only way to defend that pawn would be moving your knight away from c7, which offers a queen trade. And Georg loves his endgames, and there he does play bishop e3. So I think that Georg is the happier of the 2 players thus far.
Georg also sporting a bit more of a beard than he normally does, by the way. We haven't seen the full Georg. Never go full Georg on camera, he says. But I don't know if you noticed that. He's kind of growing out the beard. There it is.
I shaved. He's growing out his beard. One of us has to, between the 2 of us, we have to average out a pretty sizable beard.
I've been trying to have facial hair for years, but I'm stuck in puberty. Anyway, next game. Let's back this up and move on. Leave Georg to his beard.
Ooh, okay, well, that game is taking a turn. Well,
yeah.
Where do you want to go to now, Danny?
I'm thinking about it. I'm looking at it. Baby Leg's position, interesting. I think Gazzoli's game is the furthest along versus Tomzak.
Okay. There's a pawn on b7 that's directly under attack. And, well, if you take it now, the knight on c6 is under attack, the rook on a8. There's tons of problems for black. So I would go about either defending that pawn directly with rook a to b8, and that was just played. And I was going to say, alternatively, you could think about sacrificing it, but moving your knight away first, so that if a piece took on b7, you then go rook to b8. But he just directly protects the pawn, says, all right, I'm going to keep everything safe and sound. And Danny, when I look at a position like this, I don't know about you, I think, look at that 3-on-2 advantage for white on the king side, and the 4-on-3 for black on the queen side doesn't look as mobile, right? White can already start with pawn f4 here, just to gain some space, maybe go knight f3 next, give yourself a square like h4 or g5. But he's going more like queen a4, and I don't know, I feel like this adventure on the queen side doesn't really amount to much. I could be wrong, of course.
It's interesting. I mean, it's a little bit risky to always be living out of a box because you can't ever find all your stuff. But it's also a little bit risky to go for the queen side when your advantage is on the king side. But maybe the queen has other intentions. You mentioned h4. Maybe the queen wants to go there, get the knight involved. I don't know. I mean, I think the position is just very close to equal, right? It's not, there's not a ton going on for either side.
Yeah, I think both sides have very different intentions here. And the semi-open F file will come to black's benefit. In fact, bishop d3 followed by queen f5 right now is something I'm considering.
Yeah, bishop d3, also, rook moves, queen f5. You got to deal with the pawn. It's actually not so simple.
Right, because if you go f4, I have queen c5 check, and my queen's going to come into f2.
Yep. And f4 is a move that's risky anyway, just because it's, you know, pawn can never return. Right? Yes, in an endgame, you want to use the pawn majority to create a passer, but far away from that, opening up your king may be ill-advised. So this is certainly an option. Gazoli taking a chance to think about it here. Goes for b5. I kind of like that move too, because a move like, okay, no matter where the queen goes, you can bring the knight to e5 next, and then go for your idea of bishop d3 or even bishop g4 and try to expose the light squares.
Yeah, that pawn on a7 is not very important. So knight e5, you say, go ahead, go queen takes a7. I'll play c5. Just push my pawn forward there.
Cutting off the queen's communication with the king side. I love c5. Here comes bishop d3.
Yep. Just looked like a great position for black. And he chose bishop d7, saying, I'm just going to protect my knight. You're not going to take my knight and give me all the light squares. So a bit of a more retreating move, but still a good one nonetheless, I feel
Maybe he has ideas of b4. I mean, it's sort of strange. You're splitting your own pawns, but tactically, if b4 happens and you get the knight in, maybe you can head to d3.
Yep, and bishop b5 is a threat there as well.
Oh, plays a5, though. I think he does have ideas of b4.
All right, so should white go b4 himself? It looks weird, but if I played b4 as white, my queen feels a bit safer on a3. I'm offering some pawn exchanges, and if you ever open, your pawn at c7 will be a backward pawn.
Yeah, but on the trade, we bring the knight to e5 in the end. I still think that black is looking to get the initiative here a little faster than anything white has. I think knight d3 is dangerous. There's also, oh no, there isn't. I was going to say there's ideas of rook a8 when the a file opens up to take advantage of your backward pawn, but not as long as there's a bishop on g2. There is. Okay,
right.
so rook
so
a3. Oh, I feel like I haven't guessed a single move in this game.
I feel the same exact way, and he's trying to double on the e file, and the rook on e3 preemptively controls the d3 square. As black, I'm considering like queen c2, but then I have to think, is my queen just hitting your knight on d2, or do I have a follow-up after that? But queen c2, I mean, there it goes. It looks super annoying.
Queen to c2 hits the knight. Indirectly, also, of course, still keeping an eye on f2. And maybe b4 even stronger now. So many pieces coming to the queen side. This is, this has been a really interesting approach for Gazoli, I guess, just from my own need to learn, I guess. I mean, I've been recommending moves that come toward the king side, I feel like as far back as move 15, bishop d3 and knight e5, and wanting to use the f file. But he uses his majority, plays for b5, keeps the knight on the queen side, plays for a5, now queen c2, and black really trying to use the natural position of all of his pieces for some sort of counterplay here. I don't know that his advantage has gotten any better. I mean, the eval bar there on the live board says that still roughly equal, though after that knight b3 move, the computer's starting to love black. Something just went wrong, Robert. Knight b3 is a mistake here for white.
Probably because b4 almost traps that queen. That would be my
Hey, Captain
instinct.
Obvious, thank you. b4, yeah, and what do?
You rewind and make a different move besides knight to b3. No, I mean, after b4, I think you have to take it on b4 because queen a4 is met by...
Queen a4, I think something like 95 still.
Looks really strong to me.
But if takes queen a6, I still don't know why. I only see the way the computer reacted to knight b3, so it's fun to figure out.
Probably because knight e5 threatens bishop b5 now. The b2 pawn is hanging. Bishop b5 is a threat. My position already looks good with my advance on the queen side.
Yeah. I think you're right. So I think that kind of a critical moment here, maybe the plan that Gazzoli has taken here to never unpack after he moved into that apartment. I'm just kidding. To play on the queen side. Paying off.
So he went a4 instead. I feel like you're right, though. We have guessed
a4.
Probably 0.
He just blundered his queen.
Oh,
dude, look at that.
gosh.
Dude, the eval bar completely switched around after a4, and I was just staring at the screen like, what? Where's the blunder? And then he played bishop e4 before I could think of anything.
Wow, that's really sad for Gazzoli because he honestly seemed to be playing a really good game. But Tomczak here said, well, your queen's trapped in c2. You went in, you went too far, and now you're not getting out.
Gazzoli shaking his head. Oops. Overthought it with that move a4. b4 was the answer instead of a4, and now he's... By the way, queen takes b2. Can white just play... Okay, if queen takes b2, you can't play rook b1. Trap the queen, because queen takes f2. So that's a problem.
Bishop takes c6 is a free piece.
Oh, it's just a piece. Piece of pizza.
Thank you.
White's just winning now.
Which means you have to play a move like knight e5. And after knight e5, you can play queen takes d7 and just hanging pieces everywhere.
Queen takes d7, queen takes e4.
And then
Best case scenario, though, you're in an endgame down a couple pawns, something like this.
Yeah, it's really bad.
Wow, he goes knight e5. My guess is we're going to see that variation I just showed on the analysis board.
Yep. Queen takes d7 played, and now you can choose. You can go queen takes g7 check, rook takes e4 is the simplest, and then just take on b4 like you were saying. Hey, Dan, you guessed the moves.
Hey, I guessed a few moves in a row. I mean, I keep making jokes about the box, but for those of you tuned into the Pro Chess League, I don't think Gazzoli has ever played from a table. At some point, he's going to have to set up and furnish that apartment.
He does what he wants, Danny. You can't tell him what to do.
Clearly. All right, well, let's back this thing up because I do get to tell you what to do. We're going to a new game.
Where are we going?
I don't know. Where do you want to go?
Okay, let's go to the game between Maxime Lagarde and Leon Mons because it seems like Lagarde just trapped his opponent's bishop.
Don't count out Mons just yet. Actually, he's just down a piece. Yeah. What?
That was really funny. Because you were just like, don't count him out, and then you just made this face like, no, actually, I think we can count him out.
Actually, he's just down a piece. F5 trapped the bishop, and white just takes back on g5, no rush. Take back on g5, and all is good. Oh, wait. Takes g6. Actually, that's also really good because the bishop on g5 hanging means that you're still in big trouble here. Now you get to take f7 with check, then take on e4.
And material's actually even here.
Yeah.
But that pawn on f7 shows that it's pretty good for white.
Okay, bishop.
I think rook takes f6.
Rook takes f6. Oh, I want it so bad. It's probably not good, though.
No, it's definitely good. We love it, Danny. Go rook takes f6. We love it.
Tell me what we love.
We love rook takes f6. Exchange sacrifices for the win. And you want to see a great line? So rook f6.
Tell me, hold on. We'll get the analysis board up here. Okay, I'm gonna try to guess it. Rook takes f6, takes f6. What's your next move after that?
Rook f1. Just very straightforward
Okay,
stuff.
rook takes f6, takes f6, rook f1, and if queen f7, just bishop takes e5. Actually,
Yeah,
no.
or
Play rook takes
rook
f6
f6
first.
Yep.
Even better.
And the line I wanted to show as well is after rook f6, gf6, rook f1. If you try rook d6, I'm going to go queen takes e5.
Oh my god, you dirty dog. Queen e5 takes and bishop takes is mate.
Yep.
And that's how you do it. Okay, why does play g4? That was the move I wanted to play, but I think your move rook takes f6 was better. But g4 also very straightforward because the point is everybody, queen takes f7 just loses a piece. So if you're looking for ways to break up black's blockade and kind of help the f-pawn, g4 is a good move. And after the move knight d7, whoa, rook f5, played super quickly. Okay, the Roosters need this game, by the way. Maxime Lagarde looking to get the first point for France. If you look at the scoreboard there, the Germany Bears are up 3.5, right there at the top of that scoreboard. So France desperately hoping Lagarde converts this.
They certainly are because they lost that other game, right? With Gazzoli blundering away a good position.
Let's quickly show that. Again, we left it, everybody, but we were not wrong. Oh my gosh. Knight to b3 is so bad, but instead of playing b4, he plays a4 and traps his own queen.
Mistakes happen, Danny.
Mistakes happen. All right, let's go to Etienne Bacrot's game versus Eric Braun.
Okay. So what's the material count? White's up a pawn.
Yep.
And there's a pin knight on d5.
Indeed. Keep going. Loving it.
So bishop e6 feels like the right response. It's stopping the pin and threatening discoveries. The d3 pawn's a weakness. Bishop a6 going after that d3 pawn. Wait, bishop takes d5 check?
Wait, he played bishop a6. So bishop
but bishop d5 check will just move his king away. That's really smart.
Crazy. But let me sack my queen. Can I do it?
You can, but it probably won't be good.
94.
Did you see Bacrot's head shake, by the way? He didn't see this coming. He didn't see bishop a6 coming because he's like, wait, you can't do that. Bishop takes d5. And he realized the king could just move over. So he didn't seem thrilled by this transition here. Black now can just take the pawn on d3 or play knight to b4 and go after the d3 pawn that way. I still think white is doing
more solid. Move the knight.
Yeah, I think white's doing all right here, but there's clear activity for Braun with the black pieces.
But knight c4 is still an option. Bishop a3 is an option.
Yeah.
I mean, despite the mistake, I feel like
you feel like what? They're trying to have you talk about your feelings.
You're trying to get me to talk about my feelings?
You said I feel like, and then you stopped talking.
That's a different show. Oh. No, I feel like white is still doing okay here. That's my point.
I agree.
Bishop a3. That was the move I was looking for. You're threatening to just take and win this pawn, and so Braun stops it. But now knight c4. Why can't I draw arrows today? I don't know.
Knight c4, there could be knight to c2, just with a fork on your rooks. Doesn't look too fun.
That would be a problem. Or
this position is actually quite complicated.
Wait, that's actually no good. Yeah, rook d4. Super tricky. Yeah, this is a blunderable position for both sides, right? Got Braun focused in. Got Bacrot.
Oh, you can't take on d3 with the rook because bishop takes b4. The bishop on a6 is hanging. So black probably has to retreat this rook to d6 instead to make sure the bishop feels safe.
Yeah, knight f3 was a good move.
Yeah, so rook d6. Retreat that rook. Keep the bishop on a6 safe.
But then I take on b4 twice, and I picked up the pawn.
But my bishops are super strong. Especially my dark square bishop is going to...
It's going to be really a tricky one, right? Because white has two connected pass pawns on the queen side and a bishop on the long diagonal to help them advance. But I agree, right? If you take d3, here comes e4 and f5, and these two bishops are about to go nutso in the open board. So this is going to be a very, very unbalanced finish if White decides to go for this this pawn here. We'll keep a crow on camera here and the analysis board, but just quickly flash to you the final position of what was Maxime Lagarde's victory. We left it. He indeed took care of business over here versus Leon Mons. So now we're back to this main game, and that is the first victory for France today. So they now have a 1.5 score versus 4.5.
Yep.
Bishop takes
But
d3, knight d2.
It looks bad for France all over. I mean, this game between Bacrot and Eric Braun is complex, but heading in a direction I think is good for Black. I just love the dark square bishop. Black's going to e5 to e4 to shut down that bishop on g2. I know there are 2 extra pawns for White over there, and I think that was probably a good move. But 2 extra pawns for White over there on the queen side. But I don't know, something about the king side feels flimsy and in Black's favor.
Yeah, you're thinking of things with e4, which has now been played. Things with f4, maybe to follow.
Put h5, a move I like as well. Just go h4.
h5, h4.
And wait a second. Rook d5 here? Oh, you guys go queen back to b4. I thought I was just winning your bishop.
It's a nice practical move there, right? With time pressure ensuing. Get the king out of a checkable territory and find safety.
Okay, so is he going to take on g3 and then... Oh, okay. I thought we might try to open up the h file like with the g5, rook h6, but it's way too slow. The f5 pawn was hanging, so I couldn't get away with it anyway. So bishops are staring each other down on
time pressure.
Time pressure is real.
Time pressure
Queen on c5, very well placed.
Thank you for finishing that.
You're welcome. My pleasure. But Danny, the queen on c5 is a great placed piece because the f5 pawn can't move as the queen on g5 is hanging behind it. Right?
Yeah.
So you'd love to play f4, but you can't get away with it.
Now that you've played h3, you're all in on the light squares, but this knight on e3 is such a useful defender.
He's hoping to go queen h5, queen f3, and then
Bishop
attack that
h6.
knight somehow.
But it's very slow. You have to get queen h5, queen f3, and bishop h6 and eliminate the knight. Whoa, bishop c4.
Oh, rook takes d1.
Queen takes e3.
No, just take on d1 and then put your queen on c1 at the end.
Oh my god.
Or d2. Queen d2 is better than queen to c1.
He didn't see this
queen
coming.
d2.
Bacrot did not see this coming.
Uh-oh.
It's over. Queen d2 threatens mate. Now you check on d1 and can play queen f3. Okay, bishop d4 also good.
Threatening queen e1 check, and the knight has to retreat, and the f2 pawn is hanging.
And if checked, the king can hide safely on h6.
Yep. I think Bacrot's going to have to get fully desperate here. Knight takes f5 check might be the only way to even have this game move on a couple more moves.
You're hoping it's a draw, but I think the king will probably find safety.
Oh, what a
King
move!
g5 just laughs in the face of danger. If you take d4, it's mate. Oh, it's queen e1 and queen f2's mate.
That was amazing. That is move of the week.
Oh my god,
King
he shakes
G5.
his head. That was not a sweet nothing he just whispered. I will not dub it because I can read lips. It was a naughty word.
And baby legs went full on the run there with king to g5. That was amazing.
What a move. What a finish.
Oh, gosh.
Again, this move, bishop c4, might have been the move of the week. Or no, a6 was a blunder. He just didn't see how dangerous the d file was. But right before that, White is still doing okay if he just doesn't miss this idea of bishop takes c4.
Yeah, with no time on the clock, it's very difficult to see. But what is so impressive to me is this move, king g5.
g5.
Most people would just take on f5 right away, and it's probably still good somehow for Black. You know, you can never lose, but there's so many checks that your king is susceptible to.
Super hard to finish the game when you're under time pressure for sure, but finding moves like king g5 with 16 seconds and there's no way to deal with all the different checkmate threats, amazing stuff. All right, but we've got one more game still going as Germany, the route is on right now of France. Georg Meyer up 2 pawns against Romain Edouard. Going to be a little tricky to convert maybe over the board, but with this much time pressure, I don't think Edouard can hold this.
Yeah, the king on h5 is sort of in a mating net, but there's no way. Once king g3, the king has no more moves from h5, but you can't get the knight. You need the knight to go up 1 square to f4. Not happening. Georg goes rook f7.
Rook f6, but now how do we advance from there? Rook f7, I think e6. Okay. Trying to eliminate the threats.
I
I'm
like
not
that
sure
move.
it was necessary, but still good for white.
So can you go rook e4, but there's knight f5 check. Okay, knight f5. There
Knight
it is.
f5 and king f4, though.
Now knight d4. Try to go e6. Okay, rook b6 also.
Nice
Same idea.
move. If rook a4, the king's going to come to e4 and eventually block the check with knight d4. That's his idea. Finds it.
Nice. And the knight can't go anywhere. Rook g6. The knight
Rook
has to go to
g6 and the
e8.
knight's trapped, but he doesn't do
No,
it.
but now you can just take on e6, and that should be an easy draw.
Oh, yeah. Blew it. He shakes his head. Georg blew it. This is a theoretical draw. You can't win rook and knight versus rook without blunders by the defender.
Yep.
Yeah, we'll back up and show. I think rook g6 was winning there for white instead of e6. But I said this would be a hard. I mean, this would have been a hard game to win over the board if your opponent had a lot of time. I think black's pieces were in, defensible spots. Edouard was using his rook well on the long ranks to check. But with only a few seconds, I'm shocked that Georg Meyer didn't get this one.
I was keeping this game in the background in the corner of my eye throughout our analysis of other games, and Georg was just crushing him in this one. So it's an unfortunate lapse for Georg Meyer, but I think he's going to be okay. His team's up. If they draw this game, it'll be 6-2 in favor of Germany.
Right. Shout out to all those playing guess the move in this game. We're not gonna throw up the standings, but just let you know I see all 30 plus of you. Vector 9-3 rocking it with 46 out of 109 guesses. Hey, that's below 50%, but Major League Baseballs get paid a lot of money for failing at what they do 70% of the time. So maybe you'll be okay too,
Yep, I think that we got Spectre 9-3 is everywhere.
Vector 9-3.
All right, this game. So actually, black is showing very good technique.
Yep.
Just keeps making sure that the king is not going to be pushed back to the final rank, and
keeping the king and rook separated too to avoid forks. Now bring the rook down again. Sometimes people lose these games, Robert, by trying to make the aggressive move with the rook. They play like rook h4 to pin it. Okay, not to say that's not still drawing, but the point is you don't even need to. Keeping the king and rook far apart, having this rook in a constant position to give checks, but stay away from tricks, could be a very, very straightforward draw.
Yep. So the rook will come back to e3 now. Just
well timed, so we can go to c7 with the king and not allow the 7th rank. Yeah, that was the right opportunity. King b7.
And a great approach by Meyer, by the way. Many players just agree for a draw. It's very, it's well known amongst the GMs that this is going to be a straightforward draw, but mistakes do happen. Blunders happen. Here already, this king on b7, feeling a little unsafe. Knight d6 check with king d7 to follow.
Yep.
Here it comes. Trying to kick the king to the final file.
You're going to try, but I don't think you can hold it. King a5, there's no real way to stop him from getting out.
But it's good effort here. King c6 with the threat of knight b7 check.
But you got to go king. Oh, you should have gone king b6 back.
We're getting into that territory, right? The king is stuck on the...
Whoa, you got to be very careful with moves like that.
Oh, gosh. King a4, he's trying to go knight b7 to c5 check. So he goes rook over. That's a very good move. It gives him the b4 square to run away to. And now the king is running.
Meyer's going to make his best effort. There's our guy on the other side of things, Romain Edouard, keeping his cool. Oh, just in time, he just wanted to play. You get to see him pick up the knight.
He wanted to play for 50 more moves, so he gave up the knight.
A funny finish. Romain Edouard indeed does hold a position that, again, if you're just joining us, was more exciting than that much earlier. It started back here where Meyer allowed the knight to give itself up for the pawn. Rook to g6, kicking the knight, keeping the hopes alive with your passed e-pawn here was probably Meyer's last chance. But credit to Edouard for holding a worse position, probably lost position at some point in that game. We move to the second half of our PCL primetime matchup here in the Central Division in just a few minutes. Don't go anywhere. And we are back here with the Pro Chess League Central Division Week 5. If you missed it earlier today, we announced the country of the Pro Chess League live finale. This will be the final 4 teams, just as we've done in San Francisco for the last 2 years. We're taking the show on the road. The band is getting back together. We're on the road, Robert, and we're headed to Norway.
Well, hopefully you're the one singing, because I don't think anyone wants to hear me. But the band is back. I'm excited for the finals. They'll be in Norway, May 21st to 24th. It's going to be a great, great time.
And on that note, we asked, while you're in Norway, what are some other things fun to do besides watch high-level chess? Of course, we assume that most Norwegians will prefer to just watch the Pro Chess League finals. But we asked you to get involved on social media. We had some great answers. See the Northern Lights. That's an awesome suggestion, obviously, right?
Yep. And this one, Norway seems like a very beautiful country. I would like to travel there and explore different nature places, forests, mountains, lakes, and such.
It is.
Somewhat unsound, sounding pretty sound to me.
Just there in October. It is beautiful. Really love to stay in Oslo. This is a great one. At NIL7Ram says, well, I live in Norway, and to be fair, the most enjoyable activity is to sit on a Norwegian couch and watch the Gnomes play in the Pro Chess League, right? Couldn't agree more. Our last answer may be the best answer. Woodruff Music says, metal fan or not, the obvious answer is a metal band bar hop. Is metal music big in Norway?
Apparently, yes.
Is it? I didn't know if that's just a metal fan forcing his metal fanness upon all of us, or if metal music is big in Norway. I'll look into that. But probably one of the only places you could do a chess bar hop to a metal band bar hop, because of the Good Night Pub, which is a great place, great time in downtown Oslo. So we'll come back to that. If you have any more final recommendations, get involved on social media. Use that hashtag ProChess. You see it in the lower left corner. But Robin and I are going to turn our attention back to the PCL primetime matchup, because the Germany Bears and the France Roosters are not done yet. It's now or never, literally, for France. So this round has to see their fortunes turn, or Germany will be the clear leader in the Central Division after today's done.
Germany is looking too powerful right now. Really strong performance from board to board. I think that 6-2, and it seems the games have gone that way.
Yep.
There were a couple close games, the one we just saw between Bakro and Eric Braun, but I mean, Germany really has had the upper hand throughout this match.
Well, and it's nice when the country mascot lives up to its name. There's no way a bear doesn't clobber a rooster in a fight. Like, eat it. Like, one hit, one bite, whatever, right? So in this case, the bear is living up to its German mascot namesake there. The Roosters will try to fly their way out of this one, but fun fact, Roosters don't fly. Wait.
Yeah, and do
they?
They're grounded right now.
Roosters fly.
I love how you always criticize me. You're like, oh, I know animals, and you're from the city, and then you're out here spitting potentially fake news. But on a serious note, just look at Etienne Bacro, 0 out of 2 on board 1. That's really bad news for the France Roosters, and that's the difference in this match. If you were able to score some points,
but only about 60 meters at a time. They're too heavy to remain afloat for long.
Yeah, and they go about the head height of a bear. So.
Okay, so exactly. So they're not flying their way out of a bear attack. That's our producer there confirming. So I was right. Roosters can't fly.
Does that really count as flying? I can jump off the ground and stay in the air for a couple seconds. That's not flying.
All right. Well, Germany and France are throwing down here. If you're just tuning in, Spain defeated the Netherlands earlier, as you can see. The Raptors won by a score of 10-6. Sweden and Italy tied their matchup 8-8, and Norway beat Poland. That might go down as the biggest win of the day, and maybe it's meant to be, given that today we announced that we are bringing the live esports finale here, Pro Chess League, the only true, real chess esport, I think. And we're bringing it to Norway, so the Gnomes may be still fighting for chances to be in the playoffs and make it to the finals there in their home country.
Yep, home court advantage, home computer advantage. I don't know, home internet speed advantage.
There is a home computer advantage. I don't have one, but some people are really good when they play from their home mouse computer. All right, we are eagerly awaiting round 3 to begin. It's now or never, as we said. The 6-2 score, heavily favoring Germany right now. And I mean, seriously, This has been super impressive. If you're just tuning in, They're putting on this show without Anton Korobov, who is 11.5 out of 12 at this point in the Pro Chess League season. So he has been a free agent that has helped Germany big time, but they don't even need him today against France.
No, and it's going to be fascinating to see them down the stretch when they get Korobov back, and of course for France when they get Maxime Vachier-Lagrave in the lineup.
Yep.
We'll see if they are able to compete better the next time. But they still have some chance. The 6-2, still 2 rounds of action remaining, and France needs to score something like 3-1 in this round. Otherwise, I think it's really all over for them.
3-1 is borderline the minimum, right? Obviously, a 4-0 sweep would have us tied. Maxime Lagarde playing a King's Indian attack here against Georg Meyer. We've got Etienne Bacrot taking on Jacek Tomzak. This game moved along very quickly. Queen's already traded. Leon Mons is taking on Romain Edouard. A ready opening with kind of an obscure development for both sides. We'll come back to that one. And then we've got Eric Braun versus Yannick Gazzoli. Another obscure kind of English ready system. So, Robert, this is your chance to pick your flavor.
Well, I love a good endgame, so I was going to take us back to that queenless position.
Let's do it. We've got Bacrot versus Tomzak. Let's actually analyze and see how we got here, because we're not even to move 10 and the queens are off the board.
You don't seem thrilled about that prospect.
I'm not. It was a Caro Con, but this time the Caro can't keep the queens on the board. Caro can't. I was trying to have an accent, but it didn't work.
I'm not going to call you Emmanuel, but this D3 line against the Caro Con is becoming more and more popular, actually. This endgame, they think that there's some bite to the position, even though a lot of players say, hey, the queens are off, there's no attacking chances and all that. But in a position like this, I actually already like Black's position. I don't even know what I'm going to say. I think knight to C4 was a bad move. It's weird.
Tomzak has completely flipped his camera angle. I don't know what happened there.
Yeah, I don't know what happened to this opening. Denny, usually white goes C3, king C2.
Yeah.
But now if you go C3, there's knight to B3.
Tomzak got a great position as black in round 1, and ultimately went on to win that game in amazing fashion, sacrificing a queen. So apparently he knows his repertoires as black. Again, so where did it go wrong then for Bacrot? We have this D3 line, as you said. The queens are traded. But the early knight C5 is kind of the interesting approach, right? You gain a tempo on the E4 pawn, so there's no way to kick this knight. Got to deal with E4 first. Knight F to D2 chosen. And after G6, you're threatening to grab the diagonal, so that probably makes black a little nervous about playing something like B4, or sorry, white. But here comes bishop G7 and bishop E6, and if we're looking at the live position, I don't know. I feel like black got the better out of the opening. I mean, it would be too much to say black is winning, but black is definitely better here. The king has not found its normal home, and now black is going to try to get aggressive here.
Yeah, I mean, this was very poorly played by Bacrot. He's having that type of day. I think that when he went knight to C4 so early, he could have either played pawn C3 or bishop C4, in fact. And now it's a position where black is just breaking open the board when you've already castled for black, and white's king will never find a truly good position.
Yeah, that was the improvement. You're right. C3 and king C2 while your knight was still guarding B3. So hindsight is knight C4 was really a big mistake, giving up, as you said, protection over B3. Looks very dangerous, actually, for Bacrot. Is that C2 pawn under fire? Not quite, because of C5 hanging.
I like that move, bishop D4.
What?
I'd say I like that move, bishop to D4. Look at both the queen side and the king side for white. You have a minor piece and a rook undeveloped. If white trades on D4, in comes my rook. Next, I just bring my knight out to F6, put my other rook on D8, and I'm first to the action.
You ain't first, you're last, Ricky Bobby.
Well, glad that I guess that's not me playing, so I can't say I'm first, but it looks like for Tomzak here, must be thrilled. And the Germany Bears are thrilled with his play. He's been strong throughout the first couple rounds, and this third round's no exception.
Yeah. All right, well, the number 1 seed for France has his work cut out for him. We'll circle back to this one here in a little bit. Keep an eye
Okay.
on Tom Zock. The other game that I wanted to check out real quick was Georg Meyer. Speaking of the board one for one team, now we check out the board one for the other. Just defended off a checkmate in one from Maxime Lagarde, by the way. The knight was on g5 and the queen was on h5, so FYI, don't allow checkmate. Thank you, Georg. Thank you.
And what do you make of this position? It looks very symmetrical and
Yep.
kind of super Georg Meyer-like.
Super Meyer.
Just right now, both sides have a safe position, no easy targets to take advantage of. The queen on h5, though, doesn't have too many moves left. So while it's not going to be trapped there's no black pieces that can go trap it. It might want to be on e2, for instance.
Yeah.
It just might, that way you can play on both sides of the board.
No, it's an interesting point. I think it's why Meyer's taken a think here. Take a second, because sometimes the way you take advantage of a piece out of play is, okay, there's the option A to trap the piece when a piece is on the edge of the board or misplaced. The other option is to take advantage of the area of the board where that piece is not. So, like, just moves like bishop e6 to try to grab this diagonal. There's moves like c5 at some point, try to grab the diagonal. You can also just quickly say, you know what, let me bring a rook to d8 and try to be as aggressive as I can in the center. Because the thing about the queen on h5, Robert, is it makes a lot of sense to have her there when you can attack. But if there's no attack coming, then the queen is just out of play. Although, as I say that, now I realize Lagarde's plan has to be very straightforward here. He's going to play for g4 and g5 and try to keep the attack alive.
Right, but if you go g4, black just goes f6 and stops your attack. Sort of
So something like rook d8, g4, f6. Now you actually open the bishop to e8. This is what you're thinking.
Yeah. Also thinking Arby's.
Hey, nobody thinks Arby's on this show. Whoa, f5 by Meyer. That is...
That's feisty.
Are we
sure this is Georg still playing?
That's not always a Meyer move.
That's not a Meyer move at all. And, hey, Danny, would you say you're his secret admirer?
I'm a secret. No, I'm not John Urschel. LOL.
Well, knight h4 is the response that I was considering after f5 because now that you played f5, the g6 square is a bit tender. And if I can get my knight to g6, then I'm hitting your queen, your rook. But perhaps their knight h4, Georg's idea is just play pawn f4, taking advantage of the fact that after knight h4 and played now, if you play f4, right, knight g6 is a queen f7. That's a pin.
The pin pony.
Yep. That looks good for black, gaining very important space in the king side.
Yeah. Okay, knight h4 played by Lagarde. He's going aggressive to call Meyer's bluff here. F4 seems like the most logical move. He obviously calculated knight h4 when he played f5. I mean, there's no way Meyer played f5.
They played all that. It's all been played.
Oh, I haven't. I was in analysis mode. I wasn't even seeing the live position. Okay, it's all been played. F4, knight f5, and the trade is on. And where do we stand now? White has the bishop pair in the light squares. Black has this advanced pawn structure. Wow. 4? Can you do that?
He can do whatever he wants.
He can what he wants. I regret it, though, Honey Badger. I'm going to put my knight on d3.
You can put that knight on d3. You can put on a4 if you want to go after the c3 pawn.
You can even go to d7 and go around to f6 and kick the lady out.
Ooh. Yeah, I like
Now
all the
you're
options.
talking.
I kind of like knight a4. Whenever someone plays b4 and gives you an outpost, and it's a weird outpost, but it's an outpost nonetheless, I want to take it.
Knight a4 seems like kind of a computer move in the sense that it's normally you're putting a piece on the edge of the board. I don't know, a little bit counterintuitive for humans, but from a concrete perspective, it might just be really good. Because how do you deal with the c3 pawn? If you can't push it, b4 falls. If you play something like bishop d2, I mean, you just keep bringing pieces to the d file. It feels like black is actually getting a huge initiative here.
I'm with you.
Okay. Oh, but he goes for the human move. See, that's the move I wanted. I wanted knight d7, knight f6, the human approach, but I think you might have been right. I think knight a4 might have been...
Did you just call my approach not human? What are you trying to say about me, Danny?
I'm saying that you're that good.
Way to salvage that one.
Oh.
We'll talk about this later, young man.
We are going to talk about it later.
Is that queen? So where's the queen going now?
He doesn't know
Queen?
yet, Robert. She is an independent woman, and she will make her own choices.
I feel like queen g6, the safe square.
Okay. That's probably her favorite choice.
Just keep that queen. You're just lurking around the black king, right? So at this pawn f4 is actually under attack. And you don't particularly want to take on g3, but you might have to at some point soon.
Queen h4 is also possible, though. Okay. g6 indeed. It's actually really irritating for Meyer to deal with the queen on g6, right? You lack your light square bishop. Love to bring the pawn back to f7 and trap the queen.
I was going to say I'm liking Lagarde's position more than I did earlier.
Yeah, me too. Just because the long-term features, even if, accurate play here for black is going to hold it, but the long-term feature of the bishop pair that black lacks just makes you feel like the more the light squares become open, the more the power of the one minor piece that black doesn't have is going to be felt.
Whoa. And Meyer, are we sure this is Georg Meyer playing this game?
I know. This is such aggressive play from Meyer again. And it's funny how we have the personality, of the players kind of projected onto the board. We just normally see a very, very technical, I don't want to say closed style to chess, but, he's not often playing positions that are really aggressive, relying on something borderline practical. Like he's hoping that the attack just works out because now he's down a pawn. Although, wait, that transition feels good for black.
Those are some ugly pawns.
Those are some ugly flipping pawns on the F file.
Yep, and it looks really good for black all of a sudden. I started liking White's position. Georg went full Danny, honestly.
Yeah.
Suspicious looking pawn sacrifices that work out.
Hey, you know what? I only remember the ones that worked.
And Georg is loving his position right now. He's locked in. He's really ready to break open the whole board. The queen on g6, it looks like it's in a good square, but can't really do too much for the time being. And on the other hand, black is just ready to open up the a file for the rook sitting there, or bring a rook to d8. Maybe instead of or and bring the f rook to d8. The knight f6 can't be dislodged.
So solid, and that's the key point. If you could put the bishop from g2 to like e6 or something, and maybe try to remaneuver the queen, you might feel differently as white. But I think black is going to get counterplay over here on the queen side before white has time to do things like a relocation of the bishop from f1 to maybe c4. That's kind of the only plan I could think of here for Lagarde. But
yep.
All right, well, let's take a step back here and decide what other games in this matchup might be crucial. Again, if you're just tuning in, it's obviously a big lead for Germany, up 6-2 in our PCL primetime matchup. Week 5 of the Central Division rolls on. A lot of the other matches already done. You can see the scores below.
You want me to pick a game, Danny? Because Yannick Gazzoli is about to get crushed.
Okay, let's go there. Whoa.
White is up a pawn and has the attack.
The H file is just, knight takes f7 might be calling my name, by the way.
Yep.
Can I do that?
You just went full Timothy Chalamet.
Please?
I'll call it. Danny. Saying Danny on the f7 square. Take it.
Do it. Knight takes f7, king takes. The idea is rook takes, forces bishop g7. Queen takes g6 is coming. And just something, I don't even know. I'm just making moves here. Assuming the attack is good? I don't know.
That all looks perfect to me.
How do I end the game, though, on something like queen f6?
Rook e3.
Oh, my gosh. The rook hops on the elevator, takes a lift to the f-file.
And it's played. We're seeing knight takes f7.
Nice. Okay, this is going to be a final moment with a victory for Braun and Germany continuing to just roll their way right now to the top of the Central Division. There's Yannick Gazzoli.
He looks comfortable, but his position is anything but.
I was going to say, does he look that comfy?
He kind of does, right?
How does he play such good chess from that floor?
Hasn't been too great today, has it, though? If you look at his score, he's at half a point and probably about to stay there once this game is done.
Yeah, poor Yannick. Tough day. Nuki is known on Chess.com, being very strong, shakes his head. Not thrilled with where this is going.
He's such a strong player.
Yeah,
right?
he really is.
The guy is phenomenal.
Very good tactician. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm just saying he's a phenomenal player and he's having an off day. And it happens, and we don't want to be overly critical, but France clearly can't afford this because Bacrot's having an off day and Gazzoli is having an off day. Yep. And Maxime Vachier-Lagrave is taking the day off. Not good for the France Roosters.
Plays rookie 1 first, does Eric Braun, which is just as good. I think on Queen F6, we might still see rookie 3 or Bishop H6 first. Hard to tell which one comes faster.
Yep.
There's the guy on the other side of things playing from. Apparently, he forgot to pay the electric bill. Like I said, the lights are off.
Yeah.
Maybe this is by design. Maybe like some of the lights will go on and there's 30 people and surprise.
You get celebratory,
right?
And I mean, what is going on there? And you can see, is he in a dark room? Is he a photographer? Look at the back wall over there.
It's not a bad idea. Combine the dark room of the house where you print out the photos from stalking people. Family photos.
And he's about to have a photo finish in this game.
Yeah.
If he goes Bishop H6,
almost
rookie
under
3.
a minute.
Yeah, this is a pretty lopsided affair.
Yeah, Germany just rolling right now. Up 6-2, and this is going to make it 7-2. And none of the other games were clearly favoring France. So, tough stuff. Okay. Queen D5 is like a last-ditch effort, but Bishop H6 still does the trick.
Bishop H6 is really nice.
If you take E4, everybody, you just take G7 first, intermezzo.
Yep.
And if Bishop H6, Rook G8.
Queen F4 to C7.
Queen F4 to C7. Look at you, full board awareness. Puzzle Russian. You puzzle Russian, dog.
Can I be puzzle American?
Puzzle American? I don't even know what you're talking about, but okay.
You said puzzle Russian, so okay,
puzzle Russian. No.
You missed it. It's okay.
Rook G8, Queen F4, and if Queen F5, you go Queen C7.
Yep.
I like the way Braun works it.
He's about to bag it up.
Here he goes. Bishop H6.
Gazzoli, time dwindling, position horrible.
What's crazy here is if he just resigned. I was going to show a line. If Queen takes E4, takes G7, King F6, Rook E4, there's still checkmate on the board, even with the queens off the board. Rook F4 is still coming, along with the bishop hanging over here on B7. So, amazing game from Braun. What a great game. And Germany takes a 7-2 lead here in their match over France. So, other games to check in on, all moving along. The one we haven't really given any focus to is Mons versus Edouard. This might be the game that France is looking to get. Looks interesting. You have a pass C pawn.
Yeah, it looks immensely complicated.
I was going to say, it looks very weird, actually. The knight on A4. My initial instinct is black is better, but the more I look at it, I have no idea.
So black is up a pawn now, right? Material count. But the knight on A4, bishop on A5 configuration isn't particularly good.
Well, it's coming to C3. That's the problem for Mons.
Is Edouard in a bed too now? What's going on?
Yeah, his body language just before looked a little more engaged. Now he's laying down. Maybe France is,
ready to call this one?
Putting this one to bed. You hope not, because it's not over yet, but the victories have to start now. Crazy sometimes you go out of your way to try to anticipate what the closest matchup will be. On paper, you're talking the 1 and 2 seeds in the Central Division. They've been the most dominant, obviously, given their standing. And you expect it to be a nail-biter, and then Germany shows up and just destroys the Roosters.
Yep. They're having a great day. The Roosters are struggling.
Okay, but hold on. So if Ward gets this one, which he's better in, Georg Meyer's under a ton of time pressure in his game. So, not over yet.
So you're saying there's a chance?
I'm saying there's a chance.
Okay. I did say they need to win 3-1 this round. They've lost one game to start, so they need to win the other 3. All right, so in this game, we see an opposite color bishop position, but the pawn e3 stuck on a dark square. The bishop is about to sit on the b6 square.
Bishop can
rook
come
b3
to b6.
first.
The rook can come to b3.
Oh, rook b3 just
play rook
painful.
b3 first. He does it. Now you're threatening bishop b6. Actually, how do you deal with that?
Bishop c4, only move, maybe?
Bishop
but
c4,
then just rook
but
c3.
then rook c3?
Yep.
Pinning the bishop and threatening bishop b6?
That looks problematic.
There's no check. The bishop guards it. I think Edouard's going to get a W here. Hold on. Hold on, France. Here comes bishop b6. Don't play king f6.
Why do you put the rook on a3 instead of c3? The rook on c3 was much stronger.
I have no idea.
Rook d7 wouldn't be possible.
But hold on. Has he just gotten himself in trouble? Oh, bishop g8?
And then he's go king h5? Or
Whoa,
bishop
he's
e3 check
running out?
first? Yeah, he's running out with his king.
Okay. Oh, man. I thought Edouard had just blundered mate. He says
King
city
G4.
American.
Just bishop takes f4 now.
Or king takes.
Yeah, I was going bishop takes so I could win your h4 pawn as well, but you're right. King takes f4 is also good.
Yeah. Bishop takes, rook g6, king takes h4.
Bishop e6. Uh-oh.
Yeah, and the bishop actually guards a2 and f5, so this is getting harder for Edouard to convert.
Yeah, this is not easy at all, because if you lose f5, then the e4 pawn also is
now
one
if you
that needs
take,
some
you allow
defense.
rook a2, though. Okay. The biggest issue is
E3.
that Mons only has 15 seconds left.
Right, now this position, rook f2 check. Try to scoop off the g2 pawn. Looks pretty strong. What's he thinking about? He's trying to figure this one out. But rook f2 check. Wait,
Now you can
g3
bring
check.
it to b6. You keep the idea of rook f2 alive. Mons is down to only 10 seconds.
Rook f2. For sure. Oh, okay. He can go rook f2 check, and then no, rook f2 wins now.
Wait. Oh, he just missed it.
He missed bishop a5 check. He forgot he had bishop a5 check, I guess.
Now he sees it.
Okay, so he
e2's winning, because if you take it, it's a discovered check.
But e2 king h2.
Okay, if e2, I'm threatening rook f1. If e2 king h2, let's look at it. e2 king h2. Wait, then I have bishop c7 check.
King h3. Rook f1.
Rook f1. I'm trying to mate you.
Oh, that's so nice. You have e1 equals queen coming.
Wow. Okay, he's thinking about it. Edouard has the time. No, he doesn't. He only has 20 seconds. He's going to try to figure it. He goes rook d2. Now e2, still a possibility.
e2 wins because the king moves away. Then you go rook d4, and the rook is overloaded, protecting the bishop on c4.
Wow, what a find, Robert. e2, rook d4. You give up the e-pawn and go for mate.
Or just take the bishop on c4.
You also could have played bishop c7 check first. Same idea. Mons is fully engaged here. Don't eat your own lip, buddy.
This rook h1 checkmate idea is so nice. Yeah. Bishop takes e2, looks like a free pawn, but rook h1
is made because is frustrated.
Yep.
He allows it. Rook h1 is mate, and he throws in the towel literally.
Well, that head shake was something.
Yeah, that is not a happy Leon there.
Well, I had a Kings of Leon joke that I think
Kings
he could use
Leon, your chess is on fire. Except his chess is not on fire.
Did you hear what I said, though? You went with a different song. I said he could use somebody, and you started talking about his chess on fire.
Hey, I could use somebody for... Whoa, let's move on.
Ruined. Totally
Georg
ruined.
Meyer draws right as we go to the board. Holds down the fort against Maxime Lagarde. With that, the match is not over. So we're still within range if you're a France Roosters fan. The score will be updated here to be 7.5, 4.5 before we head into the final round of play. So, Mons, be right back. And we are back here. This, Robert, was the final moments of Bassem Amin's comeback there. The crowd going crazy. Just awesome, honestly, to see that kind of support locally in Sweden.
Yeah, it's great. They have live events every single week, fans in attendance, sometimes over 50 to 100 fans. And here, maybe a smaller number,
too.
but super exciting.
The green screen special effects could use a little bit of help, but good looking stream. I like the scoreboard. I mean, they're just going all out, supporting their Wasabis, and exciting stuff. You know what else is going to be exciting? McCrow versus Meyer. 2 men, 1 PL primetime. 5, the Central Division.
What I love about that is I feel like the type of style that Georg Meyer has, his style of chess, is not exciting for you. You love that aggressive attacking chess. And here we are with Georg Meyer, PCL finalist a year ago, an all-star in 2018. He was the third in the MVP voting in 2017.
Yep.
So he's been a monster in the Pro Chess League format, but not a super aggressive player, although maybe that's just changed after last round. And Etienne Bacrot, his opponent from the France Roosters. I don't know, Danny, what do you make of this matchup? Who's going to take it?
Well, I think that for Bacrot, it's much more of a must-win, right? Obviously, if we look at the match situation, the Roosters have not had their best performance this week. They're down by 3 games heading into the final round here. So if I had to make a prediction based on the must-winness of it all, you like Etienne to show up and go big. This is his opportunity. But right now, it hasn't been his best chess today, right? I think that a big part of why the Roosters are trailing is because their top player has put up 1 point out of 3, right? So, you know, hard to predict when 2 super GMs go at it. We'll know a lot after the opening, but I think Bacrot's going to bring it. I just got a feeling this one's going to give us a little more nerves in the end than just Germany clinching it halfway through. But we'll see. Games are set to begin. Shout out to all more than 5,000 of you that are still with us across numerous different platforms. And we see you, most of you, bringing the positive vibes in chat. We appreciate that. Robert appreciates that.
I certainly do. And Danny, I'm going to ask you a question. 7.5, 4.5. Georg Meyer gets the white pieces.
Yep.
You just try to make your most boring of Grandmaster draws to assure your team of that 8 point and hope that one other player gets a half point of the remaining 3 games?
I think so. I mean, honestly, we hate to promote that, obviously, and we're always disappointed when draws were happening early when they seem unnecessary. In this situation with Georg Meyer playing white, I would be shocked if he goes for something super spicy, right? Keep it tame, keep it lame, and make your opponent have to create something out of nothing. Regardless of what happens, remind everybody we will have an interview after the match, likely one of the top performers of the day. So don't go anywhere. Whether you're a Germany or France fan, we will get to catch up with somebody who has some interesting things to say when this match is over. So Meyer and Bacrot is our key game. We also have Tom Zock versus Lagarde. This looks like it might be an exciting one, an open Sicilian. A kind of Taimanov sideline. Whoa. Edouard versus Braun. Going to be getting nutty. And then Gazzoli versus Mons. All kinds of interesting here today in the last round.
They saved their best for last, did France.
Yeah. But seriously, this is not going to be a boring set of games. I mean, we're already looking at Gazzoli putting some serious pressure on the queen side. What happened in this opening, by the way, is...
This is actually theory, by the way. I mean, just b5 is the move that black should play because the pawn on d5 is actually immune.
That's the key point. So you can't take d5, c6.
No, c6 loses your queen.
c6 loses the queen. I'm not calculating well. Queen d8.
There you are.
And then c6.
Exactly, right? The knight on d5 is pinned to the queen on b3,
yeah.
So it's kind of a poison pawn.
Yeah. Okay. So b5 is not the move going to be played. Rook a7 instead.
Wasn't expecting that, but probably is fine. Same premise. D5 pawn still can't be captured. So G3 played. I just don't like my rook on A7.
Yeah, I guess like, long term though, black is still going to play for probably B5 and C6. The rook develops on the 7th rank. Maybe. It
just did not feel necessary to put the rook on A7. But what do I know? Gazzoli, he should be happy with how this opening has gone. I don't think white is better or anything like that. Black has 2 bishops, very solid position. And perhaps he's just going to keep that pawn on B7 protected and then eventually protect it once more and then move the rook back into a more normal place. But yeah, I think so far Gazzoli playing h4 to try to spice things up, not legitimate in my opinion.
Yeah, but you got to go for a win, right? Everybody in Roosterville.
Whoa, Danny. Okay, the baby legs game. I'm sorry to throw us away
Oh
from
yeah,
here,
yeah. No, we have to go to there.
but we simply
We have to
must.
go to there. What happened? The king's on e2.
What is going on here?
Is he about to lose immediately?
Isn't bishop a6 checkmate
is coming?
Yeah. I'm so confused.
Romain Edouard and Eric Braun throwing down here. This is the board 3 matchup for each team respectively. Let's analyze and see how in the world we got to here, because that king is on e3 and we had and it came from an English. Okay, I saw the opening here and said we might get something spicy, right? This is all out blitz opening here with h4. Edouard looking to really mix it up, given his team's position down by 3. And then f4. This is just crazy. Look at this.
Yep.
Not a single piece developed for white. Blows open the center. d5 and then bishop takes b2, because why not? Knight d2, queen f6. Wow. What a crazy position, and I think one that Edouard is going to regret. I mean, isn't he just down a pawn and getting mated here?
He's dead lost. Queen takes g2 check,
Queen
wins
takes
the
g2
queen.
and then wins the queen. What in the world?
Are you sure we're watching Grandmasters play?
This is like the worst performance that France has put up all year. I mean, just being honest.
By far.
I mean, that was the worst chess game I've ever seen Romain Edouard play. The decision,
oh my gosh.
The decision to allow bishop takes b2, which is already a free pawn, when you don't even have it, there's no compensation here. Your dark squares are already completely under fire. Queen f6, which is a fork, by the way, of the rook and the bishop. That's a fork. The rook b1 was basically forced. Now we get to win. Now we get to trade material. Remember, black is already up a pawn here, so he has the attack and the compensation. b6 was threatening checkmate on the light squares, so knight f3 blocks the third rank. But after check and knight f6, it's just over. And the reason he resigned is because king e1 is mate, and king to d3 loses the queen.
Oh my gosh. I mean, honestly, one of the, if not the worst games in pro chessing history. I don't think I'm exaggerating.
So time for Blitzstream to have a bit of a chat with Romain Edouard, Kevin Bourdie, the manager, to say, hey man, next time we're down by 3 and we still have a chance, can we not play h4 on move 4? Like, can we talk this out, bro?
He had to read Braun on his fantasy team, and now that Braun finishes 4-0.
Oh, so it's whatever it is. He's betting on his own games. He throws the game to Eric Braun. He's like, well, if France is going to lose, I'm going to win the fantasy league this week. Make sure that Braun gets the W against me. Wow. Okay, well, good talk. Another game that's getting super spicy. This position between Tom Zak and Lagarde. Much closer to theory, but it doesn't mean that Tom Zak isn't also in a great position.
You mean you don't like that bishop on c8 that can't move and is stuck in place, and the king on f8 isn't making you happy either? What is going on today?
Yeah, France is not bringing their A game. Now, maybe at this point they're trying to get in the head of Germany, like they know they're going to lose, so they're trying to make it look as bad as possible, so the next time Germany plays them, they're overconfident. Because that makes sense when Germany's destroying you without their Anton Korobov, best free agent in the league. It makes sense strategically, right?
Yep. This position, though, right now, this knight on a5, where's it going? It can't go anywhere from that square. The knight on d6 is already defended for white. He plays f5.
Nice.
This is pretty straightforward.
Going to take on e6. Actually, you can even build on the tension with g4 and g5. How's that bishop ever joining the game?
It's not. I mean, this is. Wait, if I take on e6 with my f pawn, and you take with your f pawn, will I go g4, g5, and
I think
win
you
your
can, but
piece?
you can also just play g4, g5 first. Okay. Hamzat captures. He might even play bishop d3 next move. Okay, no, sorry, not right away. Got to guard the knight. So I was just thinking, I was trying to make the point that natural developing moves also just make this a very easy game for white. But g4, I guess, seems like the strongest, most straightforward approach. Maxime Lagarde also not looking too happy. I'm honestly just kind of shocked by the finish here. I guess serves me right for saying I thought that France was going to make it a little closer.
Does he have a cup on his chin?
Let's hope it's a cup.
That yeah, his position is really bad. Really, really bad. G4, G5 next. Queen. If the knight moves, gonna be Queen F7 mate at the end of this. H4 now for white. Continue the attack.
H4 is a no-brainer.
Yeah. So, Danny, I have a question for you.
Yes, sir.
Maybe you can answer this.
Yes, sir.
We're talking about how Germany was up 7.5, 4.5, just needed 1 full point to win the match.
Uh-huh.
What do you think France's strategy was for this final round?
Well, I think there was a go all in mindset. I mean, jokes aside, obviously, Edouard was trying to create some sort of crazy position, given that Germany was basically, in a spot where they could just draw their way to victory. So, okay, we're obviously critical of Edouard and how he lost that game, and rightfully so. But, from a practical perspective, if they played a solid round and even scored 2.5, 1.5, they still lose, right? I mean, they have to go basically 4-0, 3-1. So
yeah, they needed 3.5 points, and you got to get them somewhere. But that's actually a good lesson, I believe, for everybody watching, because sometimes we feel like we need to score victory,
right.
And then we play a crazy style that backfires in 10 moves or whatever it was with the white pieces. So that's actually, to me, that's not the way to actually play for a win. You play some
right.
sharper lines, but don't make it so easy for your opponent where, honestly, Eric Braun didn't have to do anything. He
right.
just had to take the pieces that were given to him, and it was a very one-sided matchup. And here G5 for Tomczak is, yeah.
Yep. G5 looks great. A lot of the players still playing Guess the Move, looking great. We see you there. I love your flair. And a reminder that we will announce the winner. The team working behind the scenes will let us know what the money game was, and we will announce who takes home this week's cash prize, as well as the premium membership giveaways. So stick around. The Guess the Move victors have not been announced yet. And as we said, we will have an interview. Hopefully somebody from Germany. And, I don't know. Where's the mate? Can we see it? I mean, G shakes F6 looks pretty good. Maybe that's good enough. But
Queen H5, yeah.
Queen H5. Threatening both Queen E8, as well as other forms of good old-fashioned family fun. Queen H8 and Rook F1 wins the queen. Game over, Red Rover.
Yep. And I see some people in the chat being like, France still too strong for the division. Doesn't seem so. Not the case.
They hadn't played Germany yet, and I guess now they know who the top dog is to beat, the big old bear. With either a rock or a star in his eye. I don't know what's going on with that. Okay, Queen E8, and then Rook H8 is lights out. He finds it. Lagarde likely resigns here.
Yeah, he's throwing in the towel.
Indeed. And yet another one bites the dust here for the Roosters. So, tough day for them all around. I mean, just straight up, right? This one ends in brutal fashion. Again, the resignation happens because of this coming right here, probably among other things. If you're just tuning in, Eric Braun already destroyed Romain Edouard in this position here. 17 moves, and white just resigns because King D3 was going to allow a win of a queen with a fork. So we have 2 games still going. Those are Georg Meyer's battle versus Etienne Bacrot, and board 4 between Gazzoli and Mons. So board 1s and board 4s still rocking it.
Yep, they're still fighting on here, and Gazzoli's position, that rook that was an a7 for Leon Mons is now back to the d8 square, and well, knight takes e6 is a threat, so black is going to move the bishop off the square, either to g4 or even to d5 if you want. I wouldn't play bishop d5 because something about knight f5 scares me, so I like this move bishop to g4.
Yeah.
Just keeping an eye on that square. Trading the bishops isn't as important as keeping the knight out of the position.
It's an
So
awkward position here. Bishop on g4. But if you give white a couple moves, start to undo the awkwardness. You can trade on e8, maybe then play queen c3. I prefer white.
I have no preference. I would be happy to play either side here.
Takes, and queen to c3. My point is maybe a5 is a little weak. There's our boy Mons playing the black pieces.
So what's he going to do here? Is he going to play like rook to d8?
Trying to rock that 2800 webcam. The higher your rating, the less you are on camera.
But usually we don't see the chin. We see
usually
all
we
the
see
forehead.
the fro, the Fabby fro.
Right.
Right? This is more of
we just get to see the 2-day shave or whatever's going on here. So
yeah.
All right, you went queen e5. I like that centralization.
Yep. But I like queen c3 to respond back.
I want to move my bishop from g4 because my knight should be on that square.
That's a good idea. Get the bishop out of the way, plop the knight in, and bring the queen into the first rank. A dance party.
Bishop c8 or something. But bishop c8, there might be rook e2.
Very nice. Bishop c8, rook e2. Skewer. You could play bishop h5. That idea.
Yeah. And then white should probably play f3 to keep the knight out from g4.
Which feels so ugly, right? Bishop h5, f3.
Looks good for black.
Agreed. Tables have turned.
Although I don't love the bishop on h5. That's the thing that was worrying me, and that's more conceptual than practical at this point. But the bishop on h5, I feel like if some pieces get traded, that bishop might not find its way back too simply.
The thing is, can black continue? But I mean, there's like ideas like g5 even. Okay, knight d5 I think is also very solid, and the g pawn is pinned, so there's no real.
Right, and if I take on a5, you're gonna queen e3 me or something like that, or queen e1 is actually better.
Although I do have to watch out for rook e2. I keep forgetting.
Well, the queen's hanging on c3.
I was kidding. Passed.
Actually, I like your knight d5 move. Yeah, this is looking very promising for black. So bishop h5 is a really good find.
Yeah, he didn't go for it. He played queen e1. Maybe this bishop h5 idea will come back, though, because with the queen on e1, now a knight on g4 would be even worse for white. So Gazzoli has to be very careful here.
Yeah, this threat of knight takes bishop on g4, taking your own piece, is one that's going to be a nuisance. He was... Ooh, okay. Wait, is bishop d1 a move now?
If bishop d1, can I trade, though?
And I want to go knight g4 check. It's close.
So if takes, you want to play knight g4 check, but I can play king h3.
And after rook takes e1, you have rook d2, and everything is covered, but black has to be doing well here, right?
Yeah, it's a weird position because you're not really threatening to take on d1 because knight f2 check is a fork.
Yeah, it feels like that should be good for black, but he's trying to figure out if there's something more. And let's see, what else comes to mind? Bishop c8 has the same exact plan, and maybe the bishop's better on c8 than it is on d1.
Yeah, you actually have discoveries in that line. Bishop c8, queen e1, knight g4 check. If the king comes up to h3, you have discovered checks looming.
Knight takes f2 is good just now. You're right.
Yeah. I like that move, bishop c8. Oh, he does the same thing, but just bishop d7.
Okay. Makes sense to me.
Oh, he goes for it, but here comes knight g4. You have to go king g1 and then bishop f1.
Yeah, so I figured everything is safe for now. there's no bishop over the knight to h3, which would be a very disastrous situation for white. And so how does black even attempt anything here?
I don't know, but let's back up and head over to the only other game in this matchup still going. If you're just joining us, the Bears have won both the first 2 games here in the final round, which is why the match is already over. But the key game we highlighted was the board 1 battle between Meyer and Bacro. And it looks like it's much closer to finishing here with Bacro way up on the clock, Meyer already under 20 seconds. But I kind of like Meyer's position with that king on f8. Wait, Meyer's down a rook.
He's down an exchange.
It's down an exchange, but down a rook if I take d7. Although
No,
if
then
I
you
take
mated.
bishop a3 check.
Yeah.
Owie. Okay. So, crisis averted. Meyer's only down the exchange.
But what
So
is
glad
with
nobody
Georg?
panicked.
Are we sure this is Georg playing? I mean, we can see him on screen now, but something has changed in his chess. He has gone from this super positional guy trying to eke out little edges, turn them into
Yeah. No,
victories.
this is now bishop takes d4.
Okay, so rook.
Queen g4. And your dual threat
yeah.
of mate and moving your bishop because your rook is now guarded by the queen.
Oh, and look at this. Queen g6. I just trade queens and go bishop takes a7 with bishop b6 to follow. Here it comes.
Wow.
Trade those queens.
Takes bishop. Oh, he doesn't do it.
He has no time. He was freaking out.
He should have done it. He only has 2 seconds. Meyer is so leaned in. This is the 2800 cam we're used to. Forehead only, as they say.
Exactly. And he was shaking his head after queen h3. He knows that he'd let this one slip. Queen takes g6 instead. Was transitioning into a
Now he only has 2
ending.
seconds. Finds rook e1. I think queen to g4 back might have been still good and force queen g6 again.
Yeah, and he's trying to bring his rook up now. So queen d2 will play rook e4 and then try to get his rook into the g4 square, something like that. Here it comes, rook e4. All right, this is still very scary.
He just made that move with 0.3 seconds on the clock. I mean, it's scary, but I just don't know that Meyer can pull it off when he's literally living off the increment. 2 seconds.
He took. Okay.
Can't take d4 because of ideas of queen c8.
Wait. Oh, queen d7! That's so
sick!
Oh my gosh!
With only 2 seconds, he finds it.
The back rank checkmate is real because if you take now rook e8, just mate.
No, he didn't see it. Rook e8 was just mate.
Oh my gosh!
Oh no, dude, rook e8 was mate.
Georg, you did it, and
he did it, and then he didn't do it.
Oh,
he did it, done it. Oh no, now black is unwinding. Oh my gosh, queen d7 was so nasty.
Oh, it's heartbreaking. We just got so excited, and then we really lost it. We lost all our enthusiasm after he missed the checkmate.
Oh my gosh. That was a win if he finds rook e8.
Yep.
Wow. 34 of you playing Guess the Move on this one. Good for you guys. We will reveal what the money game was. Might be this game. I don't know. Might have been an earlier one. Stay tuned for that. Keep playing Guess the Move if you're just tuning in. Living off the increment is Georg Meyer, and he just misses a win. Dude, I thought he was going to find it because he gave us the queen d7 brilliancy.
He had it.
He had it.
It was his game.
Okay, but now Bacro also under a minute, so still could be anybody's game. He gets the H-pawn. The H-file opens up in the process.
Okay.
Going to be a wild finish here. F3, there are no checks. The queen guards everything.
I think black is doing very well. It's queen d3, right? Just keep going.
Queen d3. You have to move quickly. 1 second, no time. Makes that move with 0.6 on the clock, but now queen e2 check is a problem, right?
Queen e2, I guess he'll just retreat his bishop to f2. And he has 2 pawns, right? A bishop and 2 pawns for the rook.
Now you can play bishop f2 and you're still holding.
But rook e2, black is clearly making progress.
Yeah. And he loses on time.
That's painful. Oh, Georg's shaking his head.
Frustrated Georg there.
Yikes. Yikes.
He's trying to go over the game with whoever else is in his office with him. Wonder if they know that he missed the win. back in this position. Queen d7. What a brilliant find. What a move. And after the move rook to f8, the win was rook e8. And it's actually crushing for a number of reasons. Obviously, rook takes f8 and queen d8 is mate. But, okay, maybe there's no way to stop that. Maybe I don't even need to say anything else. My point was that there's also threats of taking and then a discovered check winning the queen. Like,
right. So
it's just
queen
over.
b4 is the only. I see the chat was going crazy about queen b4, but the problem that happens to queen b4 is queen b4.
Oh, I was going to say queen d4, you can take f8 and then win the queen.
Right. But queen b4, you play bishop c3 to distract the queen, because if you take my bishop, I still mate you on the back rank. And where's your queen think it's going?
I guess if you go anywhere, I have b4, actually. I've just cut off your queen. What a move. Look, if you go to c5, I play b4. And if you go to a3, I go to b4. Dude, queen d7 was awesome. And what a move to find with only 4 seconds on the clock. Unfortunately for Meyer, he doesn't find the follow-up and ultimately goes down here, missing rook e8. Instead, plays the move queen c6, and Bacro holds on to get the W. But that doesn't mean that Germany did not have a great day. Obviously, you can see the final score as it is right there in front of you. Gazzoli did actually get the win on the other board against Moan. So a 2-2 split by the Roosters in the last round. And Robert, it comes back to the storyline I want to highlight that you were right about. If Edouard hadn't just totally blown that game, right?
Yep.
France might have had a chance.
Match. They had a chance. They were out of it as soon as the round began because the game ended in 17 moves. But you can't go all in like that. You have to play for a win. So if your opponent offers a draw, you keep on going. And ultimately, oftentimes a draw and a loss, same result for the team. So you got to do something. But the way he did it, I don't think he's too happy about either.
Ultimately, Germany does win by a final score of 9.5, 6.5. Looks closer than the match actually was, precisely because of how we said that France approached that last round. But in the end, that is the Central Division of Week 5. We'll have a new leader atop the Central Division. That is the Germany Bears after they defeated the France Roosters by a final score of 9.5, 6.5. So don't go anywhere. In just a few moments, Robin and I will be right back. We will have interviews, final thoughts on what was the Central Division, as well as a preview for Week 6. We'll remind you of what the schedule is and make sure you mark your calendars for next week's action. We're getting closer to the playoffs. Every week counts. Robin and I back with final thoughts in just a few moments. we are now back here with our final thoughts and moments Pro Chess League coverage of the Central Division Week 5. We have Jacek Tomczak with us, who had really maybe the best performance of any of the Bears today, though you guys really brought it, and Germany takes first place atop the Central Division. Congratulations, Jacek.
Thank you. Thank you.
You had 2 amazing victories with the black pieces. Which was your favorite?
I very like the first game when I sacrificed the queen. I love sacrifice the queens like everyone, and it was correct. so I was very happy because of this game.
Yeah, and Germany, you guys are playing without Anton Korobov this week, who's been your top scorer thus far. How did you keep the team together? Did you guys prepare together in order to play such a strong team like France without your top performer?
Oh, I think that our team is very equal, and we have a lot of good players. And even without the best player, we could make a good effort and good result.
I don't know how closely you follow some of the social media and the banter that goes down, but France said earlier in the year that they were too strong for the Central Division. What are your thoughts on that now?
Oh, it's difficult to say. I don't follow really.
Okay.
I hope that we have a great result today, and I hope for a good result at the end of the league. And okay, we'll see.
Well, as you look at your lineup top to bottom, obviously you're a free agent acquired by them. Anton Korobov is as well. Do you guys believe that the Bears have what it takes to maybe win the whole thing in the end?
Yes, Bears have a very strong spirit, I have to say. We believe in ourselves. We are a group of friends, I think, and we believe in good result at all. But it happens.
Well, speaking of friends, you play for the Polish Federation, but here in the Pro Chess League for Germany, have you lost any friends over that decision? How did it come about that you joined the German team?
No, I wait for the last match because the German plays with Poland, and we see maybe we play. Let's see after this match.
The Polish team also could be very strong. They haven't had a chance to field some of the best players that you guys have from Poland, right? Obviously, young Krzysztof Duda, Radoslav Wojtaszek. There really could be something special there. You think in future years you'll continue to be a free agent for hire for Germany, or you think you might play for Poland in future Pro Chess League years?
I'm free for all offers.
Okay, good. Okay, good. I like that. You're a mercenary for good chess, right?
No, I have a friends here and there, and of course, I'm from Poland, so it's open still. I think that the Polish team it's very unlucky this season, and I see these games, and they are very close to win, but always it's something wrong happens, and they performed less than they should.
Yeah. Honestly, I don't have any more questions. I just want to hang out with you. Seems like we're going to have a great time. So you said you have your kids sleeping in the other room. Are they going to wake up once they hear you talking?
It's neighboring room, but I still afraid of waking them up. But okay. Now it's peaceful, quietful.
Okay.
It's okay.
Everything's going to be okay. Good. Well, if they wake up, just blame it on me. Go ahead, Robert.
I would say it's better to wake them up in the spirit of victory than after a sad loss. So.
Right, for sure.
I'm afraid they don't understand this. They
don't understand. They don't care.
Also.
Yeah. Well, honestly, seriously, a great performance today. You guys came out of the gate swinging. Kind of surprised all of us. We set up the primetime matchups, given that you and France came in leading the division together, and you guys really took it to them. So, was there an extra heightened sense of focus today, or was it just kind of the way the chess broke down?
Of course, everybody was focused a lot, but I think the most important was the first round. We won 3.5 to 2.5.
Yeah.
So it was a big win in first round, and it's you are less nerved than after such win. Yeah. So I suppose it was the most important today.
How much do you think that makes a difference for chess players? I mean, we know that so many great chess players are prided on kind of not being emotional at the board, having very short-term memory loss. Like they just focus on what's in front of them. But how much does that make a difference, especially in an online format where if you have a bad game, you don't have a day to forget about it, right? There's no rest day. Do you think that that really makes a big difference, and maybe why this match wasn't as close is because of the good start?
I'm very emotional during the game, and I'm afraid that you can see it on my video because I I forget about it during the game. I suppose that it's such nervous like in a normal game. Yeah, before the match I was slightly nervous and start to even maybe prepare for opponents, and but okay, during the game everything is coming up, and you have to focus on the game, not more. And I was focused, and it works.
Well, Jacek, let me ask you. You mentioned preparation. How much preparation are you tend to be doing for these matches?
Uh, Not so much, not so much. But I checked my opponents, and I have chosen some variations, and even in one or two games that I chose well, and I do my best, and prepared for a good variation. Yeah.
Yep.
Do you enjoy these team? Do you enjoy a team event, let's say Pro Chess League or an Olympiad, more than you do an individual event, or is it just chess for you?
Uh, Chess is chess. So okay, I think that it's everything is important for me. I love to play. It's a hobby I love, and everything so on. So in all those cases, I'm very happy.
Sure.
Well, I'm out of questions, Danny.
I'm out of questions too. I mean, I just feel like we're having a great time. So, I mean, Thomas, it's fun to hang out with the winner here. You guys should be in great spirits. You had an incredible performance, and put the Central Division on notice that the Germany Bears will be on top, at least at this point. So, congratulations, Tomas, and we'll let you enjoy your evening there before the kids wake up.
Thank you so much.
Good night.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jacek.
Bye.
Well, that was Jacek Tomczak had the day for Germany, really, maybe the key to their runaway victory. He won with black to start things off, and really almost never looked back. Finished 3-1 on the day. While we have your attention, let's remind you of what's coming up next week. Week 6 for the Central Division. Sorry, for every division, Week 6 is just around the corner. Our primetime matchup next week, New York versus California, a coast-to-coast battle, Robert.
Yeah, it's going to be a great matchup because I think California, they didn't get off to the best start in the season. Some of their players were a bit rusty. Alexei Serrana, for example, had a terrible first week, but that's a really great primetime matchup. And as I look across the divisions, of course, Germany taking on Italy, that will be big. And well, the India Yogis versus Russia. India now has Mamedyarov. We might see a Mamedyarov-Nepomniachtchi battle in that one. So it's almost like watching the Grand Chess Tour.
And then, of course, the Central. Germany will take on Italy and try to stay atop of the standings. France will take on Spain, who's at the bottom, maybe a chance for them to bounce back. But who knows what's in store. Let's show everybody what the standings are now that Week 5 is 100% in the books. Across every division, those standings are accurate. After dominating the Chess Bras, St. Louis has taken their rightful place, I guess, the reigning Pro Chess League champions atop the West. Armenia, with a similarly great performance at this point through 5 weeks for the Eastern, and then of course the Central Germany Bears we just got done covering. What a day, Robert! But it was also a great day for some other people on Chess.com.
Yep. Did we see the Dragon B70, the international master, winning the $50?
Didn't that guy just win? That guy plays so much. He wins he's winning cash every week. I guess that's a good shout out.
If you're watching the games, you might as well be guessing the moves because it provides some extra incentive. And congrats as well to Sassy Stacks. Love that username, by the way. And there'll be a diamond next to Sassy Stacks' name, which will make you happy.
I love it. Now a diamond member, Sassy Stacks. We'll see you competing for cash next week. And everybody else who took a premium membership prize, you are also now eligible for a cash prize. So one of the reasons to play and get a premium membership and then get some cash. So there you go. A lot of fun, Robert. The Western Division will be first for Week 6 coming up on Monday. You and I will be back at it next week. Can't wait for it.
Yep.
Was a great day today. kind of surprising a little bit in terms of how dominant Germany was. In hindsight, maybe not, but I'm a little bit taken back by that and kind of like, whoa. I haven't really thought of Germany as a team that I think might be able to win the entire thing when it's all said and done. But today changed my mind because they had this kind of dominant performance without Anton Korobov. So,
and honestly,
watch out.
France was yelling the loudest, but Germany and Georg Meyer silenced them. So finally, your fat head with the silencer. It works out for you, Danny. So Georg Meyer and his team, congratulations to Germany. And really a great performance by Braun with a 4-0 score. We had Jacek just for the interview. He performed well with 3 out of 4. So a great team performance all around. And for France, they'll need to really look deep because last week against Netherlands, they were lucky to survive that one with the tie. This one, they sort of got crushed. I think they have some work cut out for them, and they need Maxime Vachier-Lagrave back.
It's time to call the Frenchman with 3 names. France #1 for a reason. Might need NBL to help punch the ticket and start on the right foot into the playoffs for France. So either way, we still got 2 more weeks of regular season coverage ahead. If you happen to have tuned in the Pro Chess League for the first time, hit the follow button, subscribe wherever you're tuning in, and tune in next week. So on behalf of my team here, for my co-host, and the production crew working hard to make the PCL happen, we will see you next week with the Western Division kicking off Week 6.